Nigel Barden, and as you may well be, we're acutely aware it's been a very unusual year for everyone, and the cheese-making profession in particular, been adversely affected. Combination of dwindling shelf lives, closure of the on-trade establishments, restaurants, pubs, bars, hotels, meant that many cheesemakers have struggled to sell their produce. However, in a bid to raise awareness of their plight and to encourage the public to buy more cheese, we thought it would be a marvellous idea to put together the virtual cheese awards. Hurrah! So we've undertaken a tricky logistical exercise by ensuring that judges dotted around the UK have been able to taste cheeses. There were 31 different classes last Tuesday, and now we've got category winners. We'll be going through those today. They've been submitted, and this is the final tasting day, and we're going to find out about the best cheese in the UK as well later on. That's probably going to be between 4 and 4:30. So it's been busy, and I'd like to thank the team who have helped put it all together. Sarah DeWitt of Manor House Consultancy, who, if you cut her open, she'd have dairy and cheese written all the way through her like a stick of rock. 18 years as a Grand Fromage at Asda, and now she is running her own business as a Manor House Consultancy. She even has a cheese events company. She's brilliant, as is Nigel Pooley. They're the two of them who have really made it all happen. The Silver Surfer, the matinee film god of the cheese world, who's been with Wyke Farms for, well, more years than, well, anyway, since she was very young. But he's in great nick, and he's, again, it was a lot of his vision that's put this together. Jeremy Bowen, who was with Paxton and Whitfield, again, for, gosh, a long time, nearly 20, maybe over 20 years. We'll find out more when we speak to him later on. But he's been helping out, getting people together. The sponsors, really important for this, because without them, we would have nothing. So thank you, Jeremy, for your help on that one. Vicky Rogerson, founder of North PR, and also with Asda, running the PR side there for some years as well, specialising in food and drink. And so keen is Vicky on cheese that she nearly set up nearly a decade ago, but she's also very happily involved in the cheese world. She's even hosted a pop-up cheese cafe in Leeds. And finally, Steve Moncrief of Brand Distillery in Leeds, who's ensuring that it all runs as smoothly and technically as possible today. Good luck to you, Steve, on that one. What a great team. And we've got some fabulous judges dotted around the UK, but we'll be finding out more of them as we cut to them later on as we go through our tasting classes. But Nigel P., the other Nigel Pooley, hello, greetings to you. Tell us a bit about how you put all this together, how it's been, and how the awards are going to work today. Okay. No Nigel P, more of me. Don't worry about that, but we will come back to him. And then our judging classes, the first of them is in fact going to be Cheddar, sponsored by Sycamore Dairy Engineering. Thank you so very much for doing that. I really appreciate it. Angelina, there you go. Nige, you're there.
I'm here, yes.
Tell us a bit about this mammoth. You crazy youth making all this happen, and the actual orchestration. How have you gone about getting all this cheese around the different parts of the country?
It was Sarah's idea in the first place. She'd been out for a run and thought, because the COVID had happened and cheese shows were being closed down left, right and centre. So she thought, virtual, why not do a virtual cheese award? So she contacted me, and I got loads of years of experience with cheese shows. So initially I said, no, that's too wacky, we can't do that. And then I thought about it. I thought, yeah, of course we can. That's not too difficult to do. So I set about, I rang her, and that's how it all got, it was born. VCA, Virtual Cheese Awards, came about. So then I'd set about thinking about the classes and the schedule for entries. It had to be limited because obviously we're going to be having judges all over the place and samples being sent all over the place. So it was quite difficult to do that. So I had a limited schedule, which included all types of cheese. Whatever cheese you make, there was somewhere you could enter it. So we ended up with 31 classes. And I thought at the time, probably 300 entries would be quite good if we got 300 entries. And that's exactly what we ended up with, 300 entries. Got 14 independent judges. and we were set. The judges working in pairs. Couriering of the samples was the biggest problem, I think. We realised that as the samples were coming in from the entrance, it was 2 or 3 that actually took 4 days on an overnight carrier. Sent on a Monday, arrived at Wycott Bruton on the Thursday. So we thought that's not good enough when we're sending samples to the judges. So we set about looking for a bespoke courier. We found a company that did it. So a man with a white van turned up at Bruton, picked up 14 boxes of cheese and set off to deliver them all in one day from Exeter to Ipswich to Edinburgh and everywhere in between. So that worked really well. Judges got their samples. Last Tuesday, the classes judged and they were recorded. And that's now all available for anybody to watch on YouTube. Just log into Virtual Cheese Awards on the YouTube channel and you will find us. I must thank staff at White Farms. They were absolutely great. There was all these samples, 300 samples turning up from about 85 different places. So you can imagine the number of courier vans and boxes and nightmare. But I had 2 girls from the marketing team, Amy and Alicia, who helped me put the samples together. Danny and his lads in the cold store were fantastic, moving product around, and that worked really well. So we're now at this point where we've got class results. The only people that know the winners are actually the winners themselves. I've sent the results to them. So the 30 winners all know what's happened. They're all standby today watching the categories being judged. And hopefully when we get a final winner later, I'll be able to contact one of them and get them on here. So that's where we are. We're ready to go today, Nigel.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. You and I have judged cheeses over the years. Basically, I just do what you tell me. It's always easier that way. And Nigel B does what Nigel P says. And just fantastic, you and Sarah particularly to have the vision to do this. Anyway, let's crack on. We've got how many we're going to be tasting today? Different categories?
We're doing 7 categories and we got 30 samples. So not a big lot of samples. So the judges have got time to talk about it and explain to everybody what they're looking for and what they're finding, and it should be great. Okay,
well, our first 2 judges, it's Best Cheddar. Richard Parsons, come in, Ricardo. I think hopefully I've tracked you down in Royal Wootton Bassett in Wiltshire. And the very handsome, but very dapper Tanny Gill, who's at West Linton. I won't give the exact address because obviously all your fan club will be there trying to mob you. But well done, you two. Hi, Tanny, there you go. And Richard, tell us a bit about the category of what you're looking for, Ricardo, and in amongst your best cheddars. You might have to unmute yourself. There you go. Thank you. And maybe turn your video on.
I can't see. I can't see the instruction for doing that.
Bottom left, 2 in from the left.
Got my video.
If you.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Marvelous. Look at you. You see, scrubbed up well.
Can you hear me?
We can. And thank you for putting up the board behind you with all the fabulous sponsors.
No props. What we're looking for is obviously in the cheddar true to type. So obviously a traditional will have a slightly different character to a creamery cheddar because it's a rinded cheese and generally more of a what you call a classic type flavour, which would be sharp, buttery, nutty and so on, whereas the creamery ones frequently have a more sweet, savoury flavour to them nowadays. We're also looking for the correct body and texture. So you'd expect a traditional cheddar to have a slightly more open texture than you would a creamery cheddar. But obviously the most critical thing is the eating quality and the quality of the flavour and the strength being relevant to what it's claimed to be.
Great. Well, we should let you crack on. Tanny's ready to go. He looks like something out of NASA Central Space Control, looking, very, if you were going to space, I'd come with you, Tanny. So yeah, you've got your 2, and then we've got our stewards who are in with us as well, Louisa and Helen. Hopefully we'll be able to get them up on the screen soon, just to wave to them. We'll be speaking to them as the day progresses as well. So off you two go, and maybe just talk us through the process, and we can hear what you're saying. So go.
Okay, so we're starting with creamery mature cheddar. What I would suggest, Tanny, is that because we're looking at a cut portion from a whole cheese, we can't judge the appearance of the whole cheese. But looking at these, I'd say there's no justification to give them less than a 10 on appearance. Would you be happy with that?
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely.
Okay.
Looks perfectly fine.
Right.
Feels good, which kind of adds to the appearance anyways. Clean on the cut. Nice kind of buttery finish on the blade, which is quite nice. And for me, lovely kind of caramelly aroma coming through, which is a good sign.
Yes. It's clean on the nose. You get a sense of the maturity as well, and it's quite smooth body and fairly firm, which is exactly what we'd be looking for. The texture is fairly close. There's some slight mechanical breaks, but generally fairly close.
Yeah. Lovely. Nice. Creamy. Sweet.
Yes, a hint of
Very
sweetness.
smooth and comforting. Really,
There's some
really
good volatiles coming through in the background. In other words, the aroma and flavour on the breathe back. And I would say that's correct in terms of being mature, as stated. That's an excellent flavour, an excellent body and flavour. I think I'd actually have to go 10 on flavour. I don't know if you're in agreement with that.
I think I'd probably, it's a bit early to judge and give it 10 straight away, as because we don't know what are we judging against the other three.
Well, I'm thinking of it in terms of how good it is in its category, which is mature. But I understand what you're saying. Would you be happier with 9.5?
Yeah, 9.5. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with 9.5. I mean, don't get me wrong, 10 is equally good, but I just feel it was just too quick to give it 10 straight away without really judging the other creamy cheddar to know.
Well, I mean, yes, I understand what you're saying, but I'm judging this cheese. So
I'm happy with that. 9.5.
aroma, I would go 9.
Richard,
Yeah.
as it's the first cheese, do you think you might? I mean, you can always come back and revisit them if there's something that comes in even.
Well, yes, I think there'll still be room for manoeuvre, but we are judging this cheese, and if it warrants the points, it warrants the points. So I would go 9 on aroma.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely, clean.
And texture, again, it's there's very little to criticise. Maybe a slight bit of tenderness, but nothing much. So again, what do you think on the?
Yeah, I think I think generally on the physical overall texture, the look, it's pretty much ticked all the boxes, and I'm happy with the 9.
Okay.
All of them.
Right.
So, and we've got on the flavor also as 9.5. So,
Well, the aftertaste I thought was one of the best parts of it. It's got really good volatiles with that sweet note, and it's still very reminiscent of cheddar. So I'd go as high as 9.5 on that one.
for me, I think the aftertaste coming through, the sweetness, the caramel notes, is a very modern adaptation of cheddar.
I agree, but that's the norm now.
And even though it is a creamy cheddar, personally for me, I think it's a bit too sweet. I was expecting it to be a bit more buttery and a bit more rich on the palate. rather than the sweetness. And you're right, there's a lovely depth of flavor. The flavor lingers, but it is
Yes.
too sweet. I need
I
to
think
cut it off with
I think that
something.
comes down to personal preference, but
Absolutely.
shall we split the difference and go 9.3?
I'm happy with 9.5. We can go with 9.5.
Okay.
I was giving my opinion on that.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay then.
Louisa,
And,
how are they doing? Are they all right? The boys aren't misbehaving too much at this stage. As a steward, I know you're just overseeing us all. You can say something. You can unmute yourself. Go on. What's your role now? We can see you on screen. Tell us about what you're up to. Just unmute yourself.
Hi, Nigel.
Oh, Helen even. Yes.
We're just noting down the scores, notes of the different comments and things for later on. So yeah.
Yeah, good. And they're doing all right?
Yeah.
So far, so good.
Well.
Helen Blair,
So far,
Louisa,
so good.
thank you. We'll be checking in later.
Okay.
Carry on, gents.
So last one was true to character then, Tammy.
Yes.
I think as a modern cheddar, that's a very good example. So I certainly stay with the 9.5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Right. Moving on to the next one then. So we're now into a vintage cheddar,
So the creamy vintage cheddar, yeah.
number 191.
Yeah.
Now that's got quite a nice lot of calcium lactate crystallization inside it. That's a good sign. That's a good sign of a genuinely mature cheddar. You can
Lovely.
see the
Quite
calcium
nice.
here. I don't
Yeah,
know whether it
lovely.
shows up on camera. Now that's got quite a savoury aroma to it. It's got it's certainly a vintage. It's nice and strong, but not too acidic. The body's starting to go a bit doughy, but then you'd expect that on a cheese of this maturity. And it's got quite what I would describe as a Bovril note in the flavour, savoury. What are your feelings on it, Tammy?
I mean, great texture, a nice, it kind of true to its character of being vintage. But I think
Yes.
aroma-wise, I'm not really getting much aroma.
I just got a savoury note on it.
Yeah,
But
flavors.
I think it's fairly typical of, again, a modern cheddar. It's obviously had adjuncts used with the starter, giving it that real savoury and hint of sweetness. I thought it was more of a 9 than a 9.5, for example, on the flavour. And I thought the aroma was probably an 8.5. I don't know how you feel about those.
For me, I think flavor-wise, considering that it is a vintage and creamy, I'd probably go for an 8. It's not really defined very well. The finish is not great. Texture.
You think it's let down on the aftertaste?
It is the aftertaste,
Okay.
which is taking away the.
Well, I say let down. It's still a very good cheese, but
Yes, I mean, it's made it to the. It's made it to the finals, so there's not a criticism of that. But
I'm happy with the 8 on the flavour.
yeah. Okay.
And the aroma, I guess, is probably round about the same, 8 to 8.5.
Yeah.
Would you prefer 8 to or 8.5?
About 8, yeah.
Yep, fair enough. I agree. And the texture.
Texture's lovely, nice.
Well, I'd go 9 because it's got that
It's got a nice
doughiness.
snap
That's
to it.
because it's really
Absolutely.
mature.
Yeah.
Okay.
Appearance is good.
And the aftertaste, as we said, is the same as the flavour and aroma, really, isn't it? In terms
It is, yeah.
of overall, so we're 8 there.
And
And true to character, well,
good, a good
I'd say
9.
8.5.
Yeah, go for 8.5, yeah.
Yeah. So still a very good cheese.
Yeah, very good cheese, absolutely.
And this is number 191. Yeah.
This was
191, yes.
191, yes.
And what about,
Go for
what about
appearance,
appearance?
please.
Sorry,
Oh,
what about?
sorry, appearance was 10. We've gone 10 on all of them, having looked at them before we started judging them all. So they're all 10
All
on
10.
appearance. Okay, we're moving on to 289, traditional mature cheddar.
Yeah,
Again, you can see clearly the rind on the back of the cheese there.
beautiful. Typical. With a lovely grassy
Nice
smell
open
coming.
texture.
Beautiful, yeah, absolutely.
Are you getting the buttery aroma?
Yes, absolute buttery, grassy notes coming through. Very
Yeah.
nice. Good, clean cut, nice snap to it.
Mm. Actually, the body breaks down quite well. You could say it was very slightly pasty, but only a little. It's got quite a nice buttery, lactic, classic cheddar flavour.
It does, and
It's
also
got a bit of saltiness too.
it does. And interesting, what you're saying is almost there in the taste. Coming
Yeah.
through, almost savory notes coming through.
Yeah,
Age, the flavors coming through.
Yeah.
Almost with the age on it. And
what do you think on aroma? 9?
9, yeah, very much a 9, yeah.
Personally, I'd go 9 on flavour as well.
I would, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Texture, can't justify less than a 9 on
No,
that.
we can't, no. Perfect, really good. Good overall appearance, great presentation.
I think apart from appearance, I think that's 9s all the way through. It's the aftertaste and the true to character is. In fact, I might go 9.5 on true to character,
Yeah,
but
Happy
9
with
on
that.
aftertaste. Would you be happy with that?
I don't
Yeah,
want to
very
interrupt,
good.
Tanny, but you've just been burgled. Some people and kids just come in and
No,
stole
I'm
stuff from behind your house.
sorry, we are in a barn, in a camping site at the borders.
It's nice.
Joys
As
of social.
long as you haven't been burgled, I don't mind.
No, not in Scotland, no.
Okay, so we all okay on that one?
You're happy, yeah? Good.
Yep. So last one. Number 292, traditional vintage cheddar.
Again, you can see those lovely spots. Those
Yeah,
calcium spots.
oh yes, I can see the calcium in there. Ooh, that's got an interesting sweet caramel note on the nose.
I'm writing that down. I can track that one down later.
So this is very, very, very modern adaptation of
Yes, it is.
traditional cheddar.
It's quite unusual in a trad. It's got a hint of fruitiness in it as well, but more caramel.
And
The
those
body is,
lovely,
yeah,
those lovely crunchy calcium bits coming through, which
Yeah.
kind of just complements the bite. But for my liking, I find it a bit too sweet.
It is actually. Bearing in mind it is a traditional cheddar, it's not really a traditional classic cheddar flavour, is it?
That's
Albeit it is quite strong and interesting. What would you give that for flavour, given the comments you've made?
I mean, good 8.5. What do you think?
Yeah, I was thinking around the 8 mark. I'm happy with 8.5.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Yeah,
Because
But
it is
otherwise-
interesting.
it's lovely. Appearance is lovely. The
Yeah.
texture is great. It's nice. There's a nice crumble to the body.
Yeah.
You know, all in all, good cheese. But
And the aroma, I thought was,
aroma,
I did really like the aroma, but it got to bear in mind it's not quite what you expect from a classic cheddar.
absolutely. Yeah,
I'd have
it
to
is
go
on
8 on that.
I'm happy with 8.
Yeah. Texture again, it was slightly tender actually. So I probably put that at about 8.
8. I'm happy with 8. Yeah. It's almost that.
And the aftertaste,
Supplements
well,
to-
again, it was, I like the aftertaste, but got to bear in mind it's a traditional cheddar, so I'd go the same as flavour on that.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
8.5.
Yeah, 8.5.
And true to character, well, unfortunately, I'd have to put that at 7 because it's not because I don't like it, but because it really isn't, to my understanding, what a traditional classic cheddar should be. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh, maybe 7.5.
I'm happy with that. Yes.
Go on, Richard. It's nearly Christmas.
When you look at the previous cheese with a rind on it,
Yeah,
when you say true to character,
yeah,
when you look at something like this, it totally separates the two. So
yes, it does.
Can
Yeah.
I just check what you gave it for texture, this one?
Texture was 8.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So I've got the total scores here, but I guess you've already got them.
Yeah,
I can see there's a clear winner.
okay, yeah.
Yeah.
and then I mean,
Okay.
a clear winner even just by tasting them.
Sorry, Tommy.
I says just by tasting the 4, we know who's a clear winner even going through
Oh,
it without
yes.
looking at the score sheet.
Yeah.
It's just,
That top one is an exceptional cheese in its class, actually. But yeah, that's great.
Okay, gents. While we've just got a bit of time, so I was wanting to know, Richard, you know, how it's been for you in Royal Wootton Bassett. How have you been able to juggle work? What's your scenario? How have the past few
Well,
weeks been for you?
Basically, I'm a senior citizen, and I was on the official hit list for isolating for various reasons. But because it hasn't altered things very much for me personally, because I'm not doing anything much different to what I normally do, other than being careful about going shopping and things like that. So I've gone back to normal now, just wearing a mask. So it's been pretty good. Wootton Bassett's been hit quite hard with coronavirus. I think there was 23 people from Wootton Bassett died. But I suspect they were mainly in care homes, unfortunately.
Well, it's very nice to see, and nice to see you back tasting grading cheese. You know, it's great.
Yeah, it's good to be doing it. And thanks for the opportunity.
Oh, no, not at all. Well, again, Sarah and Nigel P. But we're going to speak to Sarah in a minute. But first of all, Tanny, Scotland, slightly different timescale to us. I know you're just south of Edinburgh. Obviously, with 400 or 500 children around you in your barn, which is nice. How are you?
So at the moment we are in Jedburgh, very close to the borders. We're great, yeah. It's a camping weekend, so we couldn't miss out the virtual cheese award judging, and the family and the camping site. The people actually all sitting around waiting to see what's happening, how is judging done, and while everybody's trying to be quiet, they are a bit noisy too. So
Oh, it doesn't matter.
join
So you
them.
moved from Edinburgh to Jedburgh, so I know exactly where you are. I played rugby there over the years. Big in the borders you are.
There you go. There you go. Yeah.
Kelso and Hoyk and all that fantastic.
Absolutely.
Well, Tanny and Richard, thank you so very much, and you enjoy your camping weekend, Tanny. And I'm just loving that cheese grading camping top you've got on. Fantastic. And Richard, stay safe and looking as debonair as. But if there was ever a medieval knight, I would like to deliver cheese. It could be you.
Oh, I thought it was Santa Claus, but that's even better.
Oh no, we've moved you back. Now, Louisa, you can see you there. I know you're juggling family and work as well, because we've met over the last few days, some of the family. You can just put yourself off, but we can hopefully hear you. How are you? And just tell us a bit about your job today.
So obviously the children are out of the way today, so we've got silence in the background. So
Tied them to the bed.
important role where we need to concentrate, because what we're doing is obviously listening to the judges, taking their scores down, and sort of like capturing their comments as well as they go along, and also just making sure that we keep to the correct time schedule.
Yeah,
we've got a very busy day ahead of us.
Yeah. We're ahead of it. Next one's due is Best Territorial at 11:40, and we'll come back and have a chat with Helen as well later on. We're going to let you relax at the moment. You look as though you're doing something very grown up and studious. So but I think Sarah DeWitt should be somewhere in our waiting room, and it would be just great to have a chat with her and just see you mad crazy young thing, why you put all this together. And great, but here she is, Yorkshire's finest. Well, we're underway. It's kind of working. I don't want to say too much, but it's good. You're looking great. And I'm I should have been broadcasting from a pub, the Anchor at Walberswick, but the internet was officially rubbish. So I've moved to Mark and Sophie, who run it. I'm in their house. I'm in their kitchen.
Few issues, didn't we, last night? So yeah,
I was more wonky than usual, but well done. Gosh, I bet you can't believe this happened. We're going live. We're beaming around.
I'm very excited. That's all I can say, really. So we had the vision way back in the end of March, and then started to pull it together in April. And just like to say, thank you very much so far, Nigel. We have obviously families in the background. It's very authentic, judging all over the country, from Edinburgh down to Wootton Bassett so far. Great comments, and I'm very excited, and I'm just very excited that we can share a virtual show to replace the shows that have not happened, and let everyone watch, learn how to judge and enjoy cheese. Let's have an exciting Enjoy Cheese Day.
Yeah, and for you and Nigel P, it's been a great way of really highlighting the plight of people in the cheese world. I alluded to that in my introduction about dwindling shelf life, and it's some of these people, it's just a matter of getting them to market. So now they can deal direct with consumers. We've got some great cheesemongers as well. It's a remarkable fraternity, but consumers need to be aware of some of the difficulties cheesemakers have had.
Yeah, absolutely. This came together, as Nigel said, from the news that all the cheese shows were going to close and not open their doors this year, and from the plight of the specialist cheesemakers. So those two things came together. Obviously, they couldn't get their actual cheese out to market due to the closure of hotels, restaurants, pubs and bars. So hopefully all these shout outs for these amazing dairies who have entered into the awards will get their products known out there. Hopefully we've got lots of consumers out there, as well as industry sponsors and interested parties watching and listening and seeing what's actually going on, because there are some amazing cheeses which are being judged today. So
yeah, fantastic, moving around. And talking about sponsors, Sycamore Dairy, thank you for sponsoring our best cheddar. That was Tim Sharp. Well done, Timbo, much appreciated, because as Sarah's just alluded to, without the sponsorship, these wouldn't happen. And it is very much, it's great to see companies coming together. Some of them normally be in opposition, but it's the Champenoise are always really good at talking about champagne first. But similarly with the cheese community, it's great that we can really get everyone to buy British. I mean, that's one of the big things, provenance, traceability, buying local. If anything good things have come out of the last few months, it is people to stop and think and find out where their food and drink, and particularly their cheese, is coming from. Sarah.
Absolutely, and I'd just like to say that this is a totally non-profit event. So any donations given on the day, which you can make via our website, will be very much appreciated. So all of the profits, apart from the kind of running of the event in terms of the platform, a bit of PR, is all going to the Specialist Cheesemakers Association anniversary and RABI, the Royal Agricultural Benevolent Institution. So yeah, without our sponsors, this could not happen, and it's just been literally run on a shoestring. So yes, any any donations would be very much appreciated, and thank you so much for all our sponsors' support. Amazing.
You will have earned yourself a glass of something chilled later on tonight at about 4:30, 5 o'clock. Yeah, you can get your blood
I think it might
changed.
be more than one glass, Nigel, actually.
We won't delve too much. I've just seen we've got Richard Newell, the handsome hunk that he is, just waiting in one of our rooms. Ricardo, you're going to be with us for Best Territorial. We've tracked him down in Oswestry in Shropshire. Richard, come in, Richard. How are you? You all right? You were there a second ago. You've got a very good backdrop. Good. Yeah, I like what you're standing in front of, and you look well. And we like your lockdown locks as well. They're great.
Yeah, it's a good 3 months, Nigel. Now getting a bit desperate for a haircut, and yeah, all good to go. Lovely morning here.
Yeah, no, it is great. The sun is shining down on the cheese righteous, and you can't see, but right on top of you, which is a scary prospect because he's beaming down on all of us, is the McDonald's. Bruce is in the house. Yeah, Bruce, how are you doing? Actually, not a million miles away from, because Bruce, you're in Oswestry, and Richard, you're in Buxton, so you could almost open the windows and shout at each other, or something like that. But Bruce, how are you? I can see behind me, that's a busy garden behind you. And how are you, and how's lockdown been? You're gonna have to unmute yourself. That's it. How many times have we said that in our lives in the last 6 months or 6 weeks? McDonald there, he's just grappling with 10. He's with us. That's good.
Is that
how are you?
Yeah, good, thanks. Lockdown's been the same for me as probably most everybody else. Just weird.
Yeah.
No work, but lots of time to do lots of walking in the beautiful North Shropshire countryside.
Yeah, no, great. And also Territorials, you two have got the task of going through and tell us what that actually means to be uninitiated, even if I can't say it, and what you're looking for.
It's the old regional cheeses, such as, well, including Cheshire, Wensleydale, Lancashire, Double Gloucester, Red Leicester. So we've got 5 cheeses to look at, and we can't really compare one against the other because they're their own individual styles. So we're just going to see what happens as we go through. We've opened them out. We've had a good look at each of them first, just to get the visuals to make sure they are what they're meant to be. So I would hope, Richard, we haven't colluded on this, but we'll probably give them the same sort of marks for prints, because they look pretty much what they're all meant to be.
Good. I mean, but while you're there, Richard, just before we start the tasting, just to tell us again, for people at home, so if they've got a cheese, how long should we get it out? Are they okay keeping it in the fridge? What should we wrap it in if they're keeping it there? And how long before they eat it should we get it back up to room temperature?
Well, sure, it's okay to keep it in the fridge, but of course, cheese was around for a long time before refrigerators, and it's an intrinsically safe product. It matures rather than spoils, unless sort of taken, to extremes. But if you want to keep it in the fridge, try not to let it dry out. We all know that cold air is dry air. You only need to feel, the air in your nostrils on a bitterly cold, icy morning. So keep it in the fridge, keep it wrapped, probably foil, unless it's just for a day or two, and then you can wrap it in cling film. But really, the idea is not to let it dry out in the refrigerator.
Okay, well, good. Well, thank you for that one. I'm going to let you two crack on, and good luck and have fun, and keep us informed.
Okay.
Okay, well, first up is a Wensleydale.
Okay.
Cheese 313.
Yeah, just taking 313 out of the packet.
Yep.
Nice even colouring, Bruce.
Nice, bright, even colouring. I can see that it's going to be crumbly, which that's a blessing. So we'll look at it. There's no fat on my knife. I wouldn't expect to see any fat if I was using my cheese iron. I don't want to see fat from this type of Wensleydale. Lovely and clean. So that's good.
I'm a bit ahead of you, Bruce. I've already tried eating some. Has a lovely silky mouthfeel.
Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, it's breaking down beautifully. It's crumbly, obviously, but the curds are not really hard and sharp. They're softer under my thumb, which is what I'm looking for in this type of cheese.
And we're looking for a slight sweetness and a honey note.
Yep, hopefully. Good smell.
I'm on my third piece already. I'm talking with my mouth full. Sorry, Mum.
Still slightly milky, which is a good thing. Lovely and crumbly. Texture is really good because you test the texture twice. First time with your fingers, but the second time with your mouth, the mouth feel. And it's slightly milky. It's not salty. There's a hint of creaminess there as well. Some sweetness and some lemon notes as well. Yeah, it's a very, very good piece of cheese, actually. Yeah.
A very good true to type Wensleydale.
So we have to score it. Are we going to score them now, or do you want to wait till we've judged them all first? We've only got 5.
Shall we go for it?
Yeah. Appearance, well, I don't think it can really be faulted, actually. They're all going to get really good scores for appearance.
Yeah, I was on a 9 with that one, Bruce.
Yeah, you give it 9, yeah. Yeah. The aroma, well, again, yeah, sorry.
I was going to say I was on an 8, although, of course, with the crumblies, the aroma is a lot more delicate. It was very, very clean and fresh.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you, I've given that one an 8. It's a bit like a Dutch auction, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, it's good. It's very clean. It's not a shouty cheese at all. I don't want it to be. Flavour, yeah, very good, gentle, clean. Just exactly what you would expect, really. Slight bit of sweetness and lemony notes, so slightly complex, which should a Wensleydale be complex? Slightly complex, but not a lot.
It doesn't want to be just acidic. It's got plenty of interest, hasn't it?
Yeah. So what would you think for that one? I think it's at least an 8, if not 8.5.
Yeah, I've gone on flavour. I've gone for a 9 again.
You've gone for a 9. Okay, we're not going to compromise. I can see why. I top round on that. Yeah. Texture, it's lovely and crumbly. And it's, as I said when I was kneading it down, when I was opening it out, it wasn't a hard curd. It's a softer curd that you feel with the underside of your thumb. So
and lots of crumblies can be spoilt by being powdery and have a sort of a dry sawdust type texture, but this hasn't. It's lovely and silky and moist, melts in the mouth.
Yeah, no, it's another 9, I think.
It's a cracking cheese.
And the aftertaste, well, it's gone, so that's a good thing. And it's just left my mouth nice and clean. But also it did drag down my saliva just a little bit, which is the acidity in it that does that, and that's a good thing as well. So I think aftertaste, I'd give it 9 as well. It's very good.
Super. So 27, 36, 46. Yep. Super.
Good to take.
Are we ready to go on to the next one, Bruce?
Yeah, we need to give it true to type as well.
Yeah, we do. Absolutely there. So I haven't given it a 10. Again, I was for a 9. And I have to say, I'm not generally a generous scorer, but we are judging class winners, and it really was a super product.
Yeah, I'd give it a 9 for that as well. So 53 in total, he says, without the aid of a calculator. Jolly good. That's a good start.
Yep.
Cheshire.
Okay, very interesting looking piece of cheese, Bruce.
It is.
Looks to me like a proper traditional Cheshire. Lovely, lovely thin, even rind.
I was just going to comment on that, how thin it is. It's absolutely beautiful down there. The ingress is just almost minuscule. It's down to millimetres. Absolutely beautiful looking thing.
Yeah, lovely curd texture. So I'm already chopping away.
Now I am salivating, I have to say. I was brought up on cheeses like these. I was weaned them, you know, Lancashire and Yorkshire and Cheshire. And we should have scratch and sniff judging now. We should be able to lean forward and get an aroma and everything, because that just looks stunning and lovely colour. And yeah, Richard, just hold yours up to your camera and just hold it there for a second and let it focus in. And there you go. Look at the lovely rind on that. And Patricia Michelson of La Fromagerie once described the rind on a cheese as God's little bandage. And I always thought that was a lovely description. There you go. But they look so enticing. And I can almost smell the acidity there. It's like saltiness as well. Go on, Bruce, put us out of misery. Just remind me again how that smells.
It doesn't smell farmy. It's a clean smell. Sorry, I'm speaking
an aroma with character, Bruce. It's not factory. It's got some interest, hasn't it? It's got a story to tell.
It's got loads going for it. The texture is absolutely beautiful because you can feel every curd in it under my thumb when I was breaking it out. Beautiful. The flavour it's a complex flavour. There's hints of minerals in there. The grass as well. It looks absolutely super, and it tastes every bit as good as it looks to me. Richard and I are two lucky chaps having to put up with this cheese today because it's absolutely beautiful.
Oh, that's fantastic. And of course, Bruce, we're going to hang on to you for later on as well for the best British cheese. You're kindly letting us grab your mandibles and your taste.
I'll be gentle with me then.
Yeah, and I know Richard's going to stay on for the next one as well when we move to Best Blue. But anyway, you crack on. I'll leave it with you for the moment.
I wasn't, Bruce, with the flavour, it was very good. But you know, you can have a cheese that's very good, which you'd expect at this level, and then you can have a wow. And this one didn't have quite the wow factor, although it was very, very good, rounded and balanced. It just had a very, very slight hint of a musty note to it.
Mind you, we get that because it's a rinded cheese to start with. And, you know, we can still see little spots of mould on the rind. So I kind of expect that because it's a traditional Cheshire. It's the way Cheshire used to be made.
What are your thoughts on flavour score?
On flavour, I would score it higher than the Wensleydale because we can do points of a point because it's got that minerally note. It's kind of the pasture right through to this plate that it's on in front of me. It's redolent of the countryside where it was born. I'm quite enthusiastic about it.
Oh, good.
So appearance.
Was that 9.5 for flavour?
Did we agree on flavour, Richard? 9 point.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with grading, selecting, and judging farmhouse and more traditional cheeses. So it's not that I'm used to factory product. I'm probably 8.8, 8.9 for me. But Bruce, you're heading this session up, and it's certainly your call.
Yeah, on flavour, I would prefer to give it a 9 with your agreement. I prefer to give it a bit more, but we're going to have to compromise somewhere.
Yeah, well, you're head judge, so I'll bow to your knowledge and wisdom.
Yeah. So appearance, I think it's absolutely true to what an old-fashioned Cheshire should be. Even the little bits of mould, I'd give it a good 9.5.
Exactly where I was. Stunning looking piece of cheese.
Be fantastic on a deli counter. That really would. Absolutely beautiful. Aroma, I'm going to give it 9 because it just comes off the plate right up at you. It's lovely and clean as well.
Okay.
Texture, I'd give it about a 9.3. I'd give it a bit more than the Wensleydale because just the way I could feel every single curve under my thumb is absolutely, it's not sticking together in the slightest, but at the same time, it's not falling apart.
Ever so slightly, and we are being picky here, and I stress I'm not normally argumentative, I'm probably in the mid-8s on that again, because it's very slightly dry. Now, it could well be, Bruce, that it's been cut into a very thin sliver for the show.
It is, yeah. I would have preferred to have had a more meatier size piece of cheese to
I'm
work
probably
with.
8.8ish on that one.
8.8. Right. Okay. I'll go with that. Aftertaste. For me, it's still actually there.
Yeah,
It's very, very, very clean.
yeah. Nothing nondescript about this product.
Sorry?
There's nothing nondescript about this. Oodles
Oh
of
no,
character. Lovely.
it's got quite a lot going for it. I'd give it I'd like to give it 9 and a little bit for aftertaste because it's just because of the length of it, which you wouldn't normally expect from a creamery Cheshire. I'd like to give it 9.3 if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go for it.
And I don't know what that true to type.
Very, very true to type.
Yeah. I would think about 9.2, 9.3.
Yeah, or 9.5. I'm there.
9.5, you think? Yeah, okay.
I do.
We'll go with that. Somebody's going to have to add that up for me.
That's all right, we've got it.
Yeah. 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 Okay. That's that one done. Right. So the next one is Lancashire. This might be more your part of the world than mine, Richard.
I shall just, yeah, I've worked in Lancashire for well, all Crumblies for many years, and I do like a good Lancashire.
Yep. You want to talk us through this one then?
Yeah, it's interesting for the viewers. Lancashire covers a multitude of positive aspects. There's the acid crumbly Lancs, which was said to be the staple diet of the working class man in the Second World War, which is very short texture, very crumbly, almost a birdseed texture. And then there's an altogether different type of Lancashire, similar and only by name, which has a very soft mouthfeel and melts very nicely, great in fondues, that sort of thing. Just looking at this cheese here, this cheese feels to me more like a creamy Lancashire.
Yep.
So again, it has very similar constituents to a cheddar, but it's made in a different way. It slowly develops, the curds slowly mature and acidify overnight, and it makes a cheese that has a very soft, non-rubbery texture. And yeah, I'm just getting a bit carried away there, everybody, but
Well, you sold it to me. I like the visuals of it because when you look really closely at it, you can see the odd little darker curd in there, and when you break it open, you can literally see all the. I don't know if that's going to work on this camera or not. You can just see all the curd formation there as well, and it should be a really rough split when you break it. If it goes,
not an acid crumbly Lancashire. It
No.
is a Lancashire of character, so I'd expect this typically to be 8 to 12 weeks of age.
Certainly got for young cheese like this, got a lot of going for it as well.
You can tell, Bruce, I'm a fan of Lancashire. It's so underrated in this country, and a lot of people don't even know about it, particularly in the south, and they're really missing out. Delicate, pleasant, lovely.
I couldn't agree with you more. Fantastic cheese, and you're right, it's overlooked. It is.
Shall we score it, Bruce?
Yeah. Well, you lead the way on this one.
Okay, well, for appearance, for me, it's cut from a block. It's a pre-packed piece, but no faults with it, so I'm probably on a 9 for that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah, it's really good. Yeah.
Very pleasant, delicate aroma, typical of most crumblies. Probably slightly less aroma than the previous one, but you would expect that. So I'm probably on about an 8.5 for that.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Flavour, Yeah, it did it for me. It was a really good creamy Lancashire. So I'm on about 9.3, 9.4.
I got a 9.3 as well. Yeah, it was, and it's still going. So
It is. And the texture, it's got, it yields. It's not like a cheddar that can be, dare I say, slightly on the rubbery side. It yields, and it's got that slight lumpiness that's typical of the character. So probably 9.3 again for good round numbers.
yeah,
Left with a nice aftertaste, quite fresh on the back of the palate. So 9.5.
oh, I think so. Yeah, yeah.
And then
True to
Bruce,
character.
Sorry, go on.
Very true to character as well.
It is. It's a tough call because you can have true to character made as a traditional round in rind, or you can have a true to character made as a block.
Yeah,
I'm probably on a straight 9 with that.
yeah. Well, that adds up to, yeah, it's a very nice cheese, and as you say, greatly underappreciated by lots of people outside Lancashire. I'm lucky. My boss, who trained me for 5 years, was from Lancashire, and I think that's where I got my love of British territorials from him.
Absolutely. It's a shame for these products because, of course, people don't know about them, so then they don't get the shelf space and they get into a doom loop. So they're in a vicious circle. So,
Yeah.
So viewers, buy your territorials.
Richard, just before you move on, could you just clarify what you gave for appearance and texture, please?
Oh, sorry. For appearance, we gave the cheese a 9, Louisa, and
Yeah.
for did you say texture?
Yes, please. Yeah.
A 9.3.
9.3. Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
On to double Gloucester, Bruce.
Yeah, 331.
331. Thank you. Are you leading this one?
Yeah, it looks like a creamery block, double Gloucester. And it should be slightly elastic rather than plastic. If it was plastic, it would just snap straight away. So it does bend, it's yielding. As I
What did
need
we
this
say?
down
Buttery
to,
body, buttery flavour.
yeah,
And a nice standard double Gloucester shouldn't be too high in flavour, but it should differentiate itself from a cheddar.
very
Slight
smooth.
hint of sweetness. It's funny how you can smell sweet, but actually smell sweetness. I don't know if it's why that is, but you just know.
And it's very close, almost to the point of being dense. I do not want to see lots of openness in a Gloucester. It shouldn't have that. It's you could very cruelly say it looks like a bar of soap, but it's actually, is it cruel or is that a compliment? It's very, very close. Smooth, gentle. There's a hint of caramel in there as well as the flavour evolves in your mouth. It's not an off-putting caramel because it just came in ever so slightly and it's now just disappearing. In fact, the caramel part of it's gone. So yeah,
Very pleasant.
yeah, very good. So appearance, lovely even colour as well. It's that bright orange. So appearance, I give it 9.
Yeah, fine with that.
The aroma, I'll give it 8.5 actually.
And I was on 8.7. We'll go with 8.5, Bruce.
Yeah. Would have liked a little bit more about it. Flavour, I'd go for about 8.7 on this one.
Oh, and I put 8.8.
Oh,
We're
well,
getting aligned already.
we'll go for 8.8.
It's nice to hear when the judges are in tandem. It's working terribly well.
Well, it was all the practice that we've done this week. No, actually, Richard and I we've never judged together until today.
But we have worked together, Nigel, and we're both quite strong characters. So I think we both thought this might be an interesting pairing.
The dynamic duo, I won't say who's Batman and who's Robin, doesn't matter. You can interchange the outfits and costumes.
Well, I'll keep that for a Friday night.
Fair enough.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
Okay, texture, Bruce.
Texture, again, I'm going to go for about 8.8. I think it's
Yeah.
good, but it's not quite stunning. What were you going to go for?
Oh, I was probably on a 9 because it did have a closeness, but it wasn't a cheddar.
Yeah, okay, we'll go for 9. You took me up. Aftertaste,
I'm a little bit down on that one. I'm just left with a very, very slightly flat finish on it, and we are being picky here.
It finished, for me, it finished a bit too quickly. It's gone.
Yeah, I'm probably about an 8.5, Bruce, on that.
Yeah, I would have preferred it to linger just a little bit longer. 8.5, yeah. And true to type, I'm going to give it about an 8.7.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very, very pleasant piece of cheese. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't object to it in any way. It won its class. It's a very good cheese.
Yeah.
So finally,
last but not least,
Sorry, can I just check what the aftertaste score was?
the aftertaste.
8.5.
Thanks.
Right. Finally, Red Leicester. This is a
Nice traditional red Leicester here, Bruce.
traditional. It's not made in a great big block. It's made in a round, and that is as high as it is because you can still see the cloth marks on the top, on the heel, and underneath.
And you can see, viewers, how it's slightly dry around the edges, where, of course, cheese made in the old traditional way will dry out slightly more than the ones that are wrapped in modern day film, and you can see where it's darker in colour.
Yeah, and I'm gonna taste the heart of the cheese, but I'm also gonna taste out next to I'm gonna taste the rind as well.
You're a braver man than me.
So it's got lots of, I don't know if the camera's going to pick this up, but you can see, yeah, it's got quite a lot of openness in there, which it should have, and you can see sort of little golden flecks in there as well, which is another typical characteristic of Red Leicester, openness and golden fleck. Yeah.
What are the terms we use, Bruce? Rugged, flinty, snap like a carrot, all these sort of cheesy
Should
terms.
do,
we
yeah.
use.
There's a nice piece. Yeah, it has. I've snapped it, and as Richard says, it breaks like a carrot. It looks like when you break a carrot. Knead it down between thumb and fingers, and there's nothing falling onto the plate. That's a good thing. And it should go a bit rough around the edges, around the top there, which is exactly what's happened. Smell and taste. Red Leicester's a category that in the last 20 years has been allowed to expand an awful lot. Years ago, Leicester was just a mellow medium cheese, but now you can have up to extra mature and vintage Leicesters.
We were talking about this actually a couple of days ago, weren't we, Bruce?
Yeah.
Red Leicester's changed, but I guess a true to type Red Leicester would be typically 3 to 4 months of age for a standard product. Lovely rounded flavour, Bruce.
Because
Keep going for a little bit more here. Normally you just take one piece and I'm not going to need any lunch.
and even I've just tasted the piece of the rind as well, and it's a different flavour to the heart of the cheese, but it's very clean as well. There's no sort of off notes in there, no farmyard notes. Get a slight touch of leather in there actually, which is no bad thing at all. And it's just sitting on my tongue really, really nicely.
Going back to our grandparents' time, well, maybe your grandfather, Bruce.
Oh,
My
I'm Scottish.
great-grandfather.
I'm Scottish. We were just cheddar, cheddar, and cheddar.
I think there was a bit of a dig there, Bruce. I'm not sure, but Rickard there, just, you know.
No.
Indeed,
Scots
up now.
No, we Scots have traditionally been accused of liking only cheddar, but that's not true at all. Certainly not in this Scotsman's case.
Yeah,
So-
but you moved down to England, Bruce.
I'm not going down that route.
Well, I haven't got time today, gents. That's going to be another hour's debate.
So,
Shall we score it?
appearance was excellent, I thought. It's at least a 9.
And I actually gave it a 10 first time in the contest.
Right, I'm with
It's
you
$1
on
million.
that.
Super.
I do
looking
think
product.
it is absolutely lovely looking piece of cheese. Roma, 9 plus.
Yeah, I'm on late 8s for that, Bruce.
Well, can we give it a 9?
Yeah, go for 9.
Yeah. Flavour.
Probably 9. 8.99 again.
Yeah, I'd say 9. Keep it there. Texture was really good. I'll give it a 9 as well.
Yeah, super for a traditional product. Again, drier than you would typically expect from a supermarket shelf.
Yeah. Aftertaste, it's very clean. It's still going.
I'm not left with anything unpleasant. I'm probably a 9.2 for that.
Yeah. And true to character.
I'm afraid I'm another 10. I can't say from Len it's a 10, but it's a 10.
Yeah, okay. I'll go with that. Yeah. I mean, we can give it, despite not giving it straight 10s, we can give it a 10 because of its character, its overall style. Yeah, it's very good. And here endeth the territorial judging. I presume Louisa and Helen have got them all added up.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we have Bruce. Can I just clarify, just on the red letter, did you agree on a 10 for the appearance, or did you?
Yes, we did.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Yes.
Fine then. Yeah. So we've got all of them. So we'll be
Bruce,
interested
this
to
is
see which one goes through to the final.
Yeah, and I'll confirm down to Nigel as well.
When we look at all these 5 cheese, they're all super cheeses, and we're splitting hairs going down into decimal points. But actually, it's, for me, arguably the one that I actually like the best, as truth, isn't actually totally reflected in the scores. And this just comes down to, it's a bit like you can't always paint by numbers. Do you have a favourite, Bruce?
Well, what we've done is we've kind of cast aside our personal subjectivity and gone down the objective route, which is exactly what we're meant to do today. I've got 5 favourites on this table here.
So could you read us out what the scores are, please, ladies?
The totals.
The totals.
They go through, so we'll send them on to Nigel, and then the winner.
Don't worry, you'll see them, but we're not going to do it now.
Okay, super.
Gentlemen, thank you very much. Bruce, we're bringing you back to the best of the best later on. Richard, stay there because, of course, we've got a bit of blue hoo-hoo coming your way. Thank you so much, Angelina Lagardino from Flexapack. Flexapack, much appreciated for your sponsorship of our best territorial. Really good too. And again, without you, we wouldn't be putting these awards on. So we've got a busy schedule. We've got time now. We've got Best Blue coming up in a minute. But in the meantime, we've got a live interview with her at about 1:30. But in the meantime, we're heading to Inglewhite and Preston, where I tracked down Jill Hall of Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses. So let's find out what she's been up to. Okay, Steve Moncrief hopefully is across this one. As good as Jill's looks, we can't hear her. So I'm not looking so good, I have to say. It's a hair up day for me. So obviously Steve's just resetting the controls, putting some more charcoal.
Can't hear you now talking either.
There we go. Yeah, bit of a glitch on that one. Jill looking good, but we couldn't hear her. Apologise for my hair. It was obviously a hair up day for me. But it would have been, we will maybe come back to her. Steve, you keep us posted. Steve Moncrief in the Nerve Centre, just working out all the technical side, because there's a lot to do, different judges to juggle around, and also a lot of interviews to drop in, and we're going to do some live stuff as well. And we're going to be speaking to Jill Hall about 1:30, just to find out about her Butler's People's Choice. But in the meantime, I know Jeremy Bowen, talked about Jeremy before, but he's actually been very much involved with this. So Jeremy, if you are around, it would be great to connect to you and get you in just to talk a little bit about the People's Choice box. So before we get to the Best Blue. So I know you'll be doing your hair and just, you got a very dapper singlet on earlier on. So if we could just, this is Sam, who is my, here we go. This is a 20-year-old technical. There you go. He's got more hair than I did have hair like that once. He's just helping out. Good old Sam. I'm paying him in cheese, of course. Sam, we just need to find out if Jeremy Bowen we can get hold of Jeremy. So if you go on the little group we've set up, and that will be great before we go to Best Blue, which is going to happen at about 1:15. As good as I am filling, I could do a little bit of karaoke, but it would be great. Please no, it would be great. Where he is? Oh my goodness! The gang of two. Unmute yourself, Jezza, and go on. Yeah, and you're still muted. No, you're still muted. You got that. You got. There you go. Aha! Come on, you two. Say hello. And you've taken your black singlets off, Jeremy.
I know. Well, to be honest, I just thought I'd just go a little bit more posh. A little bit more posh for the cheesemakers.
My goodness, and you've got the superhero alongside you.
Well, this is Rachel. What I wanted to do is a bit of entente cordiale, because Rachel is a dear friend and also French.
Oh,
yes, I am.
Bonjour, welcome. We'd love to see you. Yeah, tell us a bit about yourself, Rachel. What you get up to?
I'm Rachel. I'm 39 years old.
No, Rachel, this is about virtually judging cheese. This isn't about speed dating with cheese.
Much funnier than you'll ever be, Jeremy. I tell you.
I'm actually head of deli at Belle & Sage. It has been 3 years now, and yes, I love my cheese.
Yeah, good. And
What else can I say?
Bale & Sage, what's your date? I mean, in normal times, not like recently. What would you be doing with Bale & Sage?
I'm head of deli, so I'm in charge of the cheese department, charcuterie, marinades, displays.
Right.
And to be honest, Nigel, I thought I'd have Rachel here just in case you asked any difficult questions on cheese, because I know what you like.
Yeah, well, there you go. Go on, tell us a bit about.
Difficult.
Yes, well, if she's French, she says it's Christmas, I'm singing carols. I don't want to mess around with Rachel. People's Choice Box. Jeremy, tell us what it is, what's gone into it, how we get hold of it.
Brilliant. Well, thanks very much, Nigel. People's Choice is very much about celebrating our wonderful cheesemakers and what they do. And what we're doing today, which is, guess what, judging. That's what we've done 2 classes already. And this allows the lucky recipients who ordered it in advance, even though it's still available, thank you very much, Nigel, to order now, so you can enjoy it afterwards, to, guess what, instead of sing along, judge along. So you have a wonderful collection of 6 cheeses from one of our hero cheesemakers, which is of course Jill from Butlers, and she has orchestrated and curated 6 of her fabulous cheeses, and then linked it up with some crackers courtesy of Peter's Yard, and then we've got Irish black butter. If you don't know it, you should. Great condiment to go with cheese and charcuterie. So it's an apple-based artisan condiment from Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland food products are amazing, as you know, Nigel. So a curated box. The whole box has been curated by the legendary Cara Bowen, who is one of the Virtual Cheese Awards curators. And if you bought it in advance, you could be judging on the day, fun and informative, listening to the experts, but also a link pops through to you if you bought the box. You click on, and that means you can put, there's no zeros, there's only heroes. Like it, Nigel? 1 to 6 cheeses, and you put it in order of what you like. So that in the next couple of weeks, because the boxes can be bought next week and the following week, we're going to have, hurrah, Rachel, hurrah,
Hurrah!
thank you, the People's Choice Box winner.
Good northern boy that I am, I need to know how much it's going to cost. How much brass?
How much brass? So
Yeah.
to you, Nigel, and to everybody else, 45 quid, including P&P, excluding Highlands and Islands.
Fantastic.
So you can't order it if you live in Peru.
Okay, well, you probably can. I'll just take it. No, you can't. Forget it. No, don't complicate things. Rachel, just tell us a little bit about, if people have never been to Bale & Sage, tell us about where it is, and what it is, and how long it's been on the go.
So the Bale & Sage I'm working for is at Parsons Green. It is a lovely area. The shop is wonderful. We're selling very, very good food. I'm very passionate about what I'm doing. It makes me happy every day. And if you come along, you're going to have a very friendly customer service, which is very personal. And we are passionate about what we're doing. is a way display, food, the shop, and working for Jenny Allen as well. Something that I'm very proud of because she's a lovely person and a lovely woman. We have now an 8 shop. We're going to have a 9 one. So
the biggest deli, well, not just deli, but if you like,
thank you for having me.
grocery deli in Britain today. Jenny Allen owns 8 shops, which means she is the biggest concern in the UK today. And certainly Rachel is slightly going under the radar. She really is their cheese expert there.
Right. And where's the new one going to be? And when's it opening, hopefully?
You'd have to kill me. So there is Chelsea Open. They've got a wonderful, just down from Chelsea and Westminster Hospital. So that opened, would you believe, just before COVID. And what Jenny decided to do was keep all her stores open during COVID. She signed up the staff, made sure that they were happy, and she kept on trading all the way through. And certainly the people around Chelsea were just delighted. It was pretty much one of the only stores that were open. And also during COVID is Chelsea and Westminster Hospital. All the team there has got a discount in the stores and also fast-tracked into the stores because, of course, as we all know, there was a queuing system. Yeah. And that was with any retail operation.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Rachel, it's lovely to meet you on camera and good luck.
Lovely to meet you as well.
In Parsons and Green. Lovely piece of symmetry. It was a great pub there called the White Horse.
There is
amazing.
Amazing.
The pub I'm staying at here, the Anchor at Walberswick, used to be run by Mark and Sophie Dorber before they moved to Suffolk. So they used to run the White Horse, aka the Slowly Pony. So there you
Indeed.
go.
Well done, yeah.
Yet again, Jeremy, you're punching way above your weight with your partner there on screen. So well done, Rachel.
I know.
And we'll be back.
I am not worthy, Nigel. I am not worthy.
Yes, you are.
And well done with the People's Choice box. Great for you. We've got to go and taste some blue. So thank you, and we'll speak later. Take care.
Indeed, Bye, bye, bye.
There you go. My goodness. We're not going to go and run with the video, as good as that handsome man with the big hair is. Yeah, he looks spooky. We are going to go with Best Blue Cheese. Richard Newell's back with us. And when we've got a Griggsy in the house. It's unless you're going to stay and judge blue, you're going to have to bugger off for the moment, Jezza. So I know you stay there. It doesn't matter. Steve Moncrief's just working his magic. So Julie, where have we tracked her down? Griggsy. She's in South Cadbury in Yeovil. Lovely part of the world, obviously right in the heart of cheese making country. And she and Richard are going to be judging Best Blue. And I know, again, we're tasting the ones that already got through from the final other categories which were tasted on Tuesday. So we've whittled it down from 31 to methinks 9, because we've also got the, we've got the Best Consumer Cheese. Richard's back in the seat. Whatever he's had to do, he's done it. And there she is, our Julie. How are you, love? Look at you. You look like you're in some fantastic posh sauna. That's great in Yeovil. I know you've got to unmute yourself, otherwise I'm doing all that lip reading. So there you go. Welcome. What a great room.
Thank you. Yes, it's very rustic down here in Somerset. And so this is my garden office, but it's very quiet down here and perfect.
Garden office. I like the idea of that. Fantastic. And also I love the way you've got all the cheese set up there so we can see it to start with. And also, again, whenever you want, you and Richard's already now become a past master of this, just holding it up to the camera so we can see it as you go along. How's it been for you, Julie? Lockdown? Have you been able to work, family? What's been the scenario for you?
Well, work has been somewhat reduced. It's been quite a challenging time for the small cheesemakers. But it's given time for exploring the local countryside here, which is lovely, walking, cycling, taking photographs. So really it was a time to take stock. But now I'm pleased to see that lots of companies are getting back on track, and so I'm getting used to the idea of going back to work now.
Yeah, I think it might be a very different world we go back to, but maybe in many ways not a bad thing. I mean, as you said, you know, walking, appreciating the countryside, smelling the flowers, literally having time to see the wildlife and not to have all the planes in the air. I think the air quality's been better than ever all around the UK. So Great. Well, it's good to see you, and you're in good hands because Newley's already into the second category. He's torn his way through with Best Territorial, and he and Big Bad Bruce didn't lock horns too much for two alpha males. But well done, and we're moving on. Tell us a bit about the category you've got in front of you now, Richard, and what you're looking for.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Nigel. Yeah, so we're looking at the best blue in the show, and we only have 3 exhibits, but all super cheeses. So we've got the Blue Stilton class first. Then we've got the best other hard British blue cheese. And then we finish with the British soft blue cheese. So some real super samples to go at, and looking forward to getting cracking.
I'm looking, I think your backdrop, it looks stunning. It looks so good as though it could be computer generated, but I think that's actually your actual backdrop, isn't it?
Yeah, well, my wife, she says, Richard, you do the DIY. I'll be the interior designer. So she knows exactly what she wants, and as long as I do as I'm told, everything's great. So
your
this
Mrs.
is the
called?
hub of our house, Nigel.
Yeah. What's she called?
Tricia.
Well, she's done a great job. Again, like me, you married way above your station. So
She's working in the other room, so don't speak too loudly. We don't want her getting big-headed now.
Okay, away you go, you two.
Okay, so the first sample is a Blue Stilton, sample number 341, and just for the viewers, with Blue Stilton, or any blue cheese, we're actually eating what the blue mold has done to the curds. So these cheeses start off very, very acidic when they're very young, long before anyone would actually eat them. But as the cheese matures on, the blue, we pierce the cheese to let air in. You can see here where there are some lines where the needles have gone in. Not this popular fallacy that they're copper rods. Compounds of copper are poisonous. So this is just stainless steel needles, in goes the air, and all the blue starts to flower in all the crevices of the curds. And it breaks the curd down from being very acidic and very almost a crumbly into something with a lovely soft mellowness. And the finished eat should be what the blue has done, not the taste of blue mold. We all know how bad bread mold tastes. And of course, with Blue Stilton, totally different. So shall we make a start, Julie?
Yes, indeed.
What are your thoughts on these?
Well, having worked also with Stilton myself, I think it's a really good example of Stilton, because the bluing continues all the way through the rind. That's one of the biggest challenge in Stilton, and there's no evidence of the rods bringing the exterior rind inside the cheese. So appearance-wise, I think this is an excellent looking piece of Stilton. It's also got the buttery colour. The curd is white when it goes into the mould, and now it's matured. It's nice yellow, creamy looking cheese.
Yeah, it really is almost textbook perfection for Stilton. Yeah. Just as Julie said, when the needles go in from this angle, of course, they're further apart near the edges. So to get blue up in this area can be quite unusual on Stilton unless it's made really well, and this piece clearly is.
Yeah, really nice, even bluing. Shall we taste it?
Let's go for it.
Cuts really nice and creamy.
It's such a critical thing, isn't it, Julie, when you eat blue cheese like a Stilton, because it's not dissimilar in a way to the mold ripened Bries. Getting the cheese at the right time is so important. Too young, it's acid and metallic. Far too old, it goes nutty and sort of a bit fusty. But get it in that middle range.
Yeah.
Just superb.
It is. The texture completely changes to smooth, buttery, and it melts in the mouth when it's just right.
Shall we do some scoring?
Yes, let's.
Sorry, I've still got your mouth full there. What were your thoughts on appearance out of 10?
I couldn't resist going back for a second taste. So I think that's essentially, as we discussed, that's a perfect Stilton. It's even bluing, it's all to the edges. There's different marbling. It's not just down the irons. So for me, that's pretty close to a 10, I would say.
I'm there. I'd actually put 9.8 down, but it's, shall we? A 10's good for me.
Yeah.
Really is super. And I'm not just saying that for the sake of this competition. It really is super. Aroma, just perfectly pleasant, slight sweet aroma.
Yeah, it's pleasant. It's sweet. It's really good. It's clean. You smell the mold, the sweetness, the aroma. Yeah, it's really good. Whether it
9.3?
Yeah, that's fine.
9.2?
9.2.
And the flavour, that lovely blend. Quite often when people eat Stilton, they think it's salty, and it actually has no more salt in it than a cheddar. You're actually tasting all the compounds that are developed as the blue mold breaks the curd down.
Yeah, and I think it's that creamy that it takes a while to meld down in the mouth, that delivers the salt, because it's there for a longer time.
Yes, absolutely.
Through. I mean, the flavour's really good. It's clean. It's got the piquant. You can taste the blue mold. There's no bitterness. It's not harsh. I could perhaps take just a little tad more flavour on it.
Go for it.
So, but it's really good. I'm still looking at 9.
Yeah, and I'm probably a 9.5 even on that one.
Yeah, that's fine. 9.5.
Texture, lovely and creamy, soft.
It is.
It really shouldn't fall into crumbs. That would happen if the cheese was on the young side.
Yeah, it cuts really nice with the openness. It's broken down. It's creamy, buttery. Yeah, it's perfect.
You want to score that, Julie?
I would say it's really, really good. For me, it could even have just that little bit more buttery, creamy note. It could be a little more that way. So maybe 8.5.
Yeah, I'm a bit higher than that. Shall we split the difference and go for 8.8?
Yeah, Richard's a more generous judge than me. 8.8 is fine.
Lovely. Having looked after 3 different blue Stilton factories, or worked in them during my tenure, just like you, plenty of experience with blue, and blues are my speciality, my favourite, really, to be honest. Okay.
Yeah.
Aftertaste. Very clean, mellow.
Yeah, it's sweet. There's no. Sometimes with Stilton you get a bit of harshness at the end. There's none of that with this. It's mellow. It's good. So 9.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Have you noticed nobody ever says about any food, "Oh, isn't that nice and bitter"? It's not something that's really desirable.
Yeah.
So, but that piece of cheese, absolutely wonderful. True to character, Julie?
It's right up there, isn't it?
It's a 10, isn't it?
10, yeah.
It's exactly how it should be.
Yeah.
Nice, clean
Brilliant.
crust.
And I'm looking forward to coming back to that later this evening.
I think I've eaten more of my piece than you've
I noticed
eaten.
there was a piece missing off the end.
Actually, Julie, could you just hold that piece up to the camera, and hold it there for a minute, a bit closer? That's it. It'll just zoom in. It'll just take time to. That's it. Yeah, that looks stunning. And could you just show us the rind as well? Thank you.
Yes, that's a point actually. It's got a nice, colourful, orangey rind, and that's quite important for the appearance. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't smell it, but I almost can, if you know what I mean. I can imagine what it. And as Richard alluded to, it's right up there. It's top of the tree. It's a very fine example. And
to get the rind so brightly coloured like that, but it's not ingressing onto the cheese is quite a challenge.
Yeah,
really well
Nigel,
done.
if you put your nose very close to the microphone, you might just be able to smell it.
Yeah, it's got to happen. That technology can't be that far away. Bloody hell, look at us. We're all looking at each other at these different screens. So I hope the scratch and sniff world is not far off.
Oh, I wish you wouldn't say that.
Just to go through them scores then, we've got 9.8 for appearance, 9.2 for aroma, 9.5 for flavour, 8.8 for texture.
What did you just say, Louisa, then?
For texture, 8.8.
Yes, sorry, thank you.
9 for aftertaste. 10 for true to character. That's a total of 56.3 out of 60. So that's excellent marks.
Louisa, have you ever thought of doing the football scores? That was very good. Good.
Was it?
You know, absolute
New
enunciation.
job for me.
Very good. That's impressive.
Can you play darts and do the subtractions just as quickly?
I wish.
Okay, shall we move on?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the next sample is the other hard blues class. So, you know, for the viewers' benefit, typical hard blues, there are lots of them around, but things like there's a blue Wensleydale, people have tried a blue cheddar. Always tricky to make because they're hard blue, the texture is tighter, and there's less oxygen for the blue to flower. Quite an interesting piece of cheese, Julie.
Yes.
So it's a blue Shropshire.
Yes. Yeah, it's it's obviously got annatto added to give it colour, and on this sample, the bluing is not quite as full as the Stilton. It's not quite to all the edges.
No, I agree. You can see that the top, almost a half of it on this part doesn't have blue. Now that could be just where the knife's gone through or the cutting wire. We've also got some ingress of the flora and fauna on the outside of the crust into the cheese. Can you see the brown on the piercing lines?
So in terms of appearance, it's not as well presented as the Stilton.
No, I'd agree. Would you like to, shall we score that now or shall we try it first?
Well, we could score it. I'm thinking 6 or 7.
Yeah, I'm afraid I'm in the same place. You really wouldn't want to see that staining there. So, yeah, I mean, shall we go with 7?
Yes.
And aroma?
Aroma. It's got a slightly bitter, harsh aroma.
Yeah, it's sort of earthy.
Earthy.
Well, firstly, I'm trying to use positive descriptors because it's a nice piece of cheese. It's won its class, but it does. You just wonder if it's been presented a little too old.
That's exactly what I was thinking, because if you look at the mould, some of it's no longer bright blue or green. There's a little brown coming in. So it perhaps might have reached its best 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think so too. So for aroma, we're about a 7 again?
Yes.
Would you agree?
Yes.
So it's got a pleasant sweet flavour.
There is some sweetness. It's quite piquant.
Yep.
It doesn't have the sweety creamy note.
I'm also getting a little bit of ammonia.
Yes.
When the blue mould does its work, viewers, and when it breaks the curd down, it converts the amino acids into ammonia, and the ammonia neutralises the acid. If it goes a little bit too far, then you can start to get it up the back of the nose, a bit smelling salty. So it's just probably a little bit too far on, Julie.
That's exactly what I think. 2 or 3 weeks ago, it was probably a really good cheese, a little better than it is today as we see it.
Yeah, so potentially a good cheese, a bit on the old side. Probably an 8 on flavour.
Yes.
Does have that nice sweet nuttiness about it.
Yes. Yeah, 8 is fine.
And texture?
Texture's fine. I mean, it cuts.
Yep.
So 8.5.
Yeah, let's go for 8.5. I am tasting. It's not often you can actually taste the blue mould, as in bite on it.
Yeah.
I'm getting a little bit of blue mould.
Yes. Yeah.
Aftertaste?
It kind of disappears a little bit later. There's quite a big impact, and then the aftertaste is quite mellow, sweet.
Yeah, I think it's a pleasant aftertaste. Probably a 9, 9.2.
9.2.
And true to character. Well, it's definitely a typical rustic, traditional British terrier, interesting crust.
Yeah.
Probably just a little bit too old for the
Yes,
to
I
be true
agree.
to type.
Yeah.
So,
Mm.
oh, an 8.
Sorry?
I'd probably go with an 8.
I think so, yeah. 8, I agree.
Just Richard, you said a moment ago, just that you tasted the blue, the actual blue mold. For you, was that basically too discernible? Was it didn't blend in, or were you happy with that?
With the blue mold, if you get too, you should really be eating, as I mentioned earlier, what the blue mold has done to the curd rather than the actual blue mold itself. And if you get a lot of blue mold spores, you can actually physically, it's almost like biting a leaf. You know, you actually can feel some, it's not grittiness, it's just like biting on a leaf. And it's not unpleasant. I'm sure some people love it, but you wouldn't really want it if you're in a competition like this where we're being very critical.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So just to go through those scores, we've got 7 for appearance, 7 for aroma, 8 for flavour, 8.5 for texture, 9.2 for aftertaste, and 8 for true to character. So that's a total of 47.7 out of 60.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I agree. So shall we move on to the last sample?
Yes.
So this is the soft blue cheese class, and this is an interesting sample because it's packed in what we call a thermoform punnet. These are okay for blue cheese, but they have to allow the cheese to breathe. If we sent one of these in a vac pack, the blue would die. But this has been packed to try and keep the cheese in its best condition. So it's got some air around it so it can breathe. It's quite moist. And again, I'm jumping ahead here, Julie, but what a lovely looking piece of cheese.
Absolutely, because it's with a softer, higher moisture cheese, which this is, it's even more difficult to get that even blue in, and it's really nice and even. There's some really nice openings, which you need for the blue mold to grow, of course. It's kept a nice shape. I've had mine open for a little while to allow it to warm up a little bit, and yeah, it's a nice contrast, the green mold against the whitish curd. It's really nice.
And you can see here that this has been pierced from above downwards, and that's why it doesn't have the blue veining like you'd see in a Stilton. It's more like, what would you say, dolciolata?
Yes, it does look like dolciolata. Where it's softer, sometimes that line remains. Doesn't look quite as soft as the dolciolata, but it's really exciting for this to be.
I'm really looking forward to trying it, Julie, actually.
Yeah. I can't wait. Shall we go?
Let's go for it. I'm not going to eat from the very, very nose of the cheese. Shall we score it for appearance before we put some in our mouth?
That's a good idea. Well, again, it's right up there, isn't it? For this type of cheese, it's really well presented.
I'm almost a 10 again, to be honest.
I think so. Yeah. Let's go.
Shall we go for that? And aroma?
It's really nice. You've got the aroma of blue mold in a very fresh, positive way.
It's very difficult to say you can smell sweetness, but,
yeah.
But you can.
You can, yeah.
Maybe it's just association. So probably for me an 8 on aroma, 8.5.
8.5, yeah.
That's so delicate. Julie and I have a lot of experience of blue cheese, and so many of them can be spoilt just by timing, or they can have bitterness or harshness or almost like burn. But that is just like eating velvet.
Mm.
I don't know, but you almost wonder if it's sheep's milk. It has a different colour curd and it feels so velvety.
Absolutely, and that gives it that nice clean flavour as well. I think you might be right. But it just melts in the mouth slowly. And as Richard
I'm
said,
going to save a piece of this for my wife for after the session because she'll really like this.
and it's a really nice kind of entry blue cheese for people that don't like really strong blue cheese flavours. It's really mellow but delivers flavour at the same time. There's sweetness.
It's so true what you've just said, because a lot of the stronger blue cheeses tend to be in the old man premise, and this is actually broad appeal, non-polarizing, but still delicious.
I think you're right. I think it's sheep. Lovely.
I'm right up there with it, you know. I don't know who makes this in this country, but what a great brand in the making.
It's got a kind of peppery spiciness, but in a very delicate way.
I'm like at 9.8. Do you think I'm over exaggerating it?
No, not at all.
Shall we do that? Shall we go 9.8? That's the highest score I've given on flavour in the whole competition.
Yeah, it's
You
right
two,
up there.
you're abandoned. You don't care anymore. You just,
No,
hey,
no.
good. That's what we want to hear.
Put this in my back pocket and off to the pub after the set.
I'll get my coat.
Texture, again, is a 9.8.
At least, yeah. I think the texture is perfect, actually. It holds its shape.
Shall we do from Lennox a 10?
I think 10, actually. I really do.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Aftertaste?
Aftertaste is sublime, actually. It remains with you. There's the malt flavour, there's the sweetness, there's the piquant, spicy, but it's all in balance, and it's just really subtle.
Do you want to call this one, Julie?
Well, I can't. There's nothing bad about the aftertaste, so I'm right up there, 9.5, 10.
Which?
Where do you go? Where?
Shall we split the difference?
Yeah.
Shall we do 9.8?
Yes.
It's a remarkable product.
It really is. For a British cheese as well, you'd think that had come from continental mainland Europe.
You really would. You really would.
Really
Good
nice.
diplomacy. Well done, you two. I think that's your final cheese, isn't it? So we're just going to slightly hurry you because we've got to.
Right.
Nigel, we're on a 10 for true to type.
Yeah, you're doing well.
Yeah.
Louisa, you've got to unmute yourself.
Thank
All right.
You need to unmute your microphone, Louisa.
It's all right. You're not the first.
No. Is it unmuted now? Because it says unmuted.
Good.
Okay. So we've got 10 for appearance, 8.5 for aroma, 9.8 for flavour, 10 for texture, 9.8 for aftertaste, and 10 for true to character, which is an overall score of 58.1.
Wow.
And well deserved.
Yeah.
Fantastic
Yeah,
scores.
definitely. And I'll be meeting you later.
Privileged to judge these classes.
Well
Excellent.
done, you two. That's fantastic and interesting as well. You're saying about that could be, sheep. There's been some great goats, great buffalo milk cheeses around the blues at the moment. It's a fantastic category, and well done, you two. Well done, Richard, for doing a double header. Appreciate that.
No, you're more than welcome. I'm going to go and get a cup of tea now.
Yeah.
Indeed, before you put that back in your back pocket and head to the pub. And Julie, you enjoy that sauna. You promised yourself.
I will do. Thank you. I'm looking forward to a glass of wine with this piece of cheese and later.
Good. And nice to see you. Looking well, in Yeovil, and take care. And thank you for taking part. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And I know we're waiting. We've got a Mitchell in the wings, and then we've got a Shackleton. Before we cut to them, I think we've got a Pooley in the house. Nigel P is just going to come update us on a couple of the early rounds, scores on the doors. If you are there, Nige, nice to see your visage. And how's it going? And give us some scores.
I'm here. That was fantastic, that blue class. Amazing scores on that last sample.
Yeah, really good range. And you could just see. I mean, when we are able to smell them through our computers, which won't be long off. I mean, but we had a pretty good idea. They look great.
You can, if you eat a lot of cheese, you hear the words, you know exactly what they're talking about. Now it tastes, it's great, yes. Anyway, I've got some fantastic news straight off the press.
Great.
I can let you know the winner of the best cheddar cheese is, drum roll, Dale Farm from Dunmanbridge, Northern Ireland.
Fantastic.
I won't go through the seconds and the thirds because the important thing is the winner, because that's going to be now in the final. So great news. And the best territorial cheese was a Great Red Leicester. It did really well in the classes as well, I remember. And that is from Long Clawson Dairy. Long Clawson, renowned for Stilton.
Yeah.
They're making fabulous Red Leicester.
Well done, Long Clawson. Great.
So we have 2 of our finalists. Ready
Well, Nige, as well. And the judges are making it, they're great. It's interesting, intriguing, CV expertise. And it's fantastic. So I'm going to keep, because we want to keep to the schedule, otherwise I'm going to be in big trouble with the other.
You're doing well. Thanks. I just wish I was judging, but never mind.
I know, likewise. I know you suddenly think, oh my goodness, I just want to go and ram raid a cheese board now.
Yeah.
But thank you. We'll be back to you for more later on. In the meantime, I'm chairman of British Cheese Awards. He's kept me in in order over the years. Coombe Castle, lucky to have him. We've got. I mean, he's a rugby player. He's one of the most handsome rugby players who ever's been out there. Of course, Peter Mitchell, welcome to you, Best Enhanced Cheese. And then Holly Shackleton is alongside you, of course, editor of Specialty Food Magazine. There you are, Pierre. Nice to see you. Just going to unmute yourselves. That's how it works. You're still muted, Peter. So down at the bottom left.
I am, yeah. I don't know why I did that. Sorry about that.
Doesn't matter. Look, nice to see your smiling visage.
To see you now. Yeah, I'm not. By the way, I'm not chairman of the British Cheese Awards anymore. Just to make that.
I know. I said you have over the years kept me in order when you were chairman, and
yeah.
You tried anyway. But
I'm still involved with Julius.
And you did a great job. So thank you, Holly. Hi.
Hello. Can you see me? Oh, I can see myself. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. And you're not a million miles from me. Are you in Ipswich?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, because I'm at Walberswick.
Are you? I was in Southwold yesterday.
Oh, goodness, could have met on the beach.
Great minds, we should have done.
Yeah, well, it would. No, it's lovely here, I have to say, and great. I will be going for a swim in the sea later on. So good. And I know Peter's at Melksham Way. And
Newton.
Oh, there you go. And I know exactly where you are then. How have you been, Peter? How's lockdown been for you?
Yeah. To be honest with you, from my point of view, from our point of view, we've been actually quite busy. We're an exporter of cheese and cream, and for us, business has been quite good. Been a bit quiet in April, but picked up. So we've been busy exporting British cheeses all over the world, and continue to do so. And it's getting busier as the weeks go by. So that's good.
Yeah, good. Yes, I mean, unprecedented, all the words surreal, but there have been some good things to come out of it, and let's hope that we keep the cheese fraternity on the go. Holly, how's it for you? How's it been? Have you been in Ipswich all the time?
Yes, yeah, I've been in Ipswich the whole time. The office is all closed down. We've been really, really, really busy because obviously the food industry some people have been evolving and being superheroes. Some have obviously been struggling. So we've been kind of trying to support the industry, make the most of opportunities where they are. So good, but very busy.
Yeah, well, you've been doing well because you've been spreading the love, keeping people informed. That's what proper journalism is all about, but particularly in our specialty food sector, hence the Specialty Food Magazine. So thank you very much for that.
It's a pleasure.
Much appreciated. And then Best Enhanced, Peter, what are we looking for in this category, and how many people go out?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. As the word explains, it's cheeses that are enhanced, and usually enhanced with other ingredients to complement the cheese, and that's what we're looking for. Really, we're looking for something that complements the cheese, doesn't necessarily overpower it, and you get a good balance really between the base cheese and the other added ingredients. So that's the kind of thing. But it is a little bit, dare I say it, chalk and cheese, a bit Marmite. It can be like that, So yeah, it's an interesting one. But yeah, I think we have of that type of product, of that type of cheese, we have some interesting entries here. So yeah,
I know you've got 5 that have come through to you. So away you go and have fun.
Excellent. Okay. Right. Okay. Well, I think we'll kick off with the first one, Holly. Yeah, which is the Wensleyan Cranberry. Looks like to me. So let's have a look at that one. It's obviously a very popular, probably one of the most popular cheeses, I think, of all the additive cheeses now. Invented by the guys up in Wensleydale, really, as you'd probably expect with a name like Wensleydale and Cranberry. So, first of all, with the appearance, to me, it looks a good example that the fruit has got a good distribution of fruit in it, and it's not too small pieces. The pieces aren't too small. They're not too much chopped up, as they often can be. So I thought that looked, I think that looks quite nice, to be honest with you. So yeah, nice and bright. So as you'd expect, really. Aroma, what do you think? I mean, to me, immediately you get the milky creaminess of the Wensleydale coming through, that of the cheese, as you'd expect. A little bit of sweetness there from the fruit, but it's nice and clean.
Yes, lovely freshness.
It sounds obvious, and people say a lot of it, but it's clean. You can get it yeasty sometimes, these cheeses, with the fruit addition. Sometimes you get a little bit of yeast flavour, but no, I think that's quite nice. So appearance, I'd probably give that maybe an 8. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm happy with that. Like you said, I don't know how well people can see the distribution. Hopefully that helps a bit.
Yeah, that's good. Right up to the camera, please, Holly. And then it takes a while to focus. We lift it up a bit.
There you are.
Leave it in one place. That's good.
Yeah.
And yeah, it focuses in pretty well. That's good. Thank
Yeah,
you.
so good distribution in there.
It is.
Nice sized bits of the fruit as well. So appearance, happy with 8, definitely.
Aroma, yeah, I mean, I'd say probably maybe a 7 or a 7.5, but it's pleasant, quite mild, but again, you'd expect that, really.
I'd say that you don't get a huge amount of the fruit sweetness coming through in the aroma.
Yeah,
so I'm happy with the 7.
Okay, so as far as flavour is concerned, so what I quite like about that is it's not overly sweet, which these sometimes can be. So the first thing I get was a little bit of acidity from the cheese, from the Wensleydale, which is a young cheese, acid cheese. That comes through, that mildness, that creaminess really comes through. And then you start getting the cranberry. I mean, you know, it is a good cranberry, you know. There's probably 2 cranberries and apricots that go really well with you know, that type of cheese.
Yeah, really good. It's you get a good amount of tang from the cheese and also from the fruit. It's not kind of overly sweet.
Yeah.
Really nicely balanced.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I'd be happy to give that an 8, I think. Or
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Texture, well, as you'd expect, really, it's smooth. I mean, it's extruded cheese, so it's going to be quite well broken down. Little bit maybe grainy, but again, you kind of would expect that. A little bit of graininess, but not too much. And it's certainly not lumpy, so it's nice and smooth. It breaks down really well. So on texture, I'd probably give that an 8.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, you okay? And what about aftertaste?
With the aftertaste, I think the flavour carries on really well. It takes a while to dissipate, so it's quite a kind of satisfying aftertaste. And it maintains both the sweetness and the savoury tang as well. So I'd give that an 8, I think. Quite happy with that.
Okay. Yeah, I would as well. I think, you know, that acidity lingers, which is good. Okay. And so I think it's pretty high up there when it comes to being true to character. Yeah, we actually export quite a lot of additive cheese and Wensleydale and Cranberry, and you know, that is probably as good as it gets, to be honest with you, when it comes to that product. So
yeah,
I'd be quite happy with that, and I'd probably think maybe a 9 or something out of.
Yeah,
for that.
I'd be happy to give it a 9. I mean, it's a really, really good example of that kind of cheese, isn't it? It's kind of all that you're asking for from Wensleydale with Cranberry. So 9 is good.
Just to go through the scores then, we've got 8 for appearance, 7 for aroma, 8 for flavour, texture and aftertaste, and 9 for true to character. to a total of 48 out of 60.
Good.
Yep, that'll do. Okay. Right. Well, next one. The two truckles are pretty, looking at them, pretty interesting. And they've got quite a distinct flavour. Maybe if we go on to this one.
Well,
Yeah.
Peter, there. Just that's it. You need to hold it just for a second so the camera can
Yeah, I
and you
know.
do it at the same time. And if you want to see, yeah, there you go.
Fine.
That's it. And then if you press speaker view rather than gallery, you'll actually see the individual person speaking. So that's Peter's version. You keep talking, Peter. But Holly, if you could just also hold yours up. I think yours.
Yeah. Oh, this is my
just
one.
looking a bit better.
Couple of chunks taken out already. I couldn't quite.
That's rather nice. It's like Desperate Dan's been at
Had
it.
to do into temptation, I'm afraid.
Not too young.
Yeah, I can see your shape. Yeah, the shape of it.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you do want to hone in on them, press speaker view rather than gallery. Or galley even.
Peter, which entry number is this one?
Okay, so this is entry number 234.
Thank you.
So yeah, I would say this was a Gouda cheese. So it's a Dutch, certainly a Dutch style cheese, and it has obviously some seeds throughout the cheese. The Dutch guys would often put cumin in Gouda. Actually, I think this is fenugreek because you can really smell it, and it smells like a curry, which is, I think, rather nice. But it's, you know, aniseed as well. There's obviously that aniseed flavour coming through. We don't use fenugreek much in this country. Nigel knows far more about this than me, but I first came across it in Switzerland in some cheese, which I won't bore you with, but it was really interesting. And it was rotten cheese, basically, but they eat it like that. Yeah, and they, you know, fenugreek, it's a herb they use a lot of it on the continent, and it's interesting, really is. I think
cumin works well. It's some of a similar thing. It just, as you say, sometimes if your cheese isn't that great, or if it's going a little bit past your sell-by date, they used to add it to it just to. It's like any spicing and chili. There you go.
Oh yeah, a bit like meat, I suppose, a bit like a curry. But yeah, so that's, you know, appearance-wise, it's very much. I think I quite like the coloration of the cheese. You've got the rind and the darkness going towards the rind, but you've got a nice distribution of the added herbs. This is vat made, so it's made in the vat, so it's not extruded. Nothing wrong with that, but it's just the way they make this particular product and this particular cheese. So yeah, I thought appearance was good. I'd probably give it maybe an 8 or an 8.5.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I particularly like the colour of it. It's kind of lovely. I don't know how much you can see. Oh, how much you can see, but it's a lovely kind of gold.
Yeah, if you hold it up to the camera, Holly, and let it sit there for a second, or maybe. Oh my goodness, what happened there?
It's technology. It's not like when
that's good. There you go. It's just with the background sometimes.
Yeah.
It is the background, yeah.
A lovely colour.
But yeah, so immediately with aroma, you get that quite strong. Give it a good sniff, and to me, it really is curry powder. You know, it really comes through. The curry notes really come through. But not, you know, too overpowering, but it certainly overpowers the flavour and the savouriness of the cheese. But cheese is there. Obviously, you can detect that. So, you know, aroma. I think for this, for this example, an 8 or an 8.5. I would suggest maybe it's clean, but it's bearing in mind, you know, you'd be buying this knowing what it was. You know, it would be labelled as such. So yeah, it does what it says on the tin, as they say, I think.
I'd be happy with an 8.5, I think.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Really.
Right. Let's very savoury. The cheese probably isn't as young as I thought it might be, which is no bad thing, but the fenugreek really Cool, blimey. It really does come through, and it really gives the cheese a completely different dynamic. Yeah,
It's very deeply savoury.
very deeply savoury.
Yeah,
Exactly.
definitely. And perhaps more so than you'd think to look at it, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and more so than you think from the aroma.
Mm.
It's that. Wow, yeah. Right, quite piquant sort of flavour that comes through.
So maybe 9?
Maybe not everyone's cup of tea. I get that, but you know, I think considering, I quite like the way it's quite well balanced. You know what I mean? It's the fenugreek comes through, but then later on, the cheese notes are very present. So I think it's well balanced, and I just think it complements the cheese really well. So I don't know. What do you think on flavour?
I think a 9. I think it's really nicely balanced. Fenugreek doesn't overpower the cheese. The cheese is still king. So I score that pretty highly. Yeah, with a 9.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Absolutely. Yeah, I like that. It's nice. Similarly, I think the texture, I mean, it's fat made, so you've got a good body and texture. It's smooth, as you'd expect, really. So it's going to I think it's going to score fairly highly on texture. I'd give it a 8.5 or a 9, something like that.
Yeah, happy with that.
What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. Lovely creaminess to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe a 9.
Yeah. Sounds
Okay.
good.
What about aftertaste? I mean, you know you've eaten it, it's still there.
Lingers really well. It doesn't develop any bitterness, does it?
No.
Sometimes cheese do, but
True. Yeah, there's no bitterness there. Mellow, and yet you've got that flavour that does linger, but not overly so. It's not unpleasant. So again, on that basis, I think it could score fairly high, really. Maybe a 9.
Yeah.
Well, 8.5.
8.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that.
8.5. Yeah. So yeah, the aroma is it's coming out all the time as the cheese warms up. True to character, well, it's pretty true to character, isn't it? I think, when you look at the attributes of the cheese, it's going to be pretty high up there. Again, I think I'd probably give it a 9 or something like that.
Yeah, really good. It's again, as with the Wensleydale, it's kind of what you're looking for. If you're buying this kind of cheese, this ticks the boxes, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it does. So if we give that a 9, is that okay?
Perfect.
Sorry, did you decide on an 8 or an 8.5 for appearance?
Appearance, I think we had 8.5.
8.5. Okay. So then we've got 8.5 as well for aroma.
Yeah.
9 for flavour. 9 for texture.
Yeah.
8.5 for aftertaste.
Yeah.
9 for true to character, which is a total of 52.5.
Okay. You all right with that, Holly?
Yeah, perfect. Sounds good.
Excellent. Okay. We've got a couple of wax truckles, so should we go on to those?
Yeah, perfect.
We've got 139, which is the green colour wax. Not sure if you can see that. Again, my camera doesn't quite. Oh, that's better. White, yeah. Dark colours work better, don't they? So that's the wax truckle. Probably about 200 grams, something like that. They tend to be. Put that over there. So cut through the wax. I mean, the first thing, appearance, looking at the wax, is a nice wax coating, nice and even. The bottom is a little bit uneven, just a little bit. Not a big deal from an eating perspective, but, from a practical point of view, with labeling and everything else, maybe it's a little bit rough, but, being quite critical. Once you cut through the wax, right, interesting color of the cheese. Looks like a cheddar based cheese, but it's obviously got, So appearance, there's a nice coloration there and an even distribution of the ingredient. Yeah, I mean, I think, let's have a look. It smells to me like garlic and herbs. But yeah, a good distribution of the additives, and it's got that pale green sort of coloration. So when it comes to appearance, I'd probably think about maybe 7.5 or 8, something like that.
Yeah, sounds good.
Just maybe because of the base, perhaps not quite as high scoring as it could be.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Okay.
7.5 or an 8 that you're going for?
7.5, yeah. No. No. This smells a bit like packet soup. But, you know, in a good way. Nothing wrong with packet soup. And it's I think it's, you know, it's the herbs, the garlic that comes through. But yeah, it's an interesting.
Garlic certainly comes through quite strongly, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. So the garlic, I mean, you know, and again, you'll probably buy it on the basis that you know it's garlic and herbs. And it's the overriding aroma that comes through. What should we score it for aroma?
I would give it 8, I think.
Yeah.
Nice and punchy, savoury.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I've got a poll that's come through on my screen. Where do I put my cheese?
Yeah, that's for everyone you can delete yours, but if you want to fill it in while you can properly multitask. But yes, we're just trying to collate stuff, whether you're, get it from a cheesemonger.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
Great. Good idea.
9. Here we go.
So we've done aroma, yeah? 8.
Yep.
Right. Flavor. Wow, yeah. So, as you'd expect. Wow. Very strong burst of garlic. Comes through at first. Then the other herby notes sort of come through. I think I can taste those coming through.
You can definitely still taste the cheese as well, kind of tangy cheese, can't you?
Yeah, the savouriness of the cheese then comes through. Absolutely. But then when that kind of goes, the garlic, when that dissipates, the garlic doesn't, and that remains.
Lingers, doesn't it? Yeah.
It really lingers. But, you know, you like garlic, you like that. So it's what you'd expect really from that kind of that flavour. Yeah. Perhaps maybe if the cheese was to linger a little bit more, so it kind of overpowers it completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're not left with much of the cheese after a few seconds, are you? It's just it's a nice kind of warm garlic flavour rather than just being a kind of kick of raw garlic.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's nicely balanced, but yeah, definitely the garlic that wins out.
Just to let you both know, this category finishes at 1:15.
Right, we better move on.
Minutes left.
Okay. Right, well, let's crack on because what about the flavour of that one? An 8?
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Texture. I mean, it's extruded cheese. It's not too soft, but I think it could be a bit firmer. It's a little bit too weak.
Yeah.
Right,
if it gets warmer, it will really kind of soften up and.
Yeah. So texture, I'd probably give it a 7.
Yep, I agree with that.
Aftertaste is what it is, you know. The garlic really comes through. So I would probably say 8 for that.
Yep.
And true to character, yeah, well, it's pretty true to character. 8.5.
Yeah, I think so, definitely.
Okay.
Does the job, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So 8.5 for that one. So we've got scores on the doors. Louisa.
Yep, we've got 7.5 for appearance, 8 for aroma and flavour, 7 for texture, 8 for aftertaste, and 8.5 for true to character. So a total of 47 out of 60.
Okay, cool. Next one, next truckle, black one, number 237.
Peter, is this your last one, or have you got another one?
No, we've got one more after this.
Okay.
We'll move on. All right, we'll make it. So, okay. I like a good wax coat on that one. The base is quite even on this one, so it's slightly better than the last one, I'd say. Nice even specks of the ingredient, which is obviously truffle. Maybe a little bit small, but the cheese is a good color. Probably give that an 8.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Aroma is very much up there, obviously. Obviously very much truffle, but you know, you're going to get that with this, aren't you? People are probably going to use this as an ingredient in a dish rather than as a table cheese. But
you can still get the savouriness from the cheese coming through as well, which is good.
Yeah, you do, certainly with the flavour. Absolutely, yeah. So good. I mean, aroma 8.5.
Sounds good.
Well, the flavour, the savoury notes of the cheese definitely come through at the end, which is good. I'd give the flavour quite a high score. I'd give it a 9.
Yeah, I'm happy with that, definitely.
I quite like the texture. It's not, for an extruded cheese, it's not too weak, not too soft and tacky and sticky. So I'd score that fairly high. I'd probably give that an 8.
Yeah.
The texture. Aftertaste, yeah, I can just, again, obviously you've got the truffle that really comes through and it lingers, but I can detect a slight paraffin waxiness, which is from the wax, which is a shame. Not overriding, but it is there. And I think that means that particular characteristic is going to have to be scored down a little bit.
Yeah.
Probably make it a 7.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Which isn't bad out of 10, but you can detect it. As far as true to character is concerned, it's, well, yeah, it's what it is, isn't it? It's absolutely true to character. If you wanted to buy cheese with truffle, that's what you'd expect. So I'd give that a fairly high score, really.
Yeah. So a 9, do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a great example of what it is, definitely.
So scores on the doors, Louisa. We've got an 8 for appearance.
Yeah, 8.5 for aroma, 9 for flavour, 8 for texture. You just broke up for me when you were saying aftertaste. So could you just...
7 for aftertaste.
Yep, and then 9 for true to character, so a total of 49.5.
Lovely. Okay. Last one, best smoked cheese. So it won the best smoked. It's 347. Very distinctive coloration. Very nice looking cheese in appearance. You've got the marks where the cheese rests on the racks when it's being smoked. It's cold smoked. It's a naturally smoked product, which is cold smoked, around about 18, 20 degrees, something like that.
I'd score it pretty highly for the appearance. It's very attractive.
Yeah, I'll give it a 9 maybe.
Yeah, good.
Okay. Aroma, well, you know, as you'd expect, a lot of smokiness coming through. That wood smoke, really. Wood smoke flavor, aroma that comes through. Typical of a naturally smoked cheese, as opposed to an artificially one. Artificially smoked. Very nice. Slight sweetness as well. Quite nice. Yeah, again, I think aroma 8.5.
Yeah, yeah, sounds good. Again, you're still getting the cheese coming through as well. It's not just smoke, which can sometimes completely overpower.
Flavor, yeah, well, you know, again, the distinctive smokiness really comes through. Maybe for me a little bit too much. because it's masking the flavour of the cheese a little bit too much.
Mm.
I'd like to have a little bit more cheesy notes coming through. Tells me maybe the cheese is a little bit young. It just might be a little too mild, but it's tricky. You can't smoke mature cheese. Doesn't work. Very mature cheese. So you've got to get that age really right. That's not an easy one, but it's nice. It's good, but it really overpowers it. I'd probably go for an 8 on the flavour.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Texture 8.5. Pretty
Yeah, nice and creamy,
no
isn't it?
broken down. Good texture, firm body, not too weak. Aftertaste, yeah, well, you know, I just think it's got a little bit too much of that lingering smokiness.
Smokiness does take over a bit in the aftertaste, doesn't it?
Yeah, so we get that down to about 7.5, I think. But true to character, it's pretty up there, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
What do you reckon? So perhaps what, 8.5?
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, Louisa, score on that one.
The scores are 9 for appearance, 8.5 for aroma, 9 for flavour, 8 for texture, 7 for aftertaste, 8.5 for true to character. That's a total of 50.
Great stuff.
Right, okay.
Excellent. Thank you both.
So we've got an outright winner by about 52.5 points, is that right?
Yes, yeah, that's correct. 2, 3, 4.
You're right, Holly?
Brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheers, Holly. Cheers, Peter. That's much appreciated. Lending to your palates. I know, Holly, we've tasted lots of different events over the years, all the different things that you're involved with. And thank you again for keeping us so well informed from Specialty Food Magazine and everything that you've done with it. And Peter, we'll catch up with you later for the best of the best. Also, my number one man's just going to answer that phone for me. Barack Obama. He always rings when I'm on Zooming. But in the meantime, a very quick video. Jeremy Bowen alluded to Irish Black Butter before. Alistair Bell is the main man behind it, but it's in our Specialty People's Choice box. So let's find out what's been happening with the Irish Black Butter crew.
No! Where is it? I can't find it. Who moved my cheese? Have you seen my cheese? I'm Alistair, and I love cheese, particularly with my delicious Irish black butter.
It's gone.
What? Where? Where's the cheese gone?
To the Virtual Cheese Awards.
The Virtual Cheese Awards. Ah, cheese. To have cheese or not to have cheese? That is the question. You know, and you never realise what you've got until it's gone. We must have cheese. In this challenging time, it's more important than ever that we support our cheese producers. So do it now. Buy more cheese. And Irish black butter. So I want to say a big thank you to Jeremy, Sarah and Nigel who've been involved in organising these Virtual Cheese Awards. And cheese producers, we salute you. This has been an Irish Black Butter production for the Virtual Cheese Awards.
John Wilson, the Artisan Cheese Company. It's great to have you here and looking good. How's lockdown? But don't worry. But Alistair Bell, brilliant. Matters of stick, but really fantastic, of course. Irish black butter, of course, which is not made from butter. It's made from lovely pureed intense apples. But it's part of our People's Choice box, which I know Jill Hall's going to talk about shortly. But in the meantime, thank you, Best Enhanced Cheese. And now we're moving on to Best Speciality. Delighted. We've tracked her down in Wincanton in Somerset. It's Sally Young. Hello, afternoon to you, Sally. And I know Richard Parsons is back with us as well, live from Royal Wootton Bassett in Wiltshire. So they are going to be our two judges for Best Speciality. And then later on, we're going to find out what Jill Hall's been up to. Hi, Sally. Looking good. That's it. You're just going to unmute yourself. And Ricardo's in there somewhere. We've already spoken to him once. I'm going to speak to him again. But Sally, unmute yourself. How have you been? How are tricks in Wincanton, and how's your lockdown been?
Well, the sun's now come out in Wincanton, so that's good. I should be out in the garden later on this afternoon. And lockdown's been pretty good. My husband and I got back from a trip to New Zealand and Australia early March, so just before lockdown occurred. So we had plenty of things to do indoors and plenty of gardening to do. So yeah, lockdown's not been too bad at all, actually.
Oh, great. Nice to see you back. And we got wrestled you back from New Zealand. You probably won't be able to go there for another couple of years. I mean, they are.
You won't, no.
No, but you've got it in as well. And Richard's here. We've just got a variety of backdrops with him from his chateau down in Wiltshire. But nice to see you back again. Yeah, Sally, tell us a bit about this particular category and what you're looking for.
Well, we're looking at the best speciality cheese, and out of the 5 cheeses that we're looking at today, they are quite different, although we do have 2 that are very, very similar in actual fact. But the term speciality cheese is really a sort of an umbrella name, if you like, for some cheeses that are perhaps a little bit more exclusive. You know, they may have some added value to them in terms of the specific ingredients or unusual ingredients. Or they might have different characteristics that have been brought about by the way in which they've been made, you know, which is down to cheesemakers' experience, you know, and perhaps something as simple as how they mature the cheeses in terms of temperatures and maturations. So, as I said, we have 5 cheeses that we're looking at today. 2 of them are quite similar. The particular ones we're looking at today are made from organic milk. We have a washed rind cheese. We have a fresh cheese, and also a white mold ripened cheese as well. So Richard, if it's okay with you, I think we'll perhaps start with entry 145, which is the organic hard cheese.
Yep.
Okay. Clearly cut from a block of cheese originally. Okay. It's sort of rather cheddar-like at first appearance. Okay. Let me cut into it now.
Yes, it's got a slightly slitty texture.
It has.
Which indicates they've used a starter which produces probably CO2, but also adds flavour.
Yeah.
But they are quite big slits.
Quite soft, actually.
I don't know how long yours has been out, but
about an hour.
Yes, I'd say probably on the tender side, but smooth.
Very smooth, quite soft. It's certainly cheddar-like in its.
Yes, it certainly is.
Made.
It's got a savoury note on the nose.
It has. It's got some
nice maturity.
It has got a nice maturity. It's very smooth. It's a very eatable cheese, isn't it?
Yeah.
Something you'd want to go back to.
It's sharp, slightly sharp with buttery
I was
notes.
going to say, I'm just getting a little note of sharpness at the end there.
Yeah.
But that's not at all unpleasant.
I think it's more of a what you'd call a classic cheddar character.
Yeah.
That it's not so much like the modern sweet savoury type of cheese. It's more,
yes.
more of a traditional flavour.
Pushing towards that, isn't it? Definitely.
Yeah.
Pushing towards that, for sure.
What about appearance? I was thinking maybe 9.
Yes, I think we would go with that. But when we look at the other cheeses, we'll see that actually we're not comparing like with like.
No, this is the problem. This is
very difficult because this would have been cut from a whole block.
Yeah.
Originally.
I'm going on the basis of what it looks like on the surface of the
As
cheese.
we've got it now, yes.
Yeah.
And I have a few splits in it as well. So I think 9 is a very fair score.
Okay. And aroma, I thought again, I got a more savoury note on the lactic on that, but I was thinking maybe 8 to 8.5 on that.
I'd go 8.5.
Okay. And the flavour, I thought that was a good flavour. What would you say for that score-wise?
I'd probably go 9 for flavour.
I was thinking 9 as well. Good. We're on the same page there then. The texture, I would say, because it is a little more slitty than I'd like, I'd be inclined to go a 9 on that.
I'd come
Maybe an
down,
8 point. Sorry?
I'd come down a little bit on texture. For me, it was just not quite how I'd like to see it. I would have said about 8.5.
Okay, I'm happy with that. Yep. 8.5.
The aftertaste?
Well, it kept going and it actually developed quite nicely. I'd have to stick with 9 on that myself.
I think I'd go with that.
Yep.
Yeah. And true to character, well, I think for the type of cheese that it is,
It's definitely a cheddar.
I would say 9 or even a 9.5. Does that meet with your thoughts?
I think so. I'd be more. Shall we split the difference and say 9.3?
Why not?
Okay.
Okay.
Excellent. So just to recap them scores. Appearance, we've got 9.
Yep.
8.5 for aroma. 9 for flavour. 8.5 for texture. 9 for aftertaste. 9.3 for true to character. So that's a total of 53.3 for a possible 6 points.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. So for the second cheese, I'd rather like to go with cheese N, which is the fresh cheese.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is that we do have these washed rind cheeses.
Which will be fairly.
I know are very pungent.
Yes.
I know they're pungent because I've already judged one earlier on in the week.
Well, I've taken the top off mine in advance, and I wish I hadn't.
So have I. Now my office stinks.
Although it looks as if I'm outdoors, I'm actually sat in quite a small room, and it's becoming quite overpowering.
Okay, so we've got something here that looks, on the face of it, a little bit like a feta block, feta cheese from Greece. Okay, obviously not, obviously made in the UK.
It's called This Is Not Feta, right?
So in terms of its appearance, it's very feta-like. Would you agree, Richard?
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yeah.
It's quite crumbly. It's very white. Traditionally, feta's made from used milk and goat's milk.
Yep.
There are some feta-style cheeses, obviously made with cow's milk as well, but this is actually very white. Just cutting into it now. Very nice and fresh, very clean.
Yeah.
Certainly no off odours there at all.
It's clearly a cow's milk.
I would say cow's milk, yeah.
It's very mild. It's char, but it's very mild, slightly salty.
Mm-hmm.
The flavour disappears quite quickly.
Mm-hmm. The texture itself, the texture is a little bit dry and a little bit powdery.
Yeah, it does sort of dry your palate slightly.
Mm.
I mean, it's not a bad attempt, to be fair.
I think it's more typical of this type of cheese when it's made with cow's milk as well. I think the sheep's milk and the goat's milk tend to hold.
They're a bit softer, aren't they? More.
Yeah.
So what
that
are
would
you?
be very pleasant on a salad, wouldn't it? You wouldn't be offended by
Yes,
that.
you could crumble that onto a salad, couldn't you?
And I think for people who perhaps don't like sheep's milk and goat's milk, that's a really good alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of its appearance, what would you think, Richard?
Given we can't look at the whole cheese, I mean, they're always going to be slightly lumpy because of the nature of it. I'd go a 9.
I'd probably go 8.5. So shall we try and split the difference in there?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
8.8.
Okie dokie.
Yeah. The aroma, well, very clean, very fresh.
Clean and lactic, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. Very clean.
But there's not a lot of aroma. I'd say an 8.
An 8. Yeah. Totally agree.
And what is
Flavour?
on the flavour? Maybe 8.5.
I think 8.5 is fair. I think that's a fair reflection, yeah. It's very difficult when we're not really pairing like with like, isn't it?
Yeah, but I mean, you've got to judge what you think of the actual product.
The actual cheese, yeah.
In view of what it is.
Yeah.
The texture was very good, actually. I'd give that a 9.
Would you?
Yeah.
I'd go 8.5.
Well, yeah. Should we split it again? 8.8?
8.7 and
Okay.
I'll accept it.
Done.
Aftertaste? Not very much in the way of aftertaste.
Well, it faded very quickly.
But
So
it's what it is, isn't it?
yeah, I think no more than 8.
I think I'd agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And true to character.
Character, I think it's very typical of that sort of cheese made with that type of milk.
Excuse me. So what were you thinking points wise?
I think I'd probably go with
9, did you say?
the 9, yes.
Yes. Okay, I'm happy with that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So Sally, then the scores we've got is 8.8 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 8.5 for flavour, 8.7 for texture, 8 for aftertaste, and 9 for true to character. It's a total of 51 points.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. Which one's next then, Sally?
We're going to go with the best external white mold cheese, so cheese S.
395, yeah?
395, yes.
Okay.
Oops. Just have a little tidy up. Okay, so we have
I'd have to go a 10 on appearance on that one straight away. It's a beautiful looking little cheese, isn't it?
it's a lovely little cheese, isn't it?
No browning or anything, it's just spot on.
Okay, I have just a little slight bit of browning on my particular one, and I've got a little bit of an indentation as well on the top.
Can
So
you hold it up to the
sinking
camera?
down very slightly, but if you turn it up the other way, you've got a very smooth bottom edge on there, so it is dipping slightly. So for me, I would actually go for a 9, but I think, in terms of appearance.
Can we split that? Because, I mean, that might be because of the maturity that's gone down.
Well, it probably has, yeah.
Would you be amenable to going to 9.5?
Oh, go on then, as it's you.
Okay.
Sally, can you just hold it up to the camera just before you cut into it? Just, up a bit, and then just let it focus in on it. Just hold it still, that's it. Yeah, that's great. Just gives us an idea of what it looks like. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can you see the sort of the
Yeah,
texture of the
hold it still,
rind?
that's
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
I do like these little cheeses, don't you?
Oh, I think this is a goat's milk.
I think it is, yes.
It's really nicely. Yes, it is. So it is breaking down nicely.
It is, yeah. Now, if you have a look at the, I don't know if you can see it, if I can try and hold it up against the camera, you can see it's just slightly dipping there. And the reason for that, and we probably can't get that on the camera so easily, is because it's quite soft around the edges. Now my cheese has been out around about an hour now, and it's become very gooey and very runny, but we still have a little bit of core in the centre.
Yeah.
Okay, and if I was going to be very critical, we're getting just a little bit of slippage now underneath the rind. Anyway, Richard is eating away, so in terms of the aroma, most definitely a goat's cheese.
Yep. But very clean, very clean. And also,
very clean, very, very clean and fresh.
yeah, on the flavour, I'm getting a very slight sweet coconut milk background, as well as the goat cheese flavour, and the mushroom from the outer coating. I think that's a lovely cheese. The texture in the mouth's beautiful.
It is lovely, yeah. I would like to see that core just a little bit more developed in line with the rest of the cheese, but actually it's very good.
I find that sort of goes well together because you've got that slightly firmer bit. I'm thinking that they'd have got lower points on appearance if it had completely brightened right through, because it would have gone right down.
Yes, yeah, it would do.
But I think they've got the balance really well there.
So in terms of aroma, what would you think?
Well, I'd say a 9.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what about taste?
You probably won't agree with me, but I think it's a 10. I think that's a superb cheese. Delicious flavour. Mouthfeel, everything about it feels right to me. But you might think I'm being a bit generous.
I think in terms of flavour, that a 10's a fair score, to be honest.
Okay.
It is a lovely goat's cheese.
It is superb.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. We can really make good cheese in Britain, can't we?
When we put our minds to it, most certainly.
And the texture. We got to knock half a point off because of your comments, I presume.
Well, that's what I would want to do, yes.
I
would
would
be
have gone
saying-
a 10 on that, so shall we? What would you have gone?
I would have gone between 9 and 9.5.
Okay, so can we say 9.8 then?
Between 9 and 9.5?
That's what you would have given.
Yeah.
I'd have given the 10. How about 9.6?
Oh, go on then.
Like a negotiation, isn't it? But we're in the same ballpark.
We certainly are.
And the aftertaste, yeah, lovely. It's still going.
Terms of aftertaste, very nice. There's certainly no unpleasant flavours.
No, and it's developing. I can still got it developing in my throat. So that's got to be between 9 and 10.
Yeah.
So 9.5.
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think true to character.
Well,
Wow.
I'd give that a 10, you see.
Yeah, and I think I'd go with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay then, so just to recap them scores, we've got 9.5 for appearance, 9 for aroma, 10 for flavour, 9.6 for texture, 9.5 for aftertaste, and 10 for true to character. So that's a total of 57.6.
Okay.
Wonderful. So there's just 2 cheeses left, and we're right on schedule. So we've just got 10 minutes left.
Yeah, so we'll now go with the best organic soft, entry number 239.
Yep.
Okay, so presented in a lovely little wooden box. And take it out very carefully. Okay, there's a little paper wrap at the bottom. And I don't know how easy that is to see on the screen. Yeah. So it's a sort of a deep.
Literally there for about 5 seconds. It'll just
Yeah.
focus in. That's fine. Thank you.
It's a sort of a deep creamy coloured outer rind. I would think this is probably rind washed. It's certainly very similar to the other one that we have. Very pungent aroma from the rind. But in terms of its appearance,
yeah.
Okay, what would you think, Richard?
Well, I think I'd be close to a 10 on this. I mean, I can't see anything wrong with this one. I'd go a 10.
Yeah. Okay, I think I agree with you. Yeah. Very good, very beautifully presented.
Yes.
A lovely, clean rind.
And the aroma.
Lots of lovely wrinkles in the rind.
Aromatic with I don't know quite how to describe. Let's say pungent.
It's very
But
pungent.
typical of what it should be, an aromatic.
Yeah. these sort of cheeses that have had some sort of washing of the rind or smearing of the rind, sometimes with another culture, perhaps as brevilinens or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And sometimes you have some added alcohol like cider or wine that's added to it as well. I
Yeah.
don't think that's the case with this one, but
No.
but the aroma is very pungent, and that would have come probably from the smearing or the washing of the rind.
I think I'd go a 9 on it.
A 9, yeah. I
You
think I
think?
agree with you. Yeah.
Now the flavour, I don't think that's quite as developed as I'd like it to be. And judging by the texture, it's quite firm in the middle and it's tasted quite firm in the mouth. I think it could do with just a little bit more ripening to attain perfection. I think a bit like a good brie or camembert,
Yeah.
it should be more oozing.
There's a little bit of bitterness.
I did think I detected a touch. It was
Yeah.
very slight.
It is very slight, but there is still a little bit of core
Yes.
in the centre.
Yeah.
If you're a consumer buying a cheese like this, you would want a little bit of core there so that you've got a few days to be able to
Yes.
enjoy it and have
Oh, I
it.
agree, but
For a
but
cheese that's being presented for
Yes,
the
exactly.
judging, actually it does need a couple more days.
yeah, I'd go 8.5 on flavour,
I would agree with you. Yeah.
but the texture, I'd probably go down to 8 on that.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah.
The aftertaste again. Sorry, Sally.
No, carry on. Yeah.
I was only going to say, I think if it had gone that few more days, I think the aftertaste would have been more pronounced.
Yeah.
And I think that's an 8 as well.
Yes, I would agree with you, and I think it's if it had had that extra couple of days, you'd probably be getting just a little bit more of the flavour that we're supposed to have.
Yeah, yeah,
Just leaving that slight
yeah.
bitterness, almost a little bit sour. I'm finding there.
It's still a very good cheese, but I think it's and true to character. I'd go a 9 because it is true to character. It just needs a tad more maturity.
Yeah.
Yes.
Most definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Completely agree.
And Sally, we have got 10 for appearance, 9 for aroma, 8.5 for flavour, 8 for texture.
Yeah.
For aftertaste, was that an 8 or 8.5? Sorry.
I wrote down 8.5.
8.5.
Yeah.
And then 9 for true to character.
Yeah.
Which then that gives you a total of 53 points.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so just one more to do,
So
which is
one more.
entry 390.
Yes, cheese 390, which I think is actually the same cheese as the one
Yes.
we looked at, but it's been entered into 2 different classes, and clearly one it's individual classes. So again, presented in a little wooden box, and the same sort of paper wrap underneath.
Mine's got a slight dimple in it with mould in it, like blue mould.
Okay, that's not so
Other
good.
than
is
that,
it?
it's the same. But I'd be inclined to just knock half a point off for that.
Yes, yeah,
Off what we did on the last one. I think we gave that 10, didn't we?
yes.
So I'd knock that down to 9.5.
I'd agree. My particular sample here is a little bit wedge shaped. I've got a lot of sinking on one side.
Right.
Okay, so I think that slight reduction for the appearance is justified.
The 9.5.
Okay, the same very pungent
Yes.
aroma.
I think this one is slightly more mature. I suspect they picked a different day's production.
Oh, something's popped up in front of my screen. Hang on. It's a much more developed flavour,
Yeah.
but I've still got quite a bit of core in the centre.
Yes, but I agree with that. But it's definitely got more flavour.
Definitely got more flavour.
An aroma too. I thought it was a
Yes.
slight more aroma. So
Yeah.
I think I'd go 9.5 on aroma
Aroma, yeah.
and 9 on flavour.
Yes. Mm. Distinctly more flavour.
Yeah.
In terms of texture,
Well, that's better, isn't it? I think I'd go 9 on that rather than 8.
I'm still not happy with. I've got quite a bit of core.
It's a little bit better than the other though. Should we split the difference and go
Yeah.
8.5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
And the aftertaste was half a point better as well, in my opinion.
Definitely. You're getting it lingering, aren't you?
Yeah.
So you're really getting to enjoy the cheese.
Yeah.
Mm.
And again, true to character. Maybe a slight improvement, but
Yeah.
9.5 maybe.
9.5. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, could you mind just recapping texture and aftertaste for me, please? The scores, sorry.
9.5 for the texture and aftertaste.
Yes, please.
I had 9.5 for texture.
Texture was 8.5.
8.5, sorry.
8.5. And the aftertaste was 8.5 as well.
Mine as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, then, so we've got 9.5 for appearance and aroma, 9 for flavour, 8.5 for texture and aftertaste, 9.5 for true to character. So that's a total of 54.5.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I
right.
have to say those were all very good cheeses, but the which one was it? The little one.
The little goat's cheese.
Yeah, that was something else, I
It was
thought.
really nice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Really good. So, it's quite difficult with a cast like this when you're not comparing like with like.
Yes, of course.
They're all speciality, but special in their own way.
But basing them on what they're supposed to do, I think that one was the bee's knees, really.
Yeah. I'm totally
Well done,
agree.
good class. Sally, thank you so much. Richard, really much appreciated. And you're right, it was an umbrella event and you've got 3 of them behind you. So well done to you. It was your backdrop. But great, no, well done, and thank you for all your support with these awards. It means a huge amount, and for giving up your time and your judging, not just today, but earlier on as well.
Yeah.
Tuesday as well.
I thoroughly enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it.
Great to see your smiling visages. There you go. Have a great.
Bye.
Enjoy getting out in August as well, Monday to Wednesday, and getting your special discounts. I know I will be. Here we go. Now, Jill Hall, we tracked her down, Ingle White in Preston. She's live and dangerous from Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses, and she's going to be talking us through her People's Choices box, what's in it. So, Jill, there she is. Look at you. What an array. Glasses on, glasses off, we don't mind, whichever you need. And well done. You're on mute at the moment, so you want to undo your mute button. I know, but it'll take a quick. That's a fair piece of wood as well. That's either a massive cheese board or a table. I think it's a huge, great, big.
Hello. A decent lump of wood was a cheese board for my son's wedding just before lockdown, so it's a decent lump of wood indeed.
Yeah.
And thank you for inviting us. What an honour for Butler's Farmhouse Cheeses to be part of the first British virtual cheese awards, celebrating great British cheese. Yeah. Thanks, Sarah, for inviting us to be part of it.
Right, you've got a great array of some of your finest in front of you. Talk us through.
What's in the cheese box? I hope I've got the right ones that we sent to the cheese box. And I thought I'd start with the territorials, as that is the traditional British cheese that we're famous for. And in that, I thought I'd start with our 50-year-old recipe, which is the one that my mum started with in 1969, Trotter Hill Tasty. As you know from this area that you're familiar with, Nigel, this is one of the wettest counties in the country, which means that we have fantastic grass, and that makes great cheese milk. So this is This is Trotter Hill Tasty. I've had it out for about an hour, so you can see it's starting to crumble nicely. And that's typical of a traditional Lancashire, where you use the 24-hour curd method and you keep it in the vat overnight. So it has that lovely buttery crumble. And when you taste it, you should get, you actually don't need a knife. You don't even need a grater if you're wanting to add it to a recipe. You just simply crumble it with your fingers. You should get, when you taste it, a beautiful tangy taste, which lingers as you swallow it at the back of your throat. It's creamy. It's a yellowy colour, not white and acid like a factory Lancashire would be, but it's got that lovely creamy yellow colour and what we call in Lancashire a buttery crumble. It's almost got a savoury, beefy note as well as you swallow it. It is a cheese that never fails to surprise people. They always say, wow, is it really a Lancashire? Well, it is. It's the real Lancashire. So that's why that's really special. And it also makes the best cheese on toast. As I say, you don't have to use a grater. You simply crumble it between your fingers. And there you have it. So that's the Lancashire. Now I've made a bit of a mess on my cheese board. So I'm going to push that one off the front, actually, onto my kitchen table. And I'm going to go on to another of our traditional territorials, which is Goose Gold, named after the county where our Butlers Farmhouse Cheeses dairy is situated. And that's actually the largest county in the UK. Again, a traditionally made cheese, which is not rubbery, but actually does have a buttery, sort of almost a crumbly texture as well, but it is a bit more waxy than a Lancashire. It's only been made since 1990 in our dairy, in Butlers Farmhouse Cheeses, so we've had 30 years, which isn't too bad a length of time to perfect it, and it won the Supreme Champion at the Nantwich International Cheese Show. So this is an underknown cheese, really. And I think the big thing to look out for, like on the Trotter Hill, is the savouriness. It isn't made with the sweet starter that a lot of the factories are using now. It is the traditional savoury tanginess that you should look for in that cheese. So that was the Double Gloucester. And the next one is the Rothbury Red Leicester. Like the Double Gloucester, made slowly in open vats and matured in cloth. This is Rothbury Red. It should crack like a carrot, like one of the judges said earlier, and it was great to see them extolling the virtues of great British territorial cheeses. But you can see it doesn't bend, it cracks like a carrot. And it's a beautiful colour. My son says like the early morning sunrise. Beautiful, deep orange colour. It also has a bit of nuttiness. It's subtle. The overriding thing is savoury and tangy, not sweet, and real intensity here. It isn't what I would normally use to cook with. I would normally use the traditional Trotter Hill Tasty Lancashire. But one of the chefs said if you want to cook with it, because it does look absolutely divine because of its rich colour, simply grate it and add a beaten egg and some chives, spread it on your toast, put it under the grill, and then it works a treat. So that's a little tip of how to cook with Red Leicester. And then the last of the territorials is our oldest and our newest of the cheeses that we make. It's actually a 50-year-old recipe, But recently, we've matured it for an extra 6 months. So instead of being a 1-year-old, it's 18 months old, which gives it the same characters as the Trotter Hill Taste It, but more of them. So it's more intense and it's more lingering at the back of your throat. So it still has this buttery crumble, but it's even more savoury. Still presses between your fingers, and it still will, like one of the judges did earlier, Richard Newell, I saw him putting the cheese between his fingers like that to get the full aroma. A much more intense experience for the real cheese lovers. It's called Sunday Best because we triple grade it, we keep it extra time, and our grader Bill grades it 3 times, and he puts actually a green ribbon around it in the store to say, that's a keeper, I'm coming back to it, it's going to make something really extra special. And that's our newest product, Sunday Best. And then on to our soft cheeses. Our newest addition to the family is our Button Mill. This has been a labour of love for our cheesemaker, Timmy Fisher. It is the most difficult thing to get right. It's not a brie, it's not a camembert, it's a camembert. It has a delicate, thin rind. Sometimes it's white all over, sometimes it's patchy. But what we're looking for is this really thin rind and yet a really gooey, creamy centre. We don't want any bitterness. We don't want any cardboardy rind. We don't want any ammonia. This is a very young version of Button Mill. It's actually only about 18 or 19 days old. If you want it a bit more runny in the middle, don't be afraid to just keep it in your fridge, but protect it, put it in a Tupperware so that it can create its own little microclimate to breathe in, and you'll be able to keep it for up to another month if you want it to go a little bit gooier. And then you'll have a really creamy, luxurious, velvety centre, and it will still have that beautiful thin rind. So you get this chewiness of the rind with a real creamy centre. Absolutely no bitterness. I know that was something that one of the judges mentioned earlier. So that's a very special new little cheese, and quite unique to Britain to make these special little camemberts. Another soft cheese that we've been making now for the last 15 years.
We're going to move you on slightly, if that's all right, Jill. As good as it is, it's just, I don't, otherwise I'll get the poolie shouting at me because we're behind time.
Okay, Killerton Ash, like Button Mill, 3 layers, beautiful thin outer layer, made with our own goat's milk, very mild in taste because it's fresh goat's milk. You should get a rind which is thin and chewy, a gooey inner layer, and then a silky middle core. So that's the Killerton Ash. And then saving the most famous cheese till last, on Black Sticks Blue. Blue right to the edges, amber in colour, absolutely creamy and mild and exciting in taste, and it melts just like the Lancashire. So save the piece de resistance to the very end. That's a Black Sticks Blue. The perfect British cheese board, if you want, is a combination of something from the territorial group, something from the soft group, and something from the blue group. And that would be a little pack like that, which is called the perfect British cheese board. But don't be afraid to do whatever you want. Anything goes. That's my perfect British cheese board. Thank you very much.
Not at all, thank you. That was brilliant. I mean, there's a whole lineage and heritage you had to get through there, but you did a great job, and fantastic. I've written some of those bits and bobs down because I just thought for sunrise, you were painting pictures of a very precipitous county as well, which I know so well, Lancashire. Grader Bill, I want to be Grader Bill. I certainly want to meet him. And the buttery crumble. It's a real Lancashire. There you go. I think you nailed it all there, Jill. Thank you so much for your time and all your support. Take care, look after yourself, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thanks, Nigel.
Thank you. And the man who's going to tell us about how we can get hold of it and we know what's in it, bloody hell, that's £45. That's real Lancastrian value. You have to unmute yourself, Jezza. You're muted. You're muted. That's it.
Okay, Nigel, as we agreed today, no swearing, no nudity. It's a bargain. It's a bargain. And all, Nigel, I'm going to be quick because I'm a busy guy. We have got a fabulous tweet which says, I'm loving it so far, from Jane in Cardiff. Loving you, loving the cheesemakers, loving the judging, and loving the butler's cheese box. Because guess what? This Jane in Cardiff ordered one, and she's judging along with you. So thanks very much, Nigel. Thank you very much to the judges, and clearly cheese is the hero today. Over and out, sir.
Well done, sweetie. Thank you very much. Looking good.
Thank you, Nigel.
Loved Rachel. She was great. Bailey and Sage. Okay. Best artisan hard cheese. Thank you very much for lingering in the wings. Joe Mason. Track Joe down in Lingfield, where Joe's been lingering in Surrey. And we've got a Chatfield in the house. Tom is, Exeter Way, Devon. How are you, Tom? Hello. Hello, both of you. All right, Joe?
Very well, thank you. Nice to be here.
Yeah, good. And yeah, how's things been for you recently? You know, juggling family work, all the different elements, strange times, but how have you coped?
Well, I mean, actually, business has been pretty busy because obviously, this, you know, if you're serving retailers, they've been pretty busy because of food service being down. So it's been quite full on, actually.
Good. Oh, good. Well, that is nice to hear. And I know there have been some real winners in amongst it all. And I think it's just a matter of spreading the cheese love as well.
Yes, Tom, absolutely.
Tom, you there? I'm not sure if that's a great big piece of slate, but it's.
It is.
It is fantastic. That's good. How are you? You looking well? How are tricks?
Thank you.
Away? Yeah. How's it been for you recently?
Yeah, it's been an interesting time. So started a new business importing cheese. So getting to learn about those, and yeah, hopefully that will be something that we see. But obviously today, British cheese is the hero, and yeah, there's some stunning things in this class. So excited to.
Yeah, well, tell us a bit about it. You know, Joe, a little artisan hard cheese, what it covers, what you're looking for, and how many are you going to be tasting today?
Well, we've got 4 in the class, so each of these has won its previous class, clearly. We've got a cow's milk, a sheep's milk, a buffalo and a goat's milk. And they're all quite different styles, so it's really interesting. And they're really, really well presented. And what we're looking for is initially an appearance that's, you know, a consistent appearance, a well-moulded cheese, something with a firm body. You know, it needs to have been, the acidity development to be well managed, and you have some resistance when you crush the cheese in your fingers. And then we're looking for perhaps for volatiles, for a nice balance of acid, salt, you know, and then the volatiles coming in afterwards. And then hopefully some complexity in the aftertaste.
Great. Well, if you crack on, we'll listen to you, and we'll find out a bit more about your new business in a minute, Tom. So I'm quite intrigued, and what a time to set it up. But we'll come back to you on that one.
Good stuff.
Okay, so we're going to start with entry number 151, and this one, the best goat's milk cheese, best hard goat's milk cheese. So as you can see, it's a beautiful sort of format, like a traditional Gouda sort of format. And it has got some age on it. You can see sort of just under the rind, there's a bit of darkening where it's dried over its life in the maturing rooms. So we're going to cut into it to get the full benefit of the aroma.
That worked really well, holding it up like that, Joe, as well. Great. Hold it for a moment. That was perfect. We could just really, the camera just takes a second to focus. That's it. Still, that's good.
Okay. Ever so slightly open texture. I don't know if you can see that. Probably, yeah, just a few tiny little holes in it, but yeah. So I don't know what you get, Tom, but on that aroma, it's very nutty, sweetness. I'm expecting actually quite a full flavour of that.
Yeah, some really strong cooked sugar smells, kind of butterscotch,
yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, so it's got some nice age on it, I think, this one.
Yeah. So as far as appearance, Joe, I mean, there's a great rind on this, and as you say, good kind of gradation on the moisture, which gives it that darker edge.
Yeah, and it's even as well. So I mean, I think that probably is a 9 if you
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, no, very happy with that. And all of that speaks to this class of artisan cheese as well.
And nice to see the Brits making such a beautiful example.
Right.
That.
Mm-hmm.
So I think on the aroma, maybe a 9 as well, because, you know, there was quite a lot going on there, and it was balanced as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. The aroma holds a lot of kind of promise and
absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, as expected, a lot of those sort of cooked sugar, sweet flavors.
It's also
There's a
got
nice
a savoury in there as well.
Right.
It's quite complex.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I still get some dairy notes, so it's got that kind of golden triangle of all of the three.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking also a 9 for that front flavour.
Yeah, I'd agree. And what's really wonderful is, although it's got some age on it, you haven't got any, sometimes a goat cheese that's aged can have that sort of overly goaty note in it, which sometimes puts people off.
Mm.
It doesn't have that at all, does it?
Yeah, agreed.
So it's got all the good things and none of the things that you wouldn't want in a mature goat cheese.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes with these more, what I would call kind of direct and big flavours, you worry that they're going to go a bit off track later along, but actually, yeah, this keeps its balance really nicely.
Yeah, yeah. And so I think, just say maybe a 9 for flavour. Or do you think maybe?
Yeah, I think so. Certainly a 9 for the front flavour.
Yes.
The one thing I'm picking up on the aftertaste is perhaps a little bit of warmth on there.
Yes, it's a little tiny bit spicy, isn't it? It's sort of, I mean, I think that would be fine if you were eating it with bread or something else, but I think on its own you do get a little bit of a bite back at the end.
Yeah, and I guess that's a bit subjective. Like on continental cheeses, sometimes that's considered, you know, more of a benefit, whereas perhaps for the British palate, we tend to steer away from those.
Yes, yeah, I agree. So it might be even just a little bit less age on it would have avoided that.
Yeah.
So it's just that balance, isn't it, that's so hard to get with all the volatiles that you want to develop.
And then I'm just curious to taste underneath the rind there as well.
Yeah. I actually think it holds up quite well. It's quite consistent. I think if you get right underneath the rind, you might get a slightly stale kind of note, but
yeah,
I wouldn't mark it down for that because you'd have to pretty much eat the rind for that, I think.
Yeah, agreed.
So maybe an 8 for aftertaste?
Yeah, I think, yeah, with those slightly sort of, yeah, it loses perhaps an edge of that balance on the finish there.
Yeah.
So yeah, an 8's good.
And true to character, I mean, for me, because, like I said, it's got all the notes that you want, and it's got the complexity, I think it's a great example.
Yeah, I'm really pleasantly surprised and impressed to see this sort of, I guess what you might term a goat gouda done so well in the UK as well.
I agree, yeah.
So what do you think, a 9 on the true to character?
I think so, yeah. I don't know if we mentioned about the texture, that's sort of like that lovely sort of crystalline note in it. Really, really enjoyable. And actually, a little bit goes quite a long way, doesn't it? I think it's great value.
Yeah, massively so. Yeah, really great cheese. And we had that on Tuesday, so it was lovely to see that again.
Absolutely.
So Joe, just to recap on the scores, we've got a 9 for appearance, aroma, flavour, texture, an 8 for aftertaste, and a 9 for true to character. So that's a total of 53 points out of a possible 60.
Yeah, I think that's fair to you, Tom.
Yeah, happy with that.
Great. Which one are you moving on to next, Joe?
So now we've got 166. Now this one, the class in the hard sheep milk cheese. So again, you can see it's got, you can see there, the darkening end of the rind indicates it's got some age on it, and it has got this beautiful sort of russet, sort of undulating rind. So it's a bit like a Manchego style, I would say. It looks quite firm, slightly open. You can see that. So I'm looking forward to this because we haven't seen this one before. And again, you know, it's that's a European style, so it'd be interesting to see how the British cheesemaker has managed this one. So on the nose, I'm getting really creamy. That's what comes first, and it actually makes you really want to try it.
Yeah, sort of super rich, kind of brothy, maybe notes like, you know, like a lamb stew or something, perhaps.
In a good way.
Yeah, absolutely. So as far as appearance, Joe?
I think it looks really good. So
yeah.
And it's got that particularly attractive rind. So I'd want to give that a 9.
Yeah, great. I agree.
And aroma, I think it's really pleasant, really inviting. The only thing I'd want is possibly a little bit more of the characteristics of sheep milk aroma. Sort of, sometimes you get such a specific caramel note with sheep milk cheeses. That's what I'm looking for in this. And it's there. Perhaps I just want a little bit more of it.
Yeah. So what do we think? Like an 8?
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Flavour. So you've got that a little bit of acidity, lots of creaminess, sweet sheep notes. I think it's really, really nice actually. And there's no sometimes in sheep milk cheeses that are aged, again, you can get sort of almost a dirty note or a slightly butyric note or something that's sharp. You don't get that here. It's balanced and it's mellow.
Yeah, butyric meaning babysit for the folks at home.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's a really nice warm edge to the flavour here.
And the aftertaste is so good as well. There's a little bit of fruitness and sweetness and fruitiness. That's so good.
Yeah, it's got real, sort of delicate, but there's a long journey to the flavour there.
Yeah, really long, lovely flavour. You keep all the nice bits, don't you? So I think maybe a 9.2 for flavour.
Yeah, agreed. It really
texture it's firm, really nicely made, and it holds it really well, but it's got that ever so slight powderiness that's characteristic of Manchego style.
Just to interrupt you both, we've just got 9 minutes left on this subject, so we could
right, okay, so I think texture I can't fault it, so I'd like give it a 10 if you agree.
Agreed, yeah. Time flies when we're having fun, eh?
Aftertaste, what do you think? I think it's really nice.
I think it's, again, very balanced. Perhaps there could be a lot more sort of left on the finish. So maybe an 8.8.
Yes, I think that's fair. You just want that little bit more of a characteristic note, don't you?
Yeah.
But given the whole picture, I think true to character is probably a 9.
Yeah, really happy with that.
Okay, then so just to recap, we've got a 9 for appearance, 8 for aroma, 9.2 for flavour, 10 for texture, 8.8 for aftertaste, 9 for true to character. So that's a total of 54 points.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, very happy.
Are you moving on to entry 169?
169. So this one, the best buffalo milk cheese, best hard buffalo milk. So it's a younger cheese, and it's a really unusual sort of loaf shape. It's not got a matured rind on it, slightly open texture. I mean, in terms of what we give it for appearance, Tom, I mean, it's even, it looks really attractive.
Agreed. I think the one thing I might like to see is some rind, some sort of distinction around the edge there for an
Yes,
afternoon club.
some character.
Yeah. So perhaps an 8.8. Would you?
Yes, because there's nothing exactly wrong with it, is there?
No, that's right.
So in terms of aroma, it's clean. It's kind of milky, sweet.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps again, it smells really pleasant, but because there isn't a lot of character there, we just, I don't know, maybe a 7.8. You think?
Yeah. Yeah, I think considering the prior to, that feels about right.
Yeah. So I think this is a younger cheese, and I'm not expecting quite so much of a firm body. It is a little bit softer.
Right, a lot more give.
Mm.
So yeah, some sweet, I get almost sort of toasty, or burnt sugar would be too much, but you know, more towards a sort of caramelly perhaps.
Yes, yeah, and that's, so you don't get acidity on it. I think the salt's quite balanced, but the caramel is probably the biggest flavour in there, isn't it? And sort of creamy.
Yeah, I think perhaps a little at the cost of some of the milkier dairy notes that I might like to see though.
Yeah. And I think for a hard cheese, ideally I'd want a little bit more complexity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So
front flavour, I'm thinking 7.5 perhaps.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because it's really clean, it's really pleasant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, agreed. And actually I'd say something similar for the finish.
Yeah.
So the after flavour, yeah.
Yeah, because you're left with a lovely creamy note, aren't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, very clean.
I mean,
How about-
it's a little bit bouncy. You know, I don't think there's any fault in the texture. Possibly for a hard cheese, you're looking for something a little bit less, well, I wouldn't say curdy, but it's, yeah.
Yeah, a bit more towards the sort of semi-soft realm perhaps, or the semi-hard realm.
Yes, yeah, I think so. A bit more pressed maybe.
Mm-hmm. So are we all, yeah, perhaps a 7.5 in there?
Yes, that's fine.
Yeah.
So true to character, well, actually, in some ways, you know, it certainly, you would know that was not a cow's milk cheese, wouldn't you? It's certainly got some character in that respect. But it's a funny one to judge in a way, because you're used to buffalo milk being used for mozzarella or things like that. So I don't think we can really mark that down at all in that respect. But I think maybe 6.8, that one?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the thing that would give it more is perhaps the age and the character that, to sort of speak to the milk a little more. So yeah, happy with the 6.8.
Okay.
So just to recap then, we've got an 8.8 for appearance, 7.8 for aroma, 7.5 for flavour, texture and aftertaste, and a 6.8 for true to character. So that's a total of 45.9. We're just down to 4 minutes then for your final one.
Great. Thanks, Louise.
So this is entry number 180. It won the best cow's milk cheese. Really interesting looking piece of cheese. So it looks like a continental style in terms of the holes in it. And what's really lovely about this as well is it's quite even. So they've got a good control on the make there. Really attractive sort of, probably, I mean, it could be almost an Emmental shape, couldn't it?
Yeah, so I think it's classic, lots of character, as you say, on the appearance. So perhaps a 9?
Yes, yeah. So in Emmental, they use particular bacteria called propionic bacteria, and it has got that sort of characteristic buttery, nutty smell.
Yeah, and a real kind of bright, that propionic acid has that real, what I think of like a kind of green sort of acidity to it.
So I think we're not expecting a firm body here. It's more of an elastic cheese. It's characteristic of an Emmental.
And so with the aroma, yeah, What do we think, an 8?
I think so, yeah, because it's really nice. It's really, you know, it's really like it makes you want to eat it.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
it's
lots of
not
character.
complex.
It's probably a younger cheese.
Yeah. So the flavour follows really well through from what you get on the nose.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing adverse in there. Sometimes with that style of cheese, you can find a little bit of bitterness, but it's not there.
Yeah.
Really strong creaminess, butteriness, and that characteristic of that style.
Yeah, I love that bright edge that the acidity brings to it. A lot of balance there.
Yeah. So maybe an 8 for flavour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And texture, like I said, I think it's great. It looks really, really nice in that respect, and you know, it's really even, beautiful, sort of rich, buttery colour. I don't know if you can see that from my camera.
It's a nice eater, isn't it, on the bite?
Yeah. So for texture, an 8.5.
Yeah.
And I think with the aftertaste, it's a long flavour. It's a really lovely long flavour, but it isn't complex, and you wouldn't necessarily expect that much complexity in it.
Right.
I think there maybe 7.8 on the aftertaste.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, you're not going to get a high level of flavour, but there's real balance, and that acidity in the milk kind of dances on the palate after it's left your mouth. Yeah, 7.8 sounds good.
True to character, I think it's a real winner in that respect.
Mm.
And I think maybe a 9.5 for that one.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That's great. So just to recap, we've got a 9 for appearance, an 8 for aroma and flavour, 8.5 for texture, 7.8 for aftertaste, and a 9.5 for true to character. So that's a total of 50.8. So that's all of your cheeses now complete. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise.
Thank
Joe,
you.
well done, Louisa. Tom, tell us a bit about the business then.
So I've paired up with 3 chaps from Belgium, Switzerland, and Bavarian, Germany, respectively. So yeah, importing some really interesting mountain cheeses predominantly, and some sort of Abbey style from West Flanders.
Wow, gosh, watch the space. And what's the company called?
European Fine Cheese. So you can find us on Instagram.
No, we will, and thank you. Well done. Thank you very much. Now, tell me, do you have any? There's some great crackers lurking around. Have you got any Peter's Yard's Finest anywhere to hand?
Funny you should mention, yeah. Great palate cleanser as well.
Yeah, brilliant. They are. They're really good, lovely old-fashioned sourdough Swedish biscuits. Peter Lundqvist was the inspiration behind it, but happily domiciled in Old Potts Way in Shrewsbury. So I just thought. You just hold some up there because I think they're fantastic. And some of them, again, traditionally got the holes in the middle. There you go. Great Taste Award winners, of course. Great. Well, munch on those and enjoy them.
Will do, sir.
Yeah, and both of you earned yourself a glass of something interesting. So go and have it. Yes, Joe, I know. There you go. So thank you so very much. And just before we go into our next class, I'm hoping that Steve's got this set up because Sam Wilkins, his brother, used to be my producer at BBC Radio 2 with Simon Mayo. But Sam, former actor, but knows a lot about cheese and is Cellarman Sam. And recently in Borough Market, I tracked him down on the street. So let's find out what he's been up to. I've got him here, Cellarman Sam Wilkins in front of me, outside the Guild of Fine Food tasting rooms in Borough Market, where we are. Well, look at these lovely blue eyes because they're full of cider, because we're tasting cider and we're halfway through the day. Sam, I mean, how's it? It's lovely to see you. This is our first real day back at school. And,
well, it's actually my second time back in town since the beginning of all of this, and it's really great to be tasting cider at the Guild of Fine Food. I can't quite believe I'm here, actually. If I'm honest, it's surreal. but we've tried some really lovely stuff, I think, today, and yeah, there's a few 3 stars floating around, I think.
Yeah, good. Well, and how's lockdown been for you? I mean, tell us a bit about who's been at home, how your family?
So I've been on furlough for much of this time from my day job at the Cheese Bar, which in a sense I've sort of seen as hopefully as an opportunity. I think I've been lucky enough to be at home with my family and spending time with them, 2 young kids, which has actually been wonderful. And with me and Nigel just speaking something that wouldn't have happened otherwise, to be fair. And it's almost like I've had the opportunity as well to expand the reach of other things that I'm doing. So I'm getting to speak in my kind of side job, if you like, to lots of producers and farmers, and discovering more about the wonderful kind of regenerative farming movement and how that affects our food. And I guess looking at the opportunities for change post COVID-19, I think that's, I guess, the big question in every sector is that didn't work. How can we do this better going forward? So I'm hoping for all the tragedy and all the hardship, there are opportunities to be found out of all of this.
And just tell us about you were involved in the Great British Cheese Weekend, which was amazing. You did a taste with your family. I mean, how old are the children?
So I took a risk and decided we would do a cheese and wine for kids, so cheese and non-alcoholic drinks, particularly aimed at children. And my eldest, Morris, he is 4 in a week, so little, and my youngest, Brannock, he's only 18 months. So it was a risk. It could have gone horribly wrong, but actually with the behind-the-scenes able support and general mothering genius of my wife Catherine, the boys behaved themselves, and not only behaved themselves, really got stuck in and seemed to really enjoy it. So that was a lot of fun. And then did a cheese and cider tasting and also a virtual farm tour with Johnny Crickmore of Fen Farm Dairy, who make Baron Bigod. I'm sure you know that.
Yeah, no, great. I mean, and also what's been very lucky for people like you and me is we've been able to shine a light on some of these cheese producers, the cheesemongers, but the producers particularly, who've been looking at stock shelves but with dwindling shelf life and thinking, how am I going to get the route to market? You know, the pubs and restaurants are all closed.
Well, so I mean, the sort of statistic that swells around is that 80% overnight. So the 13th of March, that Friday the 13th, where the restaurants weren't actually shut at that point, but Boris Johnson came out and said, please don't go to restaurants and pubs. So effectively they shut. Phone calls going, and we don't need that order next week. Thanks, we don't need. So suddenly producers were losing 80% of their revenue overnight. And for hard cheese makers, I guess it was a real concern for what's coming down the road. For soft cheese makers, their rooms, their chillers were stacked with short shelf life products, and not just cheesemakers, but butchers and fishmongers and all sorts of people who primary businesses into trade, so into wholesale. But then the word that seems to come up a lot is pivot. So we're actually standing just next to the trains here in London Bridge, and we've got, I don't know where that's coming from, but it's making a bit of a racket.
We know it's going when we finish.
So it was really interesting to see how all these producers pivoted or adapted and came up with innovative ways of getting their product to market. And so I guess things like the e-sales and home delivery and all of that market has really boomed. It hasn't quite made up for the loss in sales to wholesale, but I certainly think it's an interesting avenue that a lot of producers will be reluctant to relinquish when things get back to whatever normal looks like going forwards, for sure.
Well, it's great to see you, and whatever the brave new cheese world will be, I don't know, but there's some marvellous people working in it.
Yes, I think that's what's become really clear. There's a lot of really brave, really courageous, innovative, passionate people out there, and that's what's going to save the industry for sure.
Great to be able to support them, and by British, there's been some great,
absolutely right.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Thanks,
Nigel.
Salaman Wilkins. There you go. There you go, Salaman Sam. Fantastic. Just really nailed it, what it was all about. Okay, I know Nigel Pooley's around and about as well, which is good, because Nigel's going to update us on some of our category winners. We already heard who were the early ones out of the traps, Cheddar and Territorial. If you're anywhere handy, Nigel, you want to update us, do. If you want to interrupt me at any stage just to do that, I don't really mind. I'm not precious. But just here he comes. I feel a Pooley in the house. I can feel his aura. I can almost see his fabulous silver locks, but not quite. But he might be there. Here he comes. The other Nigel P. I suppose not. There you go.
I'm coming.
It's all right. Nice to see you. Well done. You've got a busy day. I know it was a lot of stuff going on, collating all the scores. Well done. That's some great classes.
Yes. So I got some more updates on results. first of all, Consumer Choice, which was actually a class, which should have been on the main platform today, but we ran out of time, so we did it on a separate platform. So that it'll be available later for people to watch on YouTube. But I've got the results now. It was judged by Russell Hageta from Morrison's and from Nikki Wilding from Mid Counties Co-op. So Consumer Choice, the guys in the retail are the best people that know what the consumers are doing, what they're buying. So they were a good pair to judge this. And the winner was Old Claw Hatch Farm, an artisan maker with a vintage cheddar. Second was First Milk Lake District Creamery, again a cheddar, a 3-year-old vintage. And third was Dale Farm, Northern Ireland, again with a cheddar. So it looks like cheddar took Consumer Choice by storm.
Just give us the first one, first place one again, please, Nigel.
Old Claw Hatch Farm.
Right, thank you. Great. I'll be tracking that down.
New name. Right, back to the categories. Best Blue. We know that there were some high scores there. The winner is Best Blue Soft Cheese, and the winner was Butler's. So Jill will be happy. Then we come on to Best Enhanced Cheese, and the winner there is Cornish Gouda. And then Best Speciality Cheese, and the winner there is Leghorn cheese with an external white mold. So
Great.
those are the up-to-date results.
Well done. Thank you for Stato for collating it all in back scenes. I know it's not an easy task coming in from all over the country, but doing a great job. And
The next time I come back, we'll have the complete list of category winners, and that will be the group that go through to the final. So,
well, no sleep till Wincanton. It used to be Brooklyn, but we'll keep you posted there. The Pooley in the house, and it allows us to move on. Oh my goodness, Best Artisan Soft Cheese, and we've got 2 fine pallets. One of them we tracked down in Bromley in Kent, and that's Emma Young. Hello, Emma. Nice to see you. We've got a blue background, and all ready to go with the first cheese. And then Ruth Holbrook, of course, who's in Londinium, and we won't say exactly where because she'll just get mobbed by all the cheese fans. But nice to see you. That's it, Emma. How are you? How have you been? How's lockdown? And great to see you, and thank you for helping out.
No problem. Yeah, it's been interesting. I've been. Hold on, I'm just going to mute this one.
Right. Don't be shy.
Hi. Yeah, it's been really nice to do a lot of gardening. Basically, I left my job a couple of months back for Montague to start up my own consultancy business. But in the meantime, I've been playing with chickens a lot and doing a lot of gardening, so that's been lovely.
Fantastic. How many chickens have you got?
I've got 7 rescue hens. They're all from the British Hen Welfare Trust, so they're all batteries.
Well, they've landed in young heaven, which is good. They're in safe hands. Well done. And Ruth, as you juggle your cheese pots and what have you okay?
Yeah, very well, thanks.
You read the brief, but you've both got nice plain backgrounds. Well done to you. Nicely silhouetted. But you've been okay. And how many of you have been locked down at home?
Just me and my boyfriend, actually, in my flat, which is a good thing because it's very, very small.
Yes, you bet. You mean if you need to self-distance from each other, you've got to like hide behind the sofa or something like that.
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Oh, well done. Well, it's good to speak to the outside world. We're delighted, and well done. It has been strange, and work-wise, how do you see yourself easing back into it?
What, me? Well, I've continued to work from home for the period, so I'm in control of wholesale for Paxton and Whitfield. So it's been a bit of a wild ride with food service, sadly closing, and then gradually we're seeing that reopen, and that's fantastic. But yeah, I've been orchestrating from my sitting room for the duration, but it will be nice to actually get out into the real world.
Well, I was speaking to Hero Hirsch recently, and she was saying that Bath hopes to reopen maybe even today. So
yeah, this weekend, yeah.
Yeah, no, well done. But Paxton's as well. We've been doing a lot on Scala Radio with Paxton and Whitfield. So again, a different way. I'm going to find out. We've got the panel later on with Charlie Turnbull, Mario Alianos, and Jen from Pangbourne. So we're going to be finding out how they're going to be bearing up. But over to you, Emma. Tell us a bit about the class, what you're looking for, and how many cheeses you're going to be tasting.
So we are judging the best artisan soft cheese category, and we've got 4 entries which are very, very different. They probably couldn't be any more different from each other. So there's no comparing like for like in this stage. It's very much seeing if the cheeses are true to character, how they are within their style themselves, and just seeing something which really stands out and gives a great image for the British cheese industry.
You're in charge. It's over to you. So
Right.
off you go.
Cool. Okay, so we're going to start with entry number 244, which is this lovely log. So this is a goat's cheese. So it's best goat's milk cheese, which has gone through to this stage. Appearance-wise, Ruth, how do you think it looks?
Yeah, I think it looks great. It's lovely and white, but you can just see a bit of the ash coming through if I wiggle it again in front of the camera. And then once you do cut into it, there is quite a good squidge factor. And mine it's quite a warm day here, and I've had them out for a little while, and so it is starting to really kind of go nice and gooey, which is great. I'm going to cut in a bit further and see if there's a kind of chalky core.
Yeah,
Yes, there is
I've
a little
got
bit.
the same. Mine have been out for about 45 minutes.
Yeah.
It's got a nice breakdown around the rinds. There is a tiny bit of a chalky core, but the one thing I will mention about the appearance here is the rind is starting to flake off a little bit. My camera's not as good as yours, but is your rind peeling off a little bit, which isn't the
Little bit, yeah.
beautiful, but let's see what it tastes like. Aroma wise, definitely a goat.
Yeah, definitely goat. Fairly you can't try and crunch down. Fairly delicate, but nice and clean. Not really not soapy.
No. Yeah, the rind doesn't smell too spicy. It smells really really enticing actually. I want to taste.
Yeah. Wow, the consistency is amazing.
Yeah.
It's just so sort of juicy.
Yeah.
Juicy and kind of fatty and oily, but in a really, really good way. It's just kind of mouth filling and delicious.
Absolutely, it sort of melts in your mouth, right? And the acidity is really, really enticing as well. So my mouth is salivating, but in a good way. Which is quite a good indicator of its sort of freshness and a bit of a zing to it. I think it's a really, really nice tasting cheese.
And the rind is it definitely has a little bite to it, but it is nice and thin and is disappearing pretty well.
Yeah.
I'm just going to try a bit just from the middle.
Cool. I've still got a nice aftertaste as well, so it's still developing. No off notes at the end.
No, it's quite salty, isn't it?
Yeah,
but not unpleasantly so.
I think in check salt on that one, so I'm not distracted by it, but it definitely is quite prominent.
Yeah.
Cool. What do you think you would like to score it on appearance?
I think it's really good. I think you're right about the rind. Mine is also peeling a little bit. I'd say somewhere in the region of 8.
I agree. Yeah, the peely rind is letting it down just slightly, and I've got a couple of little mottled bits on the rinds, but I think 8's very fair.
Mm-hmm.
Aroma. I think that
aroma. It's kind of characteristic. It's not hugely kind of aromatic, but you wouldn't expect that from this style of cheese anyway. So it's quite delicate. I'd probably say around 8 again.
I agree. On flavour, I'd go up slightly. I think the flavour was really interesting. Lots of complexity for what essentially could be quite a simple goat cheese. Did develop. There were sort of notes of sort of fresh cream. There were notes of a bit of sweetness, like a sort of almost coconutty, desiccated coconut type thing, and a bit of mushroom as well from the rind. So flavour-wise, I'm sitting more around a 9-ish. Where are you?
Yeah, I'm happy with 9.
Yeah.
And I think texture-wise, I'd go high again because that texture is really lovely.
Absolutely, even higher possibly on the texture. Not full marks, I think, just because of that rind, but I think I'm sitting between 9 and 9.5.
Yeah. Well, should we go 9.5?
I think let's do 9.5 because it really was appealing, that texture. Aftertaste, it was fine, but it wasn't the most. It didn't have the most length, but that's not an issue.
Yeah. I'm still sort of enjoying it, but it's not it's not a very, very long finish. So I'd maybe 7.5.
Yeah, 7.5 is, that's fair. And then true to character.
I think it does very well as a ashed goat's log. I think it's really great.
Yeah, I think I'm on around sort of 8.5. I think 9. I think I'm on about a 9.
Yeah, I'd say 9. I think it's versatile. You could cook with it. You could eat it on a board. You could pair it with loads of different things. I think it's a really good seller.
Perfect. I agree. Awesome.
So that gives an overall score of 51 out of 60.
Fabulous. Okie dokie. And we're now moving on to entry number 256, which we haven't seen.
No.
So this looks like a sort of a feta style.
Just wiggle it like that.
Than mine. So appearance-wise, it looks very very nice. The colouring is quite bright. It's not off in colour. It's not grey or massive. It's quite bright white.
It's nice and sort of ivory. So it looks like a feta, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
It's actually it smells really lovely. It smells kind of lanolin and fresh kind of grass, doesn't it?
Yeah, also I'm getting a bit of just really fresh milk as if you were in a dairy. So smelling like as if you were where it was made, maybe.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it looks very enticing, nice, and it's got a bit of dampness on it, which is what you want.
Yeah. It's got a bit of snap to it when you it doesn't crumble, so I'm wondering whether the texture might be a little bit drier than I would assume for this style, but let's see.
It's got a little squeak on it there. Quite pronounced squeak.
Yeah. It's quite curdy.
Yeah.
It is slightly drier than I would assume it to have been in texture.
Yeah. I think one of the great things about today is looking at British cheeses which are like European cheeses, and where can we buy British and not have to sacrifice on any kind of quality. And this definitely falls into that bracket. And I think we've got another one that probably falls into that bracket as well. And yeah, if I was looking at a Greek feta versus this one, a Greek feta actually is much more salty and really high acid.
Yeah.
This one is more gentle, and I think you can taste the milk a bit more.
You definitely can taste the milk a bit more, but it does have that typical acidity which you do want in this style. So it's very sort of lemony. I think I'm getting quite a lot of lemon on the palate.
Yeah.
It's nice.
It's really nice. Yeah.
So appearance, what should we give that? I am sitting, I think, around a sort of an 8 again on appearance.
Yeah, I'm happy with 8. Its appearance is lovely, but it's not its strongest point, is it?
It's not its defining.
It's not its selling point.
Aroma
I really like. It's mild, but it's lovely.
So
I'd be up for sort of 8.5, 9.
I think I'm on 8.5. I think you're right. It is very lovely, very fresh, sort of lactic. No, I think 9 actually, because it has got a really, really nice aroma. Sometimes with the feta you don't really smell much. Sometimes you just smell like nothing really. This one has got really sort of fresh notes where you can tell it is made like it is a cheese. It's not just something. So I think would you say 8.5?
Yeah.
Fabulous. Flavour was good. It did finish quite short, and I was just left with sort of a nice acidity in my mouth, but the flavour wasn't the most pronounced, I think.
Yeah, I would agree. It's very well balanced, but it's not particularly lengthy, and it is quite delicate. You'd have to be careful about what you put with it in a salad or you know, on a board. But it does have a lovely kind of fresh milkiness to it.
Yeah. What would you score it?
So 7.5.
Yeah. Now texture, I wasn't totally sold on. Unfortunately, I mean it's held together really nicely, but sometimes you just want a bit more of a crumble. It does feel a lot like curd.
I agree.
And
Yeah.
it snap as if it's a little bit dry. So
It's-
I'm
yeah.
probably around 7.5 again for texture.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm in agreement.
Okay.
Quite curdy and a little squeaky.
Yeah. Aftertaste.
Like pleasant but short.
Yeah.
So 7.
I think 7 sounds good. And then true to character, it's almost there in what I think would be the overall package. It's just that texture, I think, which is quite an integral part to this style of cheese that is slightly bringing it down a bit.
I think if I bought it, I'd be really happy and I'd be thrilled that it was British as well.
Yeah.
I think, would I think it was exactly like a feta? No, probably not. And so for that reason, yeah, like 7.5 maybe.
I think so too. 7.5 for true to character. Cool. Okay.
Can I just check, was it 8.5 or 9 for aroma in the end?
Aroma is 8.5.
Okay, so that gave a score of 38.5 overall.
Okay. All right, the third cheese we have is entry number 260, which is Buffalo Blue. Ruth, if you could hold yours up again, my camera's a little bit
Yeah.
new.
Excuse me a minute, let's just clear my debris. I'm just having a bit of a battle with quite a lot of huge flies in my flat today. So there we go.
Lovely. So yeah, Buffalo Blue, this one. Really, really visually striking, I think. The outside is, again, you can't really see that. The outside is quite beautiful. The bluing is very evenly distributed and quite present, but not taking over the whole paste.
Yeah. Just cut into it there. It's a beautiful, the cheese around the blue is such a beautiful, pure kind of ivory whitey colour.
Yeah.
It's really, really lovely. And normally with the blue cheese, you can see in this one, actually I think this is slightly less than the sample we had before, because we judged this one last time. The blue mould in it is very pronounced, and you can actually almost chew on it, which for most blue cheeses you wouldn't necessarily consider that a good thing. It's not unpleasant, but it's not aimed for. But actually on this one, it's somehow the collective experience is very nice.
Yeah, I agree. So aroma, I really, really enjoy the aroma of this cheese. I think it's quite cereal. You get so much happening. You've got a bit of sort of stereotypical pepper and spice from the actual bluing, but I get such a whack of like digestive biscuits and
yeah,
cereal.
it's so malty, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really lovely aroma.
Yeah.
What does it taste like this time? So the salt is quite prominent, which you get a lot in blue. That is part of it.
Yeah.
You have to sort of stabilize the blue itself, but it isn't out of sync. You can still taste other things. The cereal notes are really lovely. You have got that bit of a sort of granular texture that you mentioned, Ruth, but it's not off-putting, I don't think.
No, I don't think it's an entry level blue cheese. I think you'd have to probably quite like blue cheese. Myself, do you think that's fair?
I think so. It's definitely not, yeah, like you said, a beginner blue.
Yeah.
It has got quite a lot of that blue flavour. It has got a spice to it, so it's quite peppery. It isn't a mild sort of entry level blue, but the texture is amazing. It's really, really buttery. It almost spreads, melts in your mouth.
I'm doing exactly what I did last time, which is really naughty and I wouldn't do, but I'm gouging out the pieces in between the blue just to get the white cheese in between the veins, because it's really lovely. And I don't know if you can see how kind of thick and luxurious that is, waving it around, but it's the paste is just so kind of thick and creamy.
Yep. Really nice cheese. So appearance wise, I think it's stunning. I think it's really striking. It's different to other blues as well. It doesn't just look like an average Joe blue. It's quite unique. I'm actually sitting around a sort of a 9.5, 10 on appearance.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I think it's really pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go, 9.5 or 10?
9.5.
Yeah, cool. Aroma is one of my favourite parts of this cheese. I think it's really, really lovely, complex.
Yeah, definitely.
Those biscuit notes are wicked. I'm again on at least a 9. I'm going 9.5. I think I'd be happy with.
I'm 9.5 for sure. It's lovely. Yeah.
Okay. Flavour. What do you think?
It is quite it's salt and pepper. Is really quite prominent. I think probably, but the texture, the flavour, overall, I think I'd be around at 8.5 to 9.
I think 8.5 is fair. I would have liked to see just a tiny bit more balance of all of those flavours to up it a little bit more. I think 8.5 sounds good. Texture, however, was delightful.
Yeah, really good.
I really loved that sort of creaminess, the buttery paste. It really does just melt in your mouth. It's really desirable. I'm again about a 9.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Okay. Aftertaste.
It's long.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's long and lingering. Yeah, quite powerful. It's unusual that you would ever choose to do this one third in a group of 4, and I know because we've got a real stonker up next. But I'd say kind of 9 again.
I think with the aftertaste, I'm just a little bit under. I don't know if you'd be willing to go around sort of 8.8, something like that.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm happy with that.
Wicked. And then true to character.
Well, I haven't tried that many Buffalo Milk Blues.
Yeah, exactly. But character itself is it's delicious. I think it's a really good example of what it wants to be. It's a great cheese. I think I'm on around a 9 again.
Yeah, me too. I'm happy with that.
Fabulous.
So that gives a total score of 54.8.
Okay.
We've just got a few more minutes, so we might have to do this one a little bit quicker.
No worries. So the last cheese we're doing is entry number 268, which is this box number. Wish you had sort of smell-o-vision here. It's a washed rind quite obviously when you open it. Ruth, if you want to hold yours up again, just to sort of show the colour.
So that's the outside. It's quite a delicate colour. It's kind of pale apricot. The smell is prominent, I would say.
It's definitely prominent. It is pleasant though. It's not just a whack in the face.
No.
It has got sort of boozy notes to it. I do think this might be washed in some sort of an alcohol and not just a brine.
I think that's right. And I think worth saying again that if you're an Epoisses lover, or I guess longer is a bit milder, but if you really like a punchy French washed rind or Belgian washed rind cheese, then this is going to be a fantastic British alternative because it's not pulling any punches for sure.
I think the same. So when we first tried this one on Tuesday with the initial judging, we were both really quite blown away by it, because you don't see many British wash dryings which are like this. This is very, very similar to a continental wash dryings. The breakdown is amazing. It has got a bit of a chalky core, but both of us really like that.
I don't mind that. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all.
It gives it a bit of a contrast between the sort of nice acidity in the middle and the outer paste. What's the flavour like?
Bacony on the nose. Mm.
It's very meaty.
Yeah.
It's very savoury as well, sort of mineral, which I really like. It doesn't just hit you as well when you're tasting it. I think it's quite balanced, but elevated as it should be as a wash drying.
Yeah, it's I think paired with a kind of malty ale or a really kind of rich red wine, it would be fantastic. Maybe not the best in your tiny flat on a warm afternoon. But still, despite that, it's absolutely delicious. I really rate it.
I do too. So appearance wise, I can't fault it.
No.
I'm going for a 10.
Yeah, it looks absolutely the business.
Yeah,
and it fits inside its box well. It's come out of its box well.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Aroma.
It's pretty punchy.
It is, but it's pleasant, punchy. I think I'm on. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on.
I think I'm on around a sort of 9-ish for aroma.
Yeah. Yeah. Happy with that. Yeah.
Okay. Flavour, I really, really enjoy. I think it's so unique. I haven't really had a British wash drying which tastes like this, and it's really, really sort of refreshing that you can have, like you were saying earlier, a continental style, but made with British milk, made in Britain, and it's just absolutely stonking. I really, really like the flavour on that one.
And the rind is great. There's no sandiness, there's no grittiness, which has been an issue over the last few years with other British wash drying cheeses. And they've absolutely got that spot on.
Yep, I think I'm a 9.5.
Yeah, 9.5.
Cool. Texture, spot on, in my opinion. You don't want it to run off the table because that would make weird viewing.
It's just impractical.
Yeah.
No, I'm happy with that little bit of chalk in the middle. I'll hold it up again. You can see that to me is just perfect.
Yeah, I agree. Where do you want to go?
I'd go 10 for texture.
Let's do it. I think it's very, very cleverly made. Aftertaste is still there. It is it's pleasant. It isn't the most sort of complex, but it is still with me, which is what you want in a wash drying. I think around a sort of a 8.5 on aftertaste.
Yeah, 8.5. I think it's fair.
And then true to character, I think this is an excellent cheese.
Me too.
I think.
Are we going the
key word? Let's do it. 10 for true to character.
Okay.
Done.
So that gives an overall score of 57 out of 60.
Ooh.
Oh.
So that was the winner from that one.
Wow.
Done. Gosh, what a good class. Interesting. Even if it is slightly the aroma factor of malty ales and bacon and in a small flat in London is there, and I'm not sure Emma's as well. A vision in blue. I'm being attacked by a mosquito. I mean, what's going on? Yeah. Busy, but no, well done to you two. Fantastic. Good class, though. And I know they've got through to you at this stage, so they are some of the best of the best. But a great contrast as well in styles and flavours in amongst it.
Yeah, definitely. We had a great class to judge, all really different and amazing cheeses.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Thank you also to Lynn Bell of Orchard Valley, who have sponsored the class as well and made sure it could all happen. We look forward to seeing you in person. Virtual as it is, good to see you. But Emma and Ruth, good luck. Emma, I'm going to see you later on anyway. A bit more judging, but Ruth, and now you can get out and about out of a flat as well. And well done yeah, no, for not, battering each other, the two of you, but in great ways that you've obviously got on well and had fun. Thank you so much. Great.
Thanks, Nigel.
Right. Okay. Take care. And we're going to move on. Now, also, we'll come back as well. Later on, I'm going to speak to Helen Blair as well, because not only is she stewarding, but she's also from Good Sense Research. We'll find out more from her. But also, I've got a vision in Tangerine, the cat without his hat, Charlie Turnbull. There it is. Charlie, you're on mute, so you should know better than anyone how this all works. If you take yourself off mute, you are from our expert panel. Mario Alianos from...
I saw him pop in. Afternoon, Nigel. How are you?
Adeline Leeds is there. Hang on a minute. And then we've got Jen Grimston Jones as well from the Pangbourne Cheese Shop, Cheese Etc. They're our expert panel. They'll be joining us in a moment. Charlie, Tuesday night is cheese night. I mean,
every night is cheese night, really.
Yeah, almost single-handedly though. You've been doing a lot just to really profile the profession and keep us out there. But well done. You've put a huge amount of work into it. And well done for doing it. In different locations, you've moved around the south of England while you've been doing it.
We have. I think we're on episode 17, which says as much about lockdown as it does about us. We did it. It was like, we hear it a lot. It's like, we thought we'd give it a go, a bit like the Virtual Cheese Awards. And then 4 days later, we've got ourselves a camera. The first episode we did had issues with light. It was quite dark and the sun came streaming into the thing halfway through the show. But it's fun, and actually I had a chance to meet some really interesting people without ever leaving my home.
Well, well done. Again, you've been juggling a young family. How old are the ankle biters? Charlie?
Sorry, say that again.
I mean, you've been juggling a young family as well. How old?
Yes, 2 little ones, 3 and 5 years old. To be honest, they've been fine. They've been fine. Any younger, and they would have required more attention. At least we can dump them in front of TV for a bit and get away with it. And they're not permanently on their phones like all the children might have been trying to whinging about not seeing their mates. So I think we've had a good lockdown.
Yeah, good. Well, good. That's good. We'll come back to you in a minute. Jen Grimston Jones, nice to see you, Jen. Cheese, Pangbourne Cheese Shop, etc. Yeah, I mean, you're a cheesemonger and a very, much accoladed one for, the Guild of Fine Food, for the Farm Shop and Deli Awards. You know, I've been lucky enough to track you down. But how's it been for you? Has it been a bit of a roller coaster? How have you coped? How have you worked out with staff? Has it been possible? Just bring us a little vignette of how lockdown's been for you.
Yeah, I mean, we've been incredibly busy here, so it's been full on the whole time. Since March, I think we've only had 2 days off out of the shop, Ali and I, so it's been mega hectic. It's been a bit like Christmas, but with no end in sight. We've been open the whole time and just been very lucky to have customers coming into the shop, and then online it's been really busy as well. So all in all, kind of it's gone as well as I think it probably could have done.
Yeah, it's great that you and Ali have been able to do that. I mean, working in very close proximity, you know, and it's a good job you get on as well as you do. And then I know you've also been there out delivering as well. But some of your staff, it's been trickier for them to come in to work.
Yes, so most our regular staff are a little bit older, and so we had to have them on furlough at the beginning of lockdown, just because our shop is so small, we just couldn't do any kind of social distancing whatsoever. So they were on furlough, but we made sure that we topped up their pay, because for us that was really important. So they've been at home doing what they need to be doing there. But they're now both back in the shop. In fact, I'm in the shop at the moment. We've got 2 members of staff who are working it out the front, so hopefully they won't call on me for any disasters that are about to happen. Yeah. But no, it's been great. And yeah, delivery wise, we've been out doing local deliveries ourselves, so we deliver around about a 30-mile radius of the shop in our own van, and then we send cheese by courier elsewhere. We've been shopping for vulnerable customers, so we've been heading down to supermarkets and queuing with everybody else just to do our kind of customer shopping for them, just doing what we could really to help everybody out.
Yeah, well done. And all those wedding cakes will be on hold to next year, so you'll do double or triple the amount. A lot of them. And then in Leeds, in Adel, a place I know really well on the outskirts of Leeds, Mario Olianos. I know your story so well, almost better than my own, you know, but you're just a great story of lucky to have immigrants like you in Britain. You are fantastic but Dad, Ignazio, is Sardinian fisherman where you grew up. Mum's Austrian. 20
Yeah.
years over here, you came over here to learn English. You fell in love with a Yorkshire lass, but she's got Polish roots, Sonia. So, and now you've got a family. Gosh, you're juggling all that and surviving as a cheesemaker. Tell us about how's it been?
Well, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been, well, the first couple of weeks has been a really strange situation. It was just like some light switch. You know, everything what we built for the last 8 years, just on cheese making, just gone overnight. And plus that, even with the farmer, you know, everybody stopped buying milk. And even I had a phone call with a farmer, and they were saying he's gonna have to dry up if everybody was stopping. So we took the decision to go full steam ahead and carry on producing, and to help the farmer and to keep going. So because like now it's all coming out, we got cheese to sell, and we made lots of our cheese to keep going, and but I found it a little bit easier because I went back exactly the way I started 12 years ago, you know, knocking doors and doing lasagna. I did a little bit of that. In the meantime, I was selling the cheese as well, door to door. So that helped me quite a lot. And after Andy from the Coia Dairy and George and Joseph from Chaparaleto, they've been fantastic because they pushed our cheese through they had to change. So they were doing mailing, the courier delivery, and they sold lots of our cheese there, and it's been fantastic. So we managed to go through that.
Social media have been absolutely so heartfelt, the two of you, just to say thank you to everyone to keep buying the cheese and keeping you going, keeping the farmers going. Just tell us a little bit briefly about the cheeses that you make normally and have been making during lockdown.
So in lockdown, for the first 2 weeks, I stopped completely making the Yorkshire Pecorino Fresco and the Leeds Blue because they are fresh cheeses. They're only 30 days mature. So I stopped that the first 2 weeks because I had I reckon I was about £10,000 of stock behind because we had all order cancelled, all of them. So just that overnight, we were starting supplying a couple of wholesaler, and they cancelled completely the order. So I stopped for 2 weeks production. And after that, we start making hard cheeses, Yorkshire Fiore, which I don't sell a lot because it takes 6 months to 8 months to mature for a good pecorino. So, and we tried to do exactly what we do in Sardinia. So I've got a full storage for Yorkshire Fiore, they're gonna be ready soon. And only after last 2 months, we started producing the Fresco and the Leeds Blue, and we're doing quite all right. So it looks like a full production. We're full back on now. So it's been all right.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Well, I couldn't done with the help of the people. The people, the support of, especially local people, but all social media, all the my follow, they've been absolutely supporting. I'm gobsmacked the support we had. I'm just small cheese making in Leeds, and we had this massive support, which has been fantastic. I could have done without the people. So with the people supporting us, it hasn't just support us, but they support the farmer, the family, other, all of the other farmers as well. So it's been amazing, the support of the people. I can't say thank you enough.
Okay, well, you're much loved, and I'm sure that relationship will continue. And Jen, you must have seen that, not just with your customers, but obviously your suppliers, this relationship that you've got with them. And I'm sure it's been interesting that some of them who were supplying the on-trade, that's gone. So it was a matter of getting these cheeses out to the public through great cheesemongers like yourself. I'm sure these relationships that you've already had have been deeper almost than ever before.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, we try and pick up cheeses where we can. So around here, we're really lucky that we have good local cheesemakers, so like Village Made, Two Hoots with their Barkham. We work with them with Nettlebed Creamery, Norton and Yarrow with their goat cheeses. So we go to them. Last week I went to Gloucestershire and I picked up our cheeses directly from Jonathan Crump for his 2 Gloucesters that he makes for us. So we've kind of tried to just up what we're doing British cheese wise anyway, I think there's been a big push for British cheese. People have heard that it needs help. And so we've made the decision that all of our gift boxes since lockdown began, they've only had British cheeses in them. So where we can influence sales, we've made sure we've pushed the cheeses that we needed to. One of my colleagues here, she's a big fan of Kirkham's Lancashire. So Kirkham's went out in almost every single box we sent for the first 2 months, contained some of Kirkham's Lancashire in it, because for us it's a great cheese and we would have hated to see it disappear off the shelves. So we've been doing what we can. Our suppliers have been great. Some of the continental cheeses slowed down a little bit at the beginning, but actually most of them, they've managed to keep going. And I think we're lucky because we do use smaller distributors. So they've been able to keep the kind of chain of motion going on. So it's been hard work, but it's been kind of doable.
Yeah, I bet. But also, I'm sure people in your area really appreciate you and Ali and your team and everything you've done. I'm sure those relationships will last us forever. I do feel that. I hope I'm not being too naive, but I just think sometimes we'll appreciate all these type of things. And Mrs. Kirkham's, of course, was my Heritage Award winner at the Great Taste Awards, and I grew up in Lancashire, but to Yorkshire parents, Mario, I have to point that out. So that's Ruth Kirkham. It's a great story, and Graham and Charlie. It'll be interesting because you obviously there was Turnbull's Deli and Shaftesbury. That was your side, and now with the Cheese Academy, you've moved through the different elements of the business. But some of these great stories, and do you remember the one that really moved us with Carwyn Adams from Cowes Kenarth? A farmer taking to social media, and not a man known for his huge verbiage or vocabulary, but from the heart saying, "You've got to help me, I'm in trouble."
Yeah, well, a lot of cheesemakers are isolated in their farms and their dairies. It's not a job you do collaboratively. You do it with your team in your dairy, day in, day out, often very early in the morning. And there are a lot of people have struggled. Graham Kirkham himself was drying off his cows. He was saying, I'm done. His cheese is much harder to make than your average Lancashire by mixing those curds up, getting your 2 or 3 days curds into one vat. It's only for people who care. And sometimes we need to be reminded of that. And that's what sort of happened through lockdown is actually we've sort of learned to care again, not just about our families, which we've of course enjoyed living with for so solidly and close cheek by jowl. But actually, we've reconnected with our countryside and our cheesemakers and a bit degree. And like you were saying, I was chatting to Tanny Gill, who's based just south of Edinburgh and does a lot of the Scottish independent stores. Those independents have saved his bacon, saved the business. As Mario was saying, 80% toast when food service. The independents are the ones going into their shops every single day, holding it together, meeting their community more than half. And what Jen was saying, she's not just sending her own stock into people's houses. She's going to the supermarket and buy the shopping. That's proper awesomeness, Jen. Fantastic.
Thanks, Charlie.
Yeah, no, I do that, and again, people will never forget that, Jen. What you and Ali have done, and I think it will just really, just cement these relationships far more than we were ever aware before. And just looking, if any good things came out of Foot and Mouth, CJD, it's made us stop to think, what we're eating, where it's come from, provenance, traceability, food miles, and you three absolutely typify that. I mean, Mario, again, it's very interesting with that relationship with your farmer, but I do get the impression that consumers, the people who they don't just want to taste the cheese, they want to know the story about, you and Sonia and how it came about, you mad, crazy Sardinian ending up in Apple. But that's the great backstory. You've got great cheeses, but they taste even better when you know the story.
Yeah, I think even I just finished now the farmers market. We just, thanks God, we restarted the farmers market. So we are in trade contract with the public. And I think the first market I did, the queue was so big. I had a queue all the time, 50, 60 people all the time, because I wanted to, first thing, to see how we were doing. And the second thing, to support us. So we want to support you. And, it's crazy. It's crazy. It just it's nice that when people are behind you. It's nice when see you. That's what makes me carry on what I'm doing. So, and that's I put everything I've got into the cheese, into my business, into the family, and it's nice people appreciate what we do. And it's just like fantastic. Is
Well, they do. They're great cheeses. I don't know, Jen, if you know the Alianos range at all. I have a feeling you might be getting some samples now, and quite right, because they are magnificent cheeses, and I've tasted them on the radio and cooked with them as well. Now, Jen, what about the future? I mean, again, keep on going what you've been doing in the last few months. You as a business, because you think, well, this is great. We've got a bigger base of customers than ever before, but I suppose it's uncertain times. We don't quite know what is going to be happening the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months. So there is a certain amount of caution, which all of us would be, not just the ones from the north of England, but we want to know how we're going to proceed. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, for us, not just our customer base in Pangbourne here, but just online has been incredible. So we went from having maybe 12 online orders a week in February to having 80 online orders at the moment every week. And so we're looking to expand and to find a premises that we can just run our mail order side from. I think I was working out the other day, I think 20,000 sheets of waxed paper in the last couple of months, just wrapping cheeses. And it's just been amazing how our local customers, but then customers all over the country are just supporting smaller businesses. And I think people will carry on. I think people will remember that when the chips were down and when everybody needed a bit of help, it was the really small local independents that were keeping going, and people feel safe coming in here. We get lots of older customers who don't want to go to the big supermarkets for their shopping. They want to come and shop in small places. And so for us, there's a good butcher in Pangbourne, a good baker's. People don't feel the need to leave the village. And so I think that's been really important, and I think people will carry on supporting local because they've realised that actually they need us to be around. If this happens again, or if anything in the future, they need shops like ours to be able to carry on. So I do think that the way people shop has changed for the better. It's gone back to how it used to be. I can remember when I was a kid growing up, we had a fruit and veg man came with a van down our road, and my mum would go out and just buy her fruit and veg from him. And it's that kind of thing, I think, that's really important, just to support the smaller companies. And it might cost a bit more, but actually, you know what you're getting, and it's really good quality produce. And I think that's important to people.
Yeah, I think cheese is a really good example of that. It's like a good piece of chocolate. You don't actually need that much to be satiated, but it's all about the flavour. Charlie, that's really interesting what Jen's just touched upon.
It is.
Because the high street, because obviously we all know that the high street, a lot of them are in trouble. Rents, it was difficult beforehand, and everyone's been buying more online than lockdown. We'll talk about packaging in a minute, but also, so at one stage, people are wanting to support local businesses and go and see someone like Jen and Ali and buy from them, particularly cheese, so they can sample it, and they always sample everything. But other people are buying online. So these two sides of the equation. It's really
true. It's true. I'd like to let's start with the online issue first. Food has lagged almost all other sectors in being bought online. So the figures all over the place. But let's go with sort of the accepted standard that 15 to 70% of most purchases is done online. Okay, but food 2 to 3%. Really, and that's all supermarket shopping. But what I've seen during lockdown is people have tried it and found it worked. And that need to touch it, feel it, see it before you buy it, which is sort of very visceral, very foodie. And they're going, it's just as good. Just choose a good source. They'll look after you. The product will be great. And I think that is part of sort of one of those rumbling revolutions. The new normal going forward is that people are going to be much, much more happy to buy food online than they were 6 months ago. And I'm really pleased about that, because an awful lot of, and taking on the second point you're making, is that they're buying from local stores online, which sounds, as you say, like a contradiction. But once they've found their trusted source, they want to send it to their aunt in Aberystwyth, or order it for the weekend in advance, or whatever's right for them in that week. But that combination of bricks and clicks with a person that they know standing out the front who they like and trust is like the perfect combination for a lot of buyers.
And I think that's a good example. Maro, you touched upon it. In your first week or two, you're thinking, everyone like a rabbit in the headlights, thinking, what is happening? But as a small business, you were able to adapt and change and move your business plan very quickly. So suddenly you think, okay, we'll be doing more online. You know, how will we get our cheese to market? You're in of a size where you can adapt quickly.
Yeah, well, it's we adapted really quickly because for me, I always find a way to do what's next. What's next? I can't start doing nothing or just. Yeah, I was down for a couple of days, but the next day I went, okay, well, I've got all this cheese. I've been doing markets. Social media is there, and I went and said, look, I'm gonna start doing delivery door to door because my website is still. Basically, I started building a website to sell cheese online. But the guy who does the website as well has been absolutely inundated with people doing online. So I went, okay, I go door to door, and I went all around Leeds delivering the cheese. And they said, look, I'm doing the cheese, I do the lasagna, do the cannoli, and I was doing like that. I worked the first months in March. I went through just door to door, and I still got no website. And people that got used to it, and they were doing from the phone call, you know, have you got a quarter of, I've dropped the prices of the cheese. I said, look, I'm going to do a quarter of cheese this price, half a wheel this price, and a full wheel this price. And people, they were buying the full wheel. And I was sure, are you sure? He said, yeah, just, and for the support, they were just buying full wheel. And every week, I had the customer just every week having a quarter of cheese, a piece of Leeds Blue, a piece of pecorino fresco, the fiore, ricotta. When I was doing the ricotta fresca, I was putting it in Italian in Facebook. Look, I've got 10 kilos of ricotta now, and all the Italian community, I'll have a kilo. So I worked like that with people like that. I had to change. I'm still doing it now, and now I'm getting really busy because market they're going back, and people ask me the cheese. In fact, I'm doing a delivery after this meeting. I have to do a cheese delivery.
Well, I bet you hope you might take some more staff on it. You know, that's the key down the line. You know, a growing, thriving business. Good. Are you making your own cannoli? Were you delivering?
I saw your pick up of that, Nigel.
Yeah.
Yeah, cannoli and the Italian donuts. I just do the cheese and with the ricotta, I fill them with the ricotta. And we just did 120 this morning.
Wow, mia moglie è siciliana, so cannoli and cassata is just what it's all about. Gosh, that's, yeah, well, I am salivating now. And Jen, I mean, we're just talking about how your online business has grown, but what about all the elements, again, of packaging and being seen to be, you know, recycling and make sure, because we all conveniently, as all the Amazon stuff was being delivered, you know, all the plastic and everything like that, that was put on hold. But for you, when you think, right, our cheese wants to go out, but also it wants to be seen, the whole ethos is the same as what you have done with your cheeses, but the way people receive it and what they can recycle. How does that work?
Yep, so we use a compostable cheese wax paper that we wrap our cheeses in. Then when we're sending it out by mail order, it goes in with a gel pack, so it's a reusable ice pack. That goes into a reusable foil bag as well. Into one of our boxes, which is all recyclable cardboard, and it's made out of recycled cardboard in the first place. So everything that arrives with people's cheese order can either be eaten or it can be reused. So yeah, I mean, for us, it's all about being as eco-friendly as we can. We have an electric car that we use. We've just put an order in to have an electric van, which will be completely electric. So the van itself, as well as the fridge unit, would all be electric. And so it's just making smaller changes like that we can do our local deliveries in, because when we're just covering locally, an electric van is perfect for that. So that's kind of the way we're moving. And I think there's going to be a bit of a balance between online and in the shop. For us, our shop sales are still probably 80% of what we're doing. But the online is definitely growing, and that's been the hardest work really, because I'm working in the shop all day. I then am here making up orders that are going to be dispatched the next day. So that's what's made us kind of our longer hours, is that we can't make up orders whilst we've got customers in the shop. So it's juggling it all together. But yeah, I mean, whatever the future is going to be, we're going to have to all adapt and just do our best. And again, the smaller independents, the smaller cheese makers, we can all adapt to the situation, and we can change something very quickly, almost overnight if we need to. So I think that's helped us a lot.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, absolutely. And also, yeah, the difference being is that when you had big cheeses and truckles that you could cut from in your But deli, it's difficult with the online and certainly with some of the big supermarkets as well. All they wanted was pre-packaged, you know, smaller pieces. So it became incredibly labor intensive for a lot of cheese producers. So they had to adapt. So they might have been busy, but to make the money of the same margin has been difficult. Charlie, look at us. We're zooming in. You know, you and I have been behind that camera a few times, but we weren't always operating the cameras. I mean, within 12 weeks, we've moved on 12 years. I mean, look at all of us here. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Well done to you for making it happen as well.
Still wearing with a loud shirts though. No, I've found this really positive. So the Academy of Cheese training we've put in place over the last 18 months was based on bums on seats. Which is great. And actually it's a really fantastic interactive experience. Everyone's tasting the same cheese. So there is a real community about it. But within a week of lockdown, 2 weeks of lockdown, I launched a webinar-based training experience. We used Paxton's to send out the cheese boxes so that everyone was tasting the same cheese. And I'm never going back. I love it. I love the fact that they can do it in their own time. No one has to travel anywhere. We can break it up into bite-sized chunks because you don't need to, you know, make it work to go for a whole day to get your hours in. So, you know, that's just one small example of this. And I mean, we're pioneering in, hopefully launching in about 6 weeks, the ability to people like Jen, just dropping us in here, Jen, for you to have a webinar counter so that you can buy like this. I can talk to you and you can show me some cheeses and then you pack it up and send it on. Now that's not as efficient, but in a way of creating a new way of interacting with customers from afar, it allows us to bring the bricks and the clicks closer all the time. And lots of other people are innovating in similar ways.
Yeah, and Mario, it's interesting, you were just saying about your website, because obviously you're very busy. And it's a matter of thinking, right, well, you obviously can see the importance of it, but having the time and also the expertise to do it, whether you work with someone to do that or incentivize them to help you out. But I'm sure that's something else. Although I have to say, I love your social media because it's absolutely from the heart, you know, and the two of you, it might not be the most elaborate and put together, but people really relate to it. I'm sure like a lot of these Zoom meetings, it's amazing what we've put up with. And as you say, and yeah, will you be able to slow down, Jen? Can you see, I mean, now you've got some of the staff back as well. I mean, I'm sure you're ready for a holiday. I mean, and there are at least some people going on holiday, most of them are staycations, but for the next few months, you still think you're going to be nose to the grindstone, or you might have a little bit of you and Ali time?
Well, we took a couple of days off last week, but we went hiking in the Malverns, so it wasn't really time that spent nicely, quietly doing not very much. I'm not really one for sitting around without having a plan in place. And to be honest, I'm a little bit of a control freak, so I quite like being in the shop and just overseeing how it goes. I'm a bit pedantic when it comes to how we wrap and everything else like that. So I'm not sure I trust anybody else to be able to send out the cheeses and make sure they're going to arrive in a really good condition, because that's what's really important. So for us, we have to make sure that every single box we send out is going to arrive with the customer as perfect as if they picked it up from the shop.
Well, that's why you're so good at what you do, to be honest. That's why you keep winning, because you are very hands-on.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, I think everyone that works with cheese, you have to love what you do, because we're definitely not in it to make millions. But it's such an amazing product to work with. And I would say to my customers all the time that look at our cheese counter. We've got, I think, 150 different types of cheese at the moment, of which 130 of them are British. And it's just amazing that all of it starts off as milk. And cheesemakers are amazing what they do with the milk product. And it is the most amazing substance to work with. And I'm so glad that we made the big leap a few years ago and got into this business, because it's amazingly rewarding, and we both just love it, which is the main thing I think about any job.
What were your two different backgrounds?
I was a physiotherapist and Ali was a netball coach. So yeah, complete change of job overnight.
Yeah, well, it's brilliant. It's a great business, and I look forward to cheese, etc. The Pangbourne Cheese Shop as you're trading there, but the expansion, watch this space. We'll just see what happens. Charlie, Tuesday, who's in the locker with you?
Oh, I've got the Virtual Cheese Awards is coming online. So they're joining me, hopefully with the winner when announced later today, the all-time winner. We obviously don't know who that is yet. So we're going to do a wrap, 30 minutes, talking about the only awards this year as far as we're aware. And basically just talking the cool card. It's cheese. Stay on the job.
Yeah, we'll see. At the moment, the British Cheese Awards might well be taking place at the Dairy Show. We don't know.
The World Cheese Awards might happen.
World Cheese Awards, Mario, you're right. Absolutely, in northwest Spain. None of us know. But yeah, Mario, come on. I mean, again, you'll sleep well every night, I've no doubt. But juggling work and family. But it's lovely to see you. And good
No,
luck.
nice to having me. It's fantastic. I'm really pleased. A pleasure to be here. So, and it's my first Zoom call as well. Until now,
Really?
I avoid. Yes, until now I avoid the Zoom call. That is my first one.
Well done, Mario. You're losing your Zoom virginity today, and we're delighted that you're doing it with us.
Thank you.
I want to share with you. I've always thought really it's important with these. You get a good. I'm not very good at technology, but I've got a really good person with me. My 20-year-old son and all the boys we've been cooking with the Baden boys, and I'm just going to move my camera to show you how technically alert he is. Bear me a second. Here you go. I'm just moving it now, and you can just see over there.
Yeah, it's like my two. It's like my two boys. Exactly the same.
I don't know what time. I didn't hear him come back in, but he was from Harry Dorber, from the anchor here. So he's my technology expert.
Oh, your technology expert needs to get back on the case.
Yeah, no sound.
Nigel.
Oh, wait, no, I told you technology. I'm rubbish with that. There you go. It's a joy. Charlie, Jen, Mario, thank you for your time. Thank you for letting us ease you into the Zoom world, Mario. And you're great. You're three great stalwarts. And you, for me, typify why the cheese community is such a special one.
Thank you, Nigel.
Take care.
Nigel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lots of love.
Bye.
And we've got Sarah DeWitt is near us somewhere. I can feel your aura, Sarah. I'm sorry that my technological son is completely passed out, but never mind. I'm still just about live. Can you update us on how things are doing? I know we've got some. Without our sponsors, we would be nothing. So it would be lovely to hear a little bit about them and how your day's going. And you're back. You've moved. You've got a different backdrop. You're moving around the house. You're gonna have to unmute yourself. That's the way it works. You're muted. Press your button, Sarah.
Hello, I press the buttons right now. Thank you, Nigel. Yeah, I've just been enjoying being in the viewing platform, and yeah,
they were great, weren't they?
Everybody. So yes, yeah, right. We're back onto it. So just wanted to say a few words and talk about our sponsors, because as I said earlier, there is no way that we could have set this show on the road without any sponsors. In fact, we had to raise money to actually set off to begin with, because unless we did that, we had nothing to do anything with. So I just like to give a huge shout out to Wyke Farm, who were our first sponsor and have given us lots of support in terms of offering use of chilled store, postage, and just lots and lots of overall support. So thank you very much, Wyke Farm. Obviously a farmhouse cheddar maker. And the other two main sponsors that came early to the party and really believed in us were Alpma, who obviously produce bespoke dairy machinery for making cheese and packaging. So thank you very much, Alma, and Saputo. Some of you will know Saputo used to be Dairy Crest and kind of turned into Saputo. And again, came to the party really, really early and gave us a big chunk of money to set us on the road. So apart from that, we have many other sponsors which have helped made up the money. So we have a large amount of money also from First Milk, obviously again another dairy. We have money from Christians. We have money from Able Box. YPAC are also one of our key sponsors, so thank you very much, YPAC. Again, that moved us on quickly. We have sponsorship in terms of money from DuPont, and they sponsored our lovely aprons and our mugs for the judging operation. We have a great sponsor from Society of Dairy Technology, Sycamore Engineering, Bradbury's Cheese came early to the party as well, so thank you very much, Richard Paul, for agreeing to that. We have sponsorship from Healers, Orchard Valley, Coombe Castle International, Dale Farm, Foss, BOP.com, Mid Counties Co-op, Invest NI, thank you very much, Michelle Sherlow, the Montgomery Group, Capital Refrigeration, the Grocery List, thank you very much, Jess, and also for packing our People's Choice box, Partington Creamery, Irish Black Butter, who you've already seen, and Flexo Pack, and I mustn't forget, obviously, Butler's cheeses and Peter's Yard biscuits. So a very quick run through, but without any of these people supporting us, then this event would not be possible. Can I also say, not only have people given money, but they've also given lots and lots of time. So all of the judges are from companies maybe who sponsor, but also they have put in lots of time to be on briefings, just time to judge and support. So thank you very, very much.
And I'd like to thank your husband for letting us have you for so long, because, yeah, I know you haven't been seeing a lot of him recently in lockdown, and the rest of the family. But well done to you.
Children, yes.
Oh, who is that woman? I mean, I remember, you know, she looks vaguely familiar. Now, hopefully, best consumer cheese, the category was judged earlier in the day, and it was great. Russell Haggerty and Nicola Wilden were judging. I don't know if we've got any of them. Aha, Nicola, here she is, as if by magic, just to let us know. And Big Bad Russ is with you to let us know how you got on. Any awards you can talk about, tell us about who did what. And I know that Nigel Pooley was also bringing us up to speed, but it would be great to just find out. And thank you again to Sarah and all our sponsors. Russ, hello, fella.
Hello, how are we doing?
Good. It's been a long day for you. I know you were judging early doors, but well done. Thank you for hanging around. And what a fine. There we go. That's better.
Hey, we're all on now.
Yeah. How did it go?
It went really, really well. We had 20 cheesies, 14 of them were cheddars, and 6 other cheesies. So, yeah, it took us slightly longer than we expected, didn't it, Nicola?
It did. It did. It took us from breakfast to lunch. But it was worth it.
So we saw some fantastic different cheddars, and then we had, I'm guessing it was a blue Shropshire, something like that, goat's cheese on there, a couple of other blues, and then an artisan-y cheddar-y products, we're guessing.
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't know, so...
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Nicola, where did we track you down? Because we just saw the hunk in the background making tea.
Yeah, that's a very happy Leeds United supporter, Nigel. Yeah, I'm in. Yeah.
Oh, good. Well, that's good. Are they all Leeds fans?
They are. Yeah, I've got 4 children, and yeah, 2 of them still live at home, and they're Leeds fans, and my husband. So they're all very happy today.
We are Leeds. We are Leeds. Leeds. We
yes,
are. You know,
they are.
I remember that one. I've been on the slopes. Yeah, well done. Yeah, and Russ, what about yourself?
So we run a pig sanctuary called Pigs in the Wood as well. So I've just nipped down there to help out. We've got Pig Gig coming up next weekend. So
Pig Gig, fantastic.
That's really exciting. So we've got some live bands playing in the woods and free roaming pigs wandering around. So yeah, it's going to be a really good experience.
Yeah, good. And yes, for sure. And work then, I mean, with the pig side, that's obviously ongoing stock. You have to keep, you know.
So that's voluntary, so that's a sanctuary, that's something that I help out at. So I work full-time as a category technical manager at Morrison's. So cheese is my category that I look after. So I've got one of the great jobs of travelling all over, looking at the really big suppliers and the really small suppliers to put food and cheese onto the shelves. We work quite hard in our local solutions to get the small artisan producer into local stores. So we've got some really small producers in 1 or 2 stores all over the country.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, again, that's another side. We've been talking to some of the fishmongers and, the cheesemongers and then some of the producers. But obviously, supermarkets and Morrison's, you know, you've just been having to manage it and all this, and that initial bonkers onslaught, you know, when people were snorting flour and yeast, God knows what they were doing with it all, but we couldn't get hold of any.
It was a really difficult time for supply chain to manage. It's just horrendous because they just totally wipe your stock out totally. and then you've got to have your order go in, and the supplier's got to make it. Then you've got to get it into the supply chain and then onto the shelf, and everybody's screaming for the product. So it's not just Morrison's, it's a Co-op, it's everybody's in the same boat. So we just got obliterated.
Yeah, it was crazy. But again, you know, it's been interesting to see how people's buying patterns, and again, with some of the farm shops who kept going and the delis, it's a nice combination, you know, of established companies like the Morrisons of this world, but again, with some of the smaller ones. And I think I hope they can all work in tandem and keep going and stay in business, which is the key. Mid-Counties Co-op as well, Nicola, you know, interesting times for you. I mean, you know, a lot of stores, but making sure that you can keep your customers happy.
Absolutely. And like, you know, our local sales, they're up 61% year on year. It's just absolutely fantastic because, you know, our priority was obviously to keep the colleagues safe and our customers safe. And the majority of the estate are smaller convenience stores. So like we said, in those initial weeks when big supermarkets were really struggling to recover from the, you know, initial panic buying, it was our small producers who just doubled their efforts and pivoted their businesses and just came and saved the day. And it's great now that 16, 17 weeks on that, you know, the great British public have just, you know, have recognised that and are still choosing to buy some of those products as well. So yeah, I just feel so fortunate. I know, and Russell said it earlier, that we work in the category that we do. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, well, your two very synonymous British brands have been around, you know, for a long time and associated with community and family. You know, I'm from from Lancashire, so obviously the Co-op was very strong growing up, you know, with feeders, berriers, look after us, do everything. And and Morrison's again, you know, great Yorkshire community originally. So well done for that, and thank you very much. And I'm sure you'll be interested to see who's winning what out of your.
Yes.
We really want to know. We really want to know what it is.
So Nicola, all these Leeds fans, but you're based in Gloucestershire, aren't you?
Yeah. I'm in Gloucester itself. Yeah, just like I can see the cathedral from my garden, 2 miles away.
Well, good. Well, I'm sure they're lucky having, you know, the northern input from all of you, I'm sure. And Russell, that they're in Skelmanthorpe, Huddersfield Way. My lot, Dad's family from Brighouse, Mum's family have a tannery in Armley, Grimshaw's. So yeah, like Supply Wine as a young wine merchant for 3 acres, and the bridge.
Oh, nice.
So 2 parts of the world I know well. So it's great. Thank you very much for your input, and keep safe, and we'll see you on the other side. But thank you for all your help with the virtual cheese.
It's been a pleasure.
No problem. Take care, everyone.
Yeah,
Stay safe. Bye.
Bye.
Hurrah. Okay, well, it's not far off that time, knowing we're going for our final panel for the best British cheese. But there are a few other people who we want to say thank you to. We've interviewed them. I've been interviewing them over the past week, some of which we could play out. Otherwise, we'll put them online so you can watch them. But also, some of these might be slightly curtailed. But if Steve's in the house and we can go to Catherine Mead of Liner Dairies, that would be great. It's we won't be able to play out all the interview, but we can do. I mean, in the West Country, we did a great job because a lot of the West Country producers, such as Phil Stansfield from Cornish Blue, the Barbers family, generations of them, and they got together with Cornish Chowder, etc., and Brie, and they put together, and Peter's Yard, put these fabulous cheese selections together so that the public could buy direct from them, and that was just another great way of supporting our cheesemongers. So well done to them. Steve, are we all right? Have we got Catherine on standby? If we have, we can go and play a bit of her.
Catherine Mead, we've just had an interesting Zoom moment where we've tried to connect, and I think that's typified the fact there's massive advancements in the technology, so that you and I are speaking to each other, which is great. I'm in Suffolk, you're in Cornwall, but occasionally it thwarts us, and suddenly you think, oh, well, you're a cheesemaker, and I'm all right as a broadcaster on the right side of a camera or a microphone. I'm not so good on the other side.
I think the different platforms have been quite something for us all to master, haven't they?
Yeah.
I think I have icons on my computer for at least 5 different platforms. and getting into them has always got some sort of knackiness about it. And
on that note, I'm going to get you
the worst
to
if I got
slightly
different people
tilt
on the same
your.
meeting.
If you tilt your computer a little, that's better.
better.
That's better. Yeah. So how? Come on. Well, yeah. Line of Dairies. Have you been able to work all the way through? Pretty much. How's it been?
Well, we had the week before the lockdown. You could see trouble on the horizon. There was no doubt about that. And it was pretty fraught, and we were all, no one quite knew what we were looking for. Well, we were just sitting there waiting for this, this tsunami, and we're kind of wondering just how big is it going to be. But we saw some significant sales reductions at that point. And so we started talking to staff and saying, look, guys, we don't anticipate that we're going to be making much product in the short term. We're going to have to contract a bit and just get ahead of this. And then March the 23rd, everything fell off a cliff, as people keep saying, and orders just disappeared. And I think the reason why orders disappeared was not because people stopped eating, because we know they didn't, but because people started shopping in a very, very different way. And they went with as many supermarket bags as they could potentially fit in their car, and absolutely raided supermarkets where they were, picking very, very quickly things off shelves that were wrapped principally in plastic, not always, but principally in plastic. And it was just max out the visit and make sure that you get as much food as you possibly can. And so our challenge was to weather that 4 weeks where we had cheese in our maturing rooms, which frankly was losing time and was quite a concern to us. But also the focus seemed to be so heavily on this volume of food to a huge number of people. Because of course they weren't just feeding, they were making up for all the restaurant and the cafe and food service fees as well. So they were suddenly having to do that much more than they were doing before. So they really were also very pressed. And then I think it was about week 3 when everyone said, okay, we've got enough food in our houses. We are not going to starve. This is going to be okay. But actually, we are a little bit tired of the same offers. And we're slightly missing the diversity that we had in food service. And we're definitely missing the diversity we had in small and independent shops, even though we weren't always big users of them. And so at week 3, we started to see a little bit more interest in the market and a bit of picking up. Not enough, I might say, to really balance out our maturing stores. And we had, by that stage, stopped production. So although we were making here, we had stopped production. And we were thinking of every single possible way of getting cheese from our dairy into the customer's hands. And as you would have heard time and time again, online presented the biggest opportunity that we had. And happily, we were quite well set up administratively to manage online sales. We certainly weren't set up in production terms to do the volume that we did in the first instance. And it was, absolutely overwhelming how the orders came in. But of course, where we'd previously been putting quite large quantities of cheese on a pallet to go to a wholesale customer or to a cheesemonger or whatever, now we're selling very small bits of cheese to individual people. So that was taking us sort of to the end of April, and we just saw things notching up a bit. So last week of April, we started making a very small amount of cheese. And we carried on in the beginning of May and the first 3 weeks. And then suddenly we seemed to see this total step change where the independents, our cheesemakers, our cheesemongers, our delis, our farm shops, seem to be in the new darlings of retail, and this is where everyone wanted to be. And so they were in no small part compensating for our lack of food service opportunities. And combined with our online business, they suddenly our wholesales profile looked completely different. It was really peculiar. So arguably we were only doing more of the same, but the balance had changed beyond recognition, really. And then by the time we got to the end of May, really by that stage, things are ramping up to not far off normal service. Let's say it's about 80%. Well, 80% is good, you know, in this strange and wonderful world. 80% felt really quite manageable, and albeit we're on a contracted team. But then we had the next conundrum, which is how do we go to that next 20% whilst keeping social distancing? And so actually we've taken a kind of good hard look at what we're doing, and we're saying we can carry on like this at this 80%, the 75-80% mark. And it's in no manner of means is it disastrous, because it gives us a really good opportunity to just kind of revisit where we've come from, who we are, what we want to do, and what you know, our sales profile looks like, and how that balances with the type of business that we are. So it's been a really interesting time, and now we are shorting Cornish Yard. We do not have enough, and we don't really feel we can put much more in without breaking the social distancing principles, which I know some businesses feel they take the spirit of guidance, which is if you can socially distance. But right now we're very committed to saying, you know, socially distance, and our team want that. How
many people do you have in the team?
We're about 14 here now, so it is considerably less than we were. But you know, I'm not looking for any of them to feel vulnerable.
No. So when you were at capacity before, how many would you have been with you?
Well, we were well over 20. You know, up towards 25. Yeah. So we are, you know, we are down quite a few people. There is no doubt about that.
How's lockdown been for you on a home, domestic level, the family?
On a domestic level, well, so ordinarily I have I live on my own most of the time in a seaside house in Falmouth, you know, and I've got beautiful sea views, and I've got a nice garden. And lockdown brought.
There you go. As good as that as Catherine was, and she is very good. But I'm just conscious we have the best British cheese to judge. So and Catherine Mead, OBE, very glorious that she is. And also I want to say a big thank you again to White Farms for all, Nigel Pooley for making this happen, but also for all the support of the awards. I thought it was high time that we spoke to the main man, the CEO of White Farms, Richard Clothier. So Rich, over to you. No rush, Rich.
Now, I've tracked him down. It's Richard Clothier, but I'm going to call him Rich because if that's all right with you. And he's the Grand Fromage, the main man at White Farms. How are you? How's it been for you and the business recently?
Well, obviously, we live in worrying times, but you know, we're lucky to work in the food industry where people are still eating lots of cheese at home and hopefully trying and discovering a load of new cheeses from all around the country. So hopefully, you know, we consider ourselves very fortunate, although we're all obviously incredibly worried and, you know, challenged and trying to create the safest working environment for our colleagues at really time.
Yeah, I'm sure you had to reconfigure everything, you know, the business. I mean, how many people would you normally have on the books?
Well, we've got about 250 people working on sites all across the business. And you know, some of the team we've managed actually really efficiently to work from home and, you know, have meetings like we're having now. And it's been a bit of a revelation for an old dinosaur like myself
me too.
to realise that actually you can have an effective social meeting over over things like Teams or Zoom, and I feel really bad actually, because our IT guy, Julian, has been saying to me for years, "But Rich, if only you'd embrace Teams and have the meetings on Teams, you could save a fortune in traveling and also cut your scope 2 emissions and make the business more sustainable." And actually he's right. And I keep thinking I really must catch up with Julian and see all the other things that he's right about.
Yeah. You should play, I know. Yeah, spend a bit more time with Julian. Note to self.
Yeah,
but,
note to self. Yeah.
Yeah. No, well done to you and to Julian. And as I say, it will be, the new normal will be a very different one. But in many ways, there are good things hopefully to come out of all this and what have you. If no one knows about, they probably have eaten your cheese, but they might not know about Wyke Farms. Tell us a little bit, a bit of a vignette about the company.
Yes, so the family have been making cheese here in the West Country for hundreds of years. My grandparents sort of founded the business as we know it today in a village called Wyke Champflower, named by a French guy actually that invaded the village in Norman time. Called it Wyke Field of Flowers, so hence Chamfleur. So my grandparents were farmers at the turn of the last century. Kept cows, and my grandmother used to make cheese. My grandmother Ivy. And we still make cheese today to her recipe using the same starters, which we propagate ourselves. And our flagship cheddar is named after my grandmother Ivy, and that's our Ivy's Vintage Cheddar. And that's sold in over 150 countries around the world. And yet my grandmother had never left Somerset, let alone travelled on a plane or gone to another country. So she'd be amazed if she came back today and saw Ivy's Vintage being sold in France, the US, Australia, and all around the world. So
she'd be very proud.
Cheese and farming in Somerset, and enjoying it.
Yeah. Well, I know Bruton's your nearest metropolis, but I used to work on a dairy farm at Wanstrow between Frome and Shepton Mallet, and played rugby for Frome. Yeah, and I worked 6.5 days a week, and got half a day off to play rugby. And I used, after board and lodging, I got £15 a week.
Well, some farmers would tell you that's the same as we still get now. That's for sure. Great
part of the world, and obviously great milk and great dairy history, as you've just, Granny Ivy, that's a great story. And what about for lockdown for you? Sorry, also on a personal level, how's it been for you and the family and managing?
Well, it's been different, and I'm really conscious not to moan about it, because I consider myself, the whole business in many ways has been really fortunate that people have kept eating cheese and kept supporting the business, and our farmers have kept supplying us with milk. So I count myself as incredibly fortunate. So I'm not going to moan, and looking at the positive things, afterwards, if we take the positive things that we've learned, like the positive benefit to the environment, for example, our solar arrays have never yielded as much energy as they are at the moment, because the skies are so clear without the plane trails and things like that. And our AD plant's been working really well, generating loads of gas and electricity for our operations here at Bruton. So we, touch wood, and our friends and family and colleagues have stayed safe. A few of them have had the illness, but luckily not seriously, quite mild. So we're really thankful about that. And obviously we're all very wary of, we're not out of this yet. None of us are. So we're just trying to be as diligent as we can, and hopefully we can all get through it together.
Just someone.
Okay, that was brilliant. I mean, he went on a little bit more anaerobic reactors, and just fascinating to see how they utilize all the environment around them, and how they can use slurry and things like that, or all the byproducts of farming, but actually create some good energy as well. And Nigel Pooley, I can feel he's on standby there, where we're at the moment, just to bring us up to speed. Any more category winners that we need to talk through, and also what we haven't discussed, Nigel, is what our accolade is going to be for our best British cheese. There are prizes to be won, but we haven't discussed them as yet. So let's do that.
There are prizes to be won. Really big prize from Specialty Food Magazine. We were going to talk to Holly. Are we not doing that now?
Well, if she's on, I think we're going to talk to her afterwards. I think that was the plan.
Yeah, no, they were really generous. There's a total of £4,000 worth of advertising to the winning person here now today. So, you know, that'd be great, especially if, you know, one of the artisan wins it. That would be a fortune for that. So it'd be really good.
Yeah, no, fantastic. I mean, it's a good news story, and well done to you. Are we up to speed now with our categories? Or do you have to update us with anything?
Yeah, no, I'll just, if I quickly run through the category winners.
Please.
So the 7 samples now in the final. The judges are all, for the final 3 judges there are this time, they're all on standby. They've got the samples ready. So the best cheddar class was won by Dale Farm of Northern Ireland. The best territorial was won with the Red Leicester from Longclawson Dairy. Best blue cheese was Beacon Blue from Butlers. The best enhanced cheese was Cornish Gouda. It was savoury additives, and it had fenugreek, as far as I know. You'll probably know what fenugreek is. Me as a non-chef won't. Best speciality cheese was won by Loveborn Cheese at Cricket St Thomas with an external white mold cheese. That was part of Lactalis. Best artisan hard cheese was won with a sheep hard cheese by Allsop and Walker. And the best artisan soft cheese was won with the best cow soft cheese from Feltham's Farm, which is Temple Combe, just outside Wincanton.
There you go. Fantastic.
It's just in my neck of the woods.
Yeah, no, brilliant. Well, again, great, great milk and just great farming heritage as well. So, are 3 judges, are they on standby? We've got Bruce McDonald, obviously Peter Mitchell, and Emma Young, all of who judged with us earlier on, are going to come and rejoin us. And then, they've got the very onerous task of tasting some of those fabulous cheeses. So Big Bad Bruce is back with us, Scotland's finest, but we've dragged him into England. So nice to see you. And yeah, he's going to turn himself on, so to speak, in a minute. Peter Mitchell, the mighty Mitchell is there, and Emma Young in the blue corner. Again, thank you very much for hanging around and lending us your palates once again. And this should be a lot of fun with some great cheeses, best of the best. And that's what we're going to decide, which is the best British cheese. Well done to you. Emma, one of the things being, I've actually got some Great Taste Award winning apple juice here. And for me, I've always, whenever I'm tasting, I either have slices of apple or juice, just something to cut through the acidity. I need the acidity to cut through some of the richness of the cheeses. I mean, water I never want, because to me it just turns it into a breeze block in my stomach.
Absolutely. So in here I've actually got a mixture of whiskey. No, not really. It's a bit of lime juice within my water, and I've just got some sort of palate cleanser crackers as well. I'm actually allergic to raw fruits, which doesn't bode well for an allotment here, so I don't usually have the apple thing, but a bit of acidity, bit of the lime juice sort of helps me out.
Yeah, good. No, again, it's just to keep your palate in trim, so you can give great cheeses the proper opportunity. Bruce as well, and I think we did a couple of tons of Peter's Yard sourdough biscuits should have arrived to your house. If not, I'm sorry.
No, they did. Yeah, they did.
Yeah, very good quality as well. Again, just to, whether that's something, Emma's produced hers, but whether that is something you do just to keep, how you keep your palate in really good nick.
I just use water.
Ah.
Very old fashioned. Yeah, I know my palate intimately, and water's fine. I don't like very strongly spiced foods either, so one thing to avoid. So water's fine for me, and it's always the same brand. I'm not going to say what it is, but it's a Scottish one.
Could be Highland Park, because that's got a lot of water in it, hasn't it?
Yeah. Well, Highland Park, it's not quite that. No, it's.
Yes, well, that's the Petite Rique of it. And young Master Mitchell, there you are. I know, absolutely ensconced in the West Country and all the elements of it. But obviously we're tasting different styles of cheeses from all around the UK. So this should be exciting. I see we've lost your backdrop, so now we can see you absolutely at your finest.
Yeah, not quite as much disturbance until we have an earthquake.
Good, because you can then show the cheeses up and lift them up, and we can see them as you go along.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, looking forward to it.
Yeah, Bruce, how many have you got? And when you're ready, start us on the proceedings. I know we've got Helen Blair with us, so she's stewarding, and also Good Sense Research. We might have a quick chat with her later on, just about what you've been up to during the run up to this, and generally. So once our judges have decided and the answers have been collated, if you wouldn't mind hanging around in the room, we'll have a quick chat with you. Over to you, Big Bad Bruce.
Thanks very much. We've had a quick chat, the three of us, and we've changed the running order from how it came down the line, just to try and keep the strongest, most lingering flavours to the end, work our way up to them, which we would do. And it's just based on what the category was. I haven't sniffed all the cheeses and said, oh, that's stronger than that. No, it's just based on the category. So whether we're right or wrong, that's another matter. So we're going to start with 166, which is the best artisan hard cheese. So it's a sheep milk cheese, lovely rind. I don't know if you can actually make out all the markings. Yes, you can. It's quite an ingress of dryness, but that's only to be expected with a cheese that's not, I presume, not kept in a vacuum. It's just sat on a shelf to breathe, and it loses some of its moisture quite naturally.
So this one I saw on Tuesday as well, and it was so visually striking to me. It really stood out. It looks very, very much like a sort of a Spanish Manchego style. So I was really excited to see that it's a British cheese. So I'm wondering whether it's made in a similar way and molded in an actual basket or some sort of mold imprint on the outside.
Yeah, the molds are plastic now, but they've got the imprint, like you say.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like straw.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so it does look really good, I've got to say. I agree with Emma.
Yeah.
It does look slightly Spanish, and none the worse for that. So the colour, you can see it going from the slightly dark grey where it's dried on the outside into the lighter grey. So texture, it's firm anyway. Yeah, it's not falling apart. That's a good start. It's not crumbly.
Not too grainy.
It should be a wee bit granular maybe.
Yeah, it's drier, but you'd expect that.
I've got a tiny bit of a granular texture, but also some nice sort of oils coming out on it as well, which I'd expect in a sheep's milk cheese.
And it does melt in the mouth really nicely, Scott.
Yeah.
It's almost gone. I've been left with a couple of little lumps of it at the moment. A couple of little, curds, but it mostly melted straight down. Sweetness in it as well. Caramelized sweetness.
Definitely caramel. I'm getting a bit of sort of Werther's Originals. Really lovely sort of warm flavours, but that nice sweetness as well.
Yep. Other caramels are available.
I'm sorry.
No, it's one of these Moorish cheeses. It's just going to drag you back. If I don't stop, I'll just probably eat the whole blooming thing.
I agree. I want like a glass of sherry or something with this. It's really enticing.
Slight back note to it, which I wasn't really expecting, but yeah.
Just calling out for a Amontillado for Young, and maybe a Manzanilla for McDonald's, and a Paolo.
You know me so well already, Nigel.
Yes, there you go.
Yeah. No, I think that's a really good example. of a cheese that could easily become very popular, which is what every cheesemaker wants. And there's some nice acidity still going on, dragging my saliva down. The finish is still going on as well.